Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Bill Brown. I have Frosty today. He done with his vacation yesterday because I didn't want to bother him, but he came up here graciously. Say hi, Frosty.
Howdy, Yang.
Anything else to say?
Uh, Beam me up, Scotty. Let's get
You
into it.
and hello again, everybody. Hey, Frosty. Guess what?
What?
I happen to keep hearing the same word over and over and over again. You don't call your mom mom. You call her a birther.
Oh, she's a birther. What does
You-
that mean?
Well, birther means you don't call them mom or mother. You call them birther. You know what that sounds like to me?
What?
Sounds like a queen bee.
Oh, yeah. They just keep pooping them out. Got to
Yeah,
keep the hive. Got to keep the hive going. So a queen bee is birther. That's for sure. I mean, that's their sole job. I don't know if my mom would go along with that. I don't
I
think
don't.
she's gonna like. I don't think she's gonna like that.
Hey, Bertha, come here.
Yeah,
Sounds like
birther.
mhm. It sounds like an instrument that you just they're useless. Other making birthers. That's all. That's what it sounds like to me. Demeaning. I don't know. Sure is different. Well, you ready for the show? Uh-oh. I think I lost the Frosty. Yeah, we lost the Frosty. Okay, while he's trying to figure what's going on here, I'll start with this video here and wait till he comes back until he can figure out what happened to him. So here we go. We'll start with this. Everybody, watch this, please, and please learn by this. I'm telling you, your government don't give a damn about you. And listen well, I got two videos on this thing.
So much for being here. I really appreciate this opportunity. Um, you know, I represent one of the largest populated counties in Michigan. And in recent years, I know the Michigan chapters of the Arab American Civil Rights League and the Council on American Islamic Relations have filed complaints regarding banking discrimination against those of Muslim faith. And so, Mr. Monahan, in May, you might know that there is a class action lawsuit that was filed alleging that Bank of America engaged in discriminatory banking practices by targeting, restricting, and closing accounts of people of Muslim faith. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Well, right now, I mean, it's a class filed. One of them is Mohammed, who had met all the bank's requirements of showing residency and providing proof of that, and still his account was unlawfully closed. How does your bank, though, ensure that the bank's customer identification program complies with AML regulations without freezing out whole classes of consumers from access to banking services to support their families and their businesses? What steps have you all taken in that regard? And it sounds like you don't even know about the class action suit. You don't care?
I said before, yeah, I'm not aware of the class action suit. We have a deep history of banking all Americans, and another 1 million Americans will open accounts with us this quarter. And so I think we've got a strong track record across all ethnicities and all people. So if you have a specific issue.
Sir, you should be very concerned. Mr. Monahan, you should really be concerned about this because, again, you can see that there's a pattern that specific groups from their certain background or ethnicities or faith. Again, this is a lawsuit that was filed in May, and that, we need to make sure that Americans of Muslim faith or any of national origin are not being targeted, and that you guys are not implementing processes that singles them out. Are you at least supportive of making sure that you're not discriminated against a whole community?
I can assure you that's not the case.
Okay, well, I hope you got good lawyers. Do you know, you have all committed, as you all know, to transition the
This birther has a hell of an attitude. This is what happens when you are the queen of the beehive. You can say and do whatever you want to. I don't know how many times this lady is a Jewish hater.
She seems
gets
to be
away with it.
talking. Seems to be talking out her birth canal.
Yeah, you're right. She is. She is. Both of them. It's just these people are crazy. As you can see, she's got a hard on for this person right now, and she's trying to make a point to the American people because she's on TV, and this is the only time they ever make a point.
Well, telling him that he better have good lawyers, that's kind of a veiled threat in itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. And she rehearsed this before she even talked to him. And this poor guy doesn't know what the hell's going on here. Because when you go in front of these people, you don't know what's going to happen. You're not hurt by it. They are. Do you think they really care about us? Not really. They're just making a good show of it. Now, this lady got in because of where she lives at. It's not because of her wonderful demeanor that she has right here. She's not even a professional. She lived in Dearborn, which is the capital Muslim of the United States. Bush, come on over. And I believe it was Senior. Don't quote me for it. Before he went to another Muslim place, he wanted to get things set up, and he went to Dearborn. I remember that day. And they talked. We don't know what they talked about, but then he flew to the Muslim world. But this is what's going on. They're always saying, we're picking on ethnic people. No, our government's picking on us. And no matter what you try to do, whatever, it's always us, Americans, picking on the ethnic people that come over here. Well, if you don't like it, get the hell out and go back. They're changing our rules, our laws, to benefit them, not us Americans. Could you see us going to their country and try to change their rules? It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work at all. But she had to make it known that this bank, particular bank, some guy's suing him because of ethnic, problems. She had to make a note, had to say it right on TV. But yet, when they go behind closed doors to talk about us, how they're going to demean us and use us, you don't hear nothing. Go on, Frosty.
Well, why don't you if there's a lawsuit, why don't you wait and see how it settles out? I mean, if there's something to it, you'll know when the court reaches a decision. And if there isn't anything to it, if there's a jury pool, she's trying to taint it. That's for sure.
If you ever notice that every time somebody gets caught doing something, they immediately put the guy guilty instead of going through the court of law. It's bad enough that our court of law is crooked as hell. They're being paid off. A lot of them are. But still, you should have to wait until you find out what the verdict is. And they don't do that. They make it, oh my God, this guy's guilty. I hope you got some good lawyers. I mean, what is it to her? It's like me telling her, hey, you're a crooked doggone Congress lady. You're a birther on both ends. And you're talking to me? These people are here only just to make money. And they make it look good in front of the American people and shaft the American people. Anything else there?
Well, she's a hypocrite because she's in with that crowd in Congress that want the credit card companies to track and deny gun purchases, ammo purchases, and things like that. So here, she's just a hypocrite. She's on both sides of the fence on different issues.
And if they don't follow her rules or the Congress rules, guess what? You're going to be out of a job. And this is the whole idea. It's just crazy how they're doing this. You don't listen to me because I'm always wrong, then I'm going to crush you because I am the government. I have people backing me up. I have the tax people's money that I can spend anytime I want to and as much as I want to because no one else will say anything as long as I look good in front of that camera and lie like a son of a gun.
Yeah, and I can get on that plane and use all that aviation fuel to tell you how to stop driving your gas car.
Yeah. Look at Biden. Instead of having a conference call, video call, whatever they call it, they don't. They fly here, they fly there, but don't you do it. Don't you dare drive that vehicle. It's how's our plants going to breathe? And by the way, why don't they start planting trees instead of tearing them down and building things? 1 or 2, 3 trees are not going to help around a building. What they should do is go back to Detroit, clean that up, and rebuild it all over again. Instead of going up north. Go on.
They need more trees so this queen bee can get some hives set up in it and start popping out those worker bees.
And that's exactly what's going on too. I mean, this lady makes a lot of freaking money. You wouldn't believe how much money she made in just 3 years, 3 or 4 years. Yeah, she made a lot of money. All right, there you go.
The emissions from lending and investment activity to align with pathways to net zero in 2050. Do you know what the International Energy Agency has said is required to meet our global 2050 net zero targets of limiting global temperature rise to 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit or 1.5 degrees Celsius? So
now, where's the documentation? All we hear is they're talking. I don't see no documentation.
Yeah, that's all disputed.
Yeah. One person says one thing, the other one says counter-reacted. You don't see nothing. It's all bull.
You'll get whatever report you want if they want funds to run their little test programs or whatever they're working on. What do they call that?
Scam.
Oh, the grants. If they want their grant money for their projects, they're gonna tell whatever story needs to be told. So I mean, where's the
Mhm.
science in that?
Well, I remember a long time ago when they had leaded gasoline. Now that was deadly, and they changed that over. And then we had that we had our car checked every year for carbon to see how much carbon was coming out of there. Out of our tailpipes.
Yeah, emissions
Before we,
check.
yep, that's it. Michigan Tech. Yeah, they don't have that here in Michigan anymore. It's been over like 15 years. It just anyway, just to keep taking our money anyway. And the fear factor. Oh my God, the sky's gonna fall. You can bet 2 to 1 that sky is gonna fall. Everybody. Yeah, right. Ain't nothing gonna happen. And they keep talking about the tornadoes, hurricanes, everything else is getting worse. No, it's always been there. It's just that the technology now, we're starting to see more of it. That's all. It's always been here.
We've got a hurricane going to come up in the Gulf pretty soon, from the looks of it.
Oh my gosh. No, really?
Yeah, really, I think might be like the first one on this East Coast. There's a big one that's going to go up and hit Canada, they say, possibly. It's out in the Atlantic. It made a turn north and spared the U.S. coastline from the looks of it, but it'll catch parts of Canada or something, I guess. I don't know. Then there's another one farther south, and it's supposed to come up into the Gulf. It'd be the first one. In fact, I don't even think there's been a tropical storm come through here in my area of Florida.
It's going to happen. When heat hits cold, it's going to do something. You know what I mean? Regardless. This is
It's been doing
the
it,
name of the game.
been doing it for thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what
Yep.
sunk all the Spanish galleons loaded with gold from the New World, going to the Old World.
Yeah, it's just, well, they're putting the fear factor in everybody. Oh my God, the sky's going to fall. The heck with talking about we might be nuked. That's not, don't worry about that. Russian talks about nuking and everything else. Don't worry about China taking over our America. Don't worry about Bill Gates taking over our farm areas. Don't worry about it. Just worry about the weather. We got to have that done. This is
I'll,
going to
t-
be,
I'll tell you something along that topic.
yeah, go ahead.
Governor DeSantis of Florida, he put out an executive order so these foreign companies that from China, he has a list of states: China, North Korea, Iran, and some other countries. I think Venezuela is one of them. They can't come in here and buy any farmland, and they can't buy land next to military installations. He put out an executive order to eliminate that.
Well, you know what he should do is, since he has an executive order, he should put it in law over there. You know what I mean?
Well, hopefully have an opportunity to actually put it in law, because it would be.
Yeah, I don't like that executive order. It's only a temporary fix. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, but it's one to stop it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, until you can do something with it. I just hope he continues doing it,
Yeah, I agree.
That man, I'll tell you, if it's between him or Trump, I'll vote for DeSantis. I will.
I would too, because he's. I mean, they're going to bash him and make him out to be Hitler, just like they do any other GOP person who starts to get nationally recognized. I mean, that's what they'll do to him, but he's pretty solid. He's got a good demeanor. You don't back down.
No, there you go, right there. Like you said, they'll go after him, and that's true too. All the Democrats are going after the Republicans as much as they can. Anybody. You see the Republicans going after the Democrats? No, they will though. After this, they better if they win the seat.
Well, I think they do. I think they do go after them, but they, yeah, you know, in my opinion, they got good reason to. So, you know,
Oh
it
yeah,
just
they sure
depends
do.
on which side of the spectrum you're on, I guess.
Yeah,
But
but
it goes both ways.
I don't see anybody going to court in Democrats. I see them getting away with it.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I
well
mean?
they don't get prosecuted for anything
Yeah.
usually. I
Look
mean,
at
a
Hillary.
handful will.
hmm Hillary, Hunter Biden. You know, the President Biden. You know, it's all kept underneath the table right now. The FBI, what they're doing to us. You know, it's bull. Now they're going after our banks, which you already know about that CBDC. That's what they want.
Central bank digital wallet.
hmm
Yeah,
They get
that's what
that.
you'd be putting into those. That's what you'd be putting into those charging stations. But we're getting a little off topic for this birther here.
Oh, that's all right.
I'll tell you, you know, there isn't anyone I know that if I referred to him as that would think it was anything other than an insult. So I
Uh,
don't. So I don't get that.
you're right. To me, it's a demeanor talking to, hey, Bertha, come here. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, you don't know the person, so you say Bertha instead of saying ma'am, miss, or whatever. Hey, Bertha, come here. You know, because you don't want to hurt anybody else's feelings. Well, you know, it's like this. If you don't like it, close your ears and walk away. You know, that's all there is to it. You didn't fight for this country. We did. And that's what gets me mad. All right, here we go.
No new fossil fuel production starting today. That's like zero. So I would like to ask all of you and go down the list, because again, you all have agreed to doing this. Please answer with a simple yes or no. Does your bank have a policy against funding new oil and gas products? Mr. Diamond?
Absolutely not, and that would be the road to hell for America.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Sir, you know what? Everybody that got relief from student loans has a bank account with your bank should probably take out their account and close their account. The fact that you're not even there to help relieve many of the folks that are in debt, extreme debt because of student loan debt, and you're out there criticizing it. Ms. Frazier, how about you?
We will continue to invest in and support clients who are investing in fossil fuels and in helping them transition to cleaner energies.
And Mr. Monahan?
We are helping our clients make a transition, and that means we're lending to both oil and gas companies and to new energy companies and helping monitor their course towards the standards you're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Sharp?
Excuse me, the same thing as Mr. Moynihan said.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you, Mr. Diamond, because you obviously don't care about working class people in frontline communities like ours that are facing huge amounts of high rates of asthma, respiratory issues, and so much more. Cancer rates are so high among my communities that I represent. So I'm not going to even ask you if you're committing to ending financing.
Now that's bull. That is bull right there. The only reason we're getting sick so much is because of the food we're eating, that they're shoving down our throats.
that's what I was going to say. You know, and now they're pushing crickets into the food supply. So I mean, what in the hell is she talking about? You know, what is she talking about?
And again,
She's crazy.
how come these senators live a lot longer than we do? 80, 90? I mean, they must be eating the best foods without GMO, without the food coloring, without the gunk they're giving us. Like to give her a cricket.
I don't know if it's said in this video clip, but it took 40 years to transition from coal to natural gas for a lot of these people. And here she wants to do it like a light switch. Oh, you got to stop right now, she says. You can't be providing money or loans to anyone, supporting anyone financially that's doing any kind of hydrocarbon. So I mean, she's asking to devastate, and really, that's a policy that will kill at least tens of thousands of people. It would, if they quit investing in producing hydrocarbons, like throwing a light switch all of a sudden like that is going to disrupt everything so much that, I mean, people are going to die from this. So she's just advocating for murder is what she's done,
Mhm.
as far as I'm concerned.
And if we're all going to do it, everybody's got to do it. Not India, which they're having gold. Not China. China's not doing it. Not Russia. Just America and other small countries. Europe, and stuff like that. France, Germany. It's heinous what they're going to be doing to us. It
See,
should be a slow to.
they already tried to do it in some of those European countries, and then I think it was Germany. Now they're going back to using nuclear energy that they tried to put in mothballs or something because they're not ready for it. They're not ready for it. It takes a transition. It takes years to transition from one supply to another like this.
One person dies because of this stupidity. It's blood on her hands. It's blood on Congress. Because they're not going to suffer. They themselves are not going to suffer at all. They're going to be, like you said, fly. They're going to have cooking utensils for natural gas and all that stuff. They're going to hide it. Like everything else they do. They hide things until they're on TV camera. Oh, hi, America. We love you. We're going to
They
help
don't
you
have
out.
they don't have an electric grid that could support what their utopia is.
Not
Just
after what
won't
I've seen
support
today. Like you said,
No.
that takes a lot of power. You're right. It does. That takes a lot of power. God, does that take a lot of power?
Takes a lot of infrastructure. You got to
Yeah.
change transformers. Transformers aren't cheap. You got to order those ahead of time too. I mean, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems there. It can't be done instantly without causing the death of tens of thousands of people.
Well, believe it or not, I'm for it if the whole world does it. Because as we're getting weaker, China's getting stronger, Russia's getting stronger. You know what I'm saying? India's getting stronger, and we're getting weaker.
Well, they're putting us in a bad position.
Yes.
Economically, I mean, they're destroying us. So, there's changes coming, just because the dollar is basically the world currency now, they're trying to change that. And by destroying us in this fashion, the way she's advocating, that is helping destroy us and making us weaker. And when the dollar is no longer the world's currency, look out, folks. Your lifestyle, your standard of living is going to go down rapidly.
And if you don't obey, you get cut off your funds. No transactions, denied. That's just the way it's going to be, too. They want control of everything. And it's going to happen. All right.
New oil and gas projects. But Ms. Frazier, Mr. Monahan, Mr. Shea, we are living through a climate crisis today, and a commitment to net zero requires a commitment to ending fossil fuel financing. It is important because I want you all to know at the end, we're going to pay the cost of the public health impact. These are people that you're supposed to be serving, the folks that you're supposed to be providing and supporting in communities. Anything else defies all logic and scientific evidence at our disposal. If your financial institutions aren't going to follow through on their own net zero commitments, then regulators, including the Federal Reserve and Congress, must step in and make them. And with that,
Bingo. Hear that? Did you hear that? If they don't conform to the government's rules, they're going to stop them anyway. They're going to crush them. This is not freedom. This is tyranny. They're telling you what to do. They sit on their big fat rumps and get calluses, these birthers. And it's ridiculous. Anything to say, Frost, before I take off on this thing?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Watch how much she makes here. Watch this. How fast.
Chairwoman, thank you so much again for holding this hearing. I think it's so important for the people we represent. I yield back. Please answer with a simple yes or no. Does your bank have a policy against funding new oil and gas products? Mr. Diamond.
Absolutely not, and that would be the road to hell for America.
That's Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib sparring with America's top bankers at a House hearing yesterday. Larry Kudlow will join us in just a moment, but we begin first with Hillary Vaughn. She joins us live now from Capitol Hill. Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Jillian. Well, we've seen a lot of that from Democrats over the past 2 days while U.S. bank CEOs were here on Capitol Hill. Democrats wanting them to take a side on political issues, while Republicans say that the potential for future abuse is limitless once they do that. But while progressive Democrats are focused on moving U.S. banks towards their progressive goals, Republican senators are focused on innovating the industry. Senator Cynthia Lummis saying she is worried the U.S. is taking their #1 status as the world leader in financial services for granted. And Diamond says she's right.
The lazy part, talking about his policy, is things we got wrong, what we could have done better. Immigration, taxation, regulation, healthcare, litigation, all these things. I think it slowed down America. I think we should all be focusing more, how can we grow more and create more wealthier, afford more military, et cetera, et cetera.
Diamond also says China is on our heels, but also says America has a lot that China does not have.
China is a serious competitive strategic issue we all have to deal with. And so I totally agree with that. I don't think Americans should be embarrassed. I mean, we still have the most prosperous nation on the planet. They have autocracy, not enough food, war, and energy. They need 15 million barrels of oil a day. They get 4 from themselves or their immediate neighbors, stuff like that. We're in very good shape.
And Jillian, yesterday, the bank CEOs said that complying with these so-called ESG standards, where they have to look at not just whether or not an investment is good or bad, but whether or not it meets certain environmental and social standards, is costing them tens of millions of dollars. And Diamond said that could easily grow to hundreds of millions of dollars as it gets harder and harder to comply with these standards that will evolve and change. Jillian?
Hundreds of millions here, hundreds of millions there. Pretty soon we're talking about some real money, Hillary. Thanks so much. John.
It eventually adds up. Let's bring in Larry Kudlow, host of the Kudlow Show on Fox Business. And Larry, let me just rewind the tape and show that exchange between Rashida Tlaib and Jamie Dimon again, because I don't think she saw that coming. Listen here. Or let's not listen to it. I was told we had it. I'm sorry. Larry, what was that? I'm sorry. Tell me again.
I'll read it. All right.
Yeah. Why don't you read it, Larry?
Mr. Diamond, absolutely not. And that would be the road to hell for America. For that single sentence, he deserves a Nobel Prize in economics. Right there.
Yes, he does. He deserves a Nobel Prize. He stood up against the government, and he told them the truth. If you do that, hell's coming to everybody. That's exactly what's going on. Now, you see how much she made? 27 million she made. It's good to be a politician. It's a suck job.
Hell, that is the job to have. I mean, if you could go from 87,000 a year to, in 4 years later, having 27 million, well, I guess it pays to be crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure does. It's good to have a suck job like that. It's good to be a birther.
A queen bee, yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God. Keep popping
How
them out.
many worker bees she popping out?
Quite a bit.
I mean, that's what a
So,
birther's job is, isn't it? I mean, when you say birther, that's what it comes to my mind. That's
mhm,
somebody's job.
yep.
You know, keep birthing.
Now, her friend AOC, you notice it says, well, 29 million, it just discredited. You know, she didn't make that kind of, the hell, she didn't make that kind of money. Look what she made, this one here, to Talib, 27 million. That's a lot of freaking money. And she started in 2018 is when she came in. The first Muslim woman elected to the state legislature in 2008 upon election. I mean, give me a freaking break. You know, instead of saying, you know, a first woman or something, it has to be Muslim. You know, big proud. You know, I wonder if I ever were, hey, the first Irishman to hit the congressman. You know, I'll be wearing my skilts. Look green, look green. But anyway, this is the whole idea. They make money, and they sit there and they lie to you. They don't care about you. They care about themselves. And like Frosty said, they're just rushing this job. They're not even thinking. They're just doing it. Trying to put the fear in everybody. The sky's gonna fall. The sky's gonna fall. Well, it's gonna fall. They keep rushing what they're doing right now. A lot of people are gonna be hurt with this. A lot of people. A lot of people are gonna die. Go ahead, Frosty. It's your turn.
Well, I'm pretty much done, but
I
yeah.
pay you the big bucks not to say nothing. I want my money back.
Well, I'm just thinking about all that wealth accumulated in such a short time. I mean, it's just amazing how that happens. You know, it almost makes you feel sorry for people that have been there for 30, 35 years and they're not on that fast track to the wealth. What's going on?
Yeah.
Some of them are, most of them are, but some of them aren't. So they're obviously doing something wrong.
Well, it's called inside trading, lobbyists, you know, make a deal. Pick
Oh,
door
that's
number 1,
making
2, or
deal.
3. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pick door number
Well,
1, 2, or 3, you know.
we're supposed to be producing financial statements, you know. We're supposed to be able to see, supposed to be somewhat transparent what their finances are. But I don't see much information on that. I don't. Maybe it's out there. Maybe it's something you just got to really dig into and search to find. But how can you go from, you know, a bartender to 29 million in 4 years? I mean, how's that work? Because I'm sure not everybody can do it. Only a politician.
It's a suck job. I tell you got to get on your knees.
Most people don't go from bartending to CEO of a major corporation earning millions of dollars. They just don't. But here, they seem to be able to do it if you're a politician. Something wrong there.
Oh, big time wrong. Big time. But American people let them do it. So, you know, they're going to keep doing it. You know, and it's squishing the little guys. You know what I mean? All right.
There. I didn't have to ask any more questions. Plus, this crazy progressive woman who has no common sense whatsoever, basically, if you listen to what she said, is calling for a bank run. Okay? Is that what we want right now? A bank run? Really? Here's the good news. Diamond said it right. He said, we got to be putting in natural gas. That is the base load fuel and is clean burning. And all this, John, this net zero stuff. Who in their right mind believes that we're going to go to net zero? I mean, besides whatever her name is, Toledo Rashid or John Kerry or people like that, nobody believes this stuff.
You know,
Nobody.
Larry, I would think that Republican candidates for the midterms would want to put that exchange on a loop. Here's what Talib went on to say after Diamond clapped back at her. Listen here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Sir, you know what? Everybody that got relief from student loans has a bank account with your bank should probably take out their account and close their account.
This is a member of Congress. This is a member of Congress who say, I don't like what you said, so everybody should make a run on your bank, as you alluded to a second ago.
Absolutely terrific stuff.
What the
Very
heck?
brilliant stuff. Very brilliant stuff from a very non-brilliant House member calling for bank runs. By the way, while the Federal Reserve is jacking up interest rates left and right. I mean, this is below dumb, whatever, negative dumb, if such thing. Look, here's the good news. The good news is the American banking system is very well capitalized because we're heading for a credit and financial crunch, and our banks are in good shape. Okay, they're going to survive this, unlike what happened back in 2008 and 2009. Here's the bad news. People like her and other progressive, obsessive climate radicals, they basically want our banks to stop lending to any fossil fuel related activities, which would be another disaster. I mean, here you got Governor of California. He's a friend of mine, Gavin Newsom. I think he's a very nice guy, but he's saying we're going to have no gasoline powered automobiles in 10 years. But wait a second, if you own an EV right now, you can't recharge your battery because we don't have enough electricity.
Hey, wait a minute.
minute.
That's only certain times of the day, Larry.
Yeah, certain times of the day. Exactly. The trouble is we tend to drive cars during working hours, which is when the electricity load is the most. That includes the rush hour traffic. But why don't they have enough electricity? Because we're having net zero. That means no natural gas, no oil, whatever. We can't mine and dig for lithium. I mean, come on. This stuff is not serious stuff. It is not common sense stuff. And it's Jamie Dimon gets a Nobel Prize for speaking the truth.
Now, just as we go here, just to show you where this comes in, this slapdown in terms of importance of issues, inflation, cost of living, gas prices, 19% in our Fox News poll, abortion, 16%, jobs, economy, 15%, immigration, 6%, climate change, 4%.
Yeah,
Larry,
perfect.
always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right, Jillian?
All right, now to this, more.
Yeah, we got some real winners there in Congress. I'll tell you, they really care about the American people. You know, they really do.
Well, we may be in the mainstream on this. We may have to check our membership at the Crackpot Club.
Oh yeah, you're right. We're paying the membership right now, called our taxes. Yes, you're right. I wonder if we can get out of it. Stop paying our taxes. I don't want to be a member of the Crack Club, the Birther Club.
Well,
Yeah.
it worked for one member of Congress. Who was that guy? I think it was a black guy from New York. Sharpton. Wasn't Sharpton? He quit paying his taxes. Didn't go to jail either.
Oh, I forgot Al Sharpton.
Yeah, Al Sharpton.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. He owed all kinds of money and he never went to jail for it. That's right.
Yeah, he
That's
owed
right.
millions.
He was a reverend, wasn't it? Reverend Al Sharpton?
Oh yeah, very religious, I hear.
Oh yeah, he could really cuss up a storm. Yeah, he's worse than we were. Yeah. Yeah, he was hell on earth, boy. He really is, you know. Yeah, he's still out there now and then. And he only comes on the spot when something goes wrong. Then he opens his mouth, you know, causes all kinds of trouble. He's as religious as the devil is, you know. Real religious. Al Sharpton, yeah, I forgot of him.
Wasn't he a congressman or something? Or
no, he was a participant for like Reverend. Oh, what the heck's his name? Reverend. There's the other guy's name. Reverend, help me out here. God, what's his name?
oh, the guy out of Chicago.
I can't think of his name. He's black dude. I'm thinking of.
Guy out of Chicago, Jesse Jackson.
Thank you. Bingo. Yep, that's who it was. Yeah, just like him. Every time there was something, he was right there. You know what I mean? Right on the TV spot, opening his mouth. Didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but he sounded good. You know, that's all he cared about.
Well, he was shaking him down. He would do that for him if they paid him enough.
The roosters are coming home to roost. Yeah, that's another guy. That was Obama's buddy. People, you better start waking up to what's going on here. I mean, you're going to start feeling the crunch like crazy. You know, I believe that yes, we should have emissions net zero because she's got to breathe anyway. But this is just too fast, too far. It really is, and they know it. And they're going to kill a lot of people in the process of doing this. It's bad enough they're playing around with your food. Crickets, anyone? Hors d'oeuvres?
They're playing around. They're playing around with your food. They're playing around with your finances too. You're gonna be in big trouble. In any area that you need for survival, that's where they're playing. They're after you. They don't care about you. They're gonna squeeze you.
And they're after your kids. Don't listen to your parents. They don't know nothing. They're birthers. Leave them alone. Listen to me. I'm your teacher. I'll teach you the wrong way. How much money do we pay for education that we're not getting for our kids? All I hear is become gender. Become a gender. You know? They got a hospital now that they're changing kids' genders just for money.
Well, I hate to use the word men, but if women are now birthers, what are men?
I can't say it. Yeah, I can't say it. Yeah, but yeah. It's just getting hilarious anymore. And these people going to go in the military like this? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm going to get my nails all screwed up in mud. Oh, someone's shooting at me. I'm going to go home. Where's my purse? Yeah. This is going to be good. I didn't sign up for this. I just signed up for a check sex change because it was for free. I had a list for 6 years for this. Oh.
I need a shot. I need my hormones. I can't go to the front today.
Well, you heard that expression. You know how to make a hormone, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's right, too. It's just, but look at those stations right there. Look at that. That's a Tesla station right there. And
yeah,
you're right.
Now see that big gray box behind them, and then you got now over to the right is that big green box. That's a normal style transformer, and they come in different sizes depending on how much electricity.
Yes, that is the transformer. You're right. You're right.
Be demanded from them.
Yes, that is a transformer. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I've seen those before. Yep. I see what you're talking about now. I didn't notice that before. Yeah, you're right. Damn, that's a lot of power. You got to grab one of those handles on that thing. It's heavy. I can see why people have a hard time trying to push that thing in there, try to lock it in their car. That baby is heavy. It's heavy. I'm telling you, it's a lot of weight. A lot of metal in that sucker.
Probably a lot of copper or something. Copper's fairly heavy.
Yeah, it is. I found out that the reason why they use aluminum on our high tension wires because it goes further. So there's less resistance. But in our homes, they don't need to use aluminum because it doesn't travel that far. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why they use aluminum. All right.
Well,
go on.
They had a lot of problems putting aluminum wiring in houses, and so they stopped it.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Melting?
I don't remember what the issues were, but you don't find them doing it anymore. But they tried to go to it at one point.
Let's check up on that. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait till you hear this now. This is going to make you proud to be a soldier.
Security looming across the globe. Republican lawmakers say the U.S. military should focus less on things like this. Take a look. The Air Force Academy is instructing its cadets to use words that, quote, include all genders and to stop saying things like mom and dad. Let's bring in Tyrus. Tyrus, let's break this down. I want to put this up on the screen so everyone at home can see it. This is what the training material is telling cadets to not say. You guys, boyfriend, girlfriend, the disabled and transgenders, do say y'all / team, squatties, everyone, folks, partner, people with disabilities, transgender people / service members. What do you say?
Do you say slash? Or
I think
do you,
that's unclear. We can reach out and ask for clarification.
I would like clarification if
I'll get back
slash
to
is
you,
now
Tyrus.
an appropriate segue. This is, what's the word? Asinine and ridiculous. You build relationships with people you work with, and you're going to refer to them as they are and as they want to be. And if you are in a situation where you have a friend that has a nickname or likes to be identified in a certain way, you'll build that relationship and, you'll go from there. But this idea of telling people what they can and cannot say, referring to somebody as a boyfriend or a girlfriend, we have more important things to do. The military, they are already overworked, underpaid, underappreciated. And
I cannot imagine why anybody would want to go into the military now. Seriously. It's bad enough trying to train, go to basic training, and then go to war if you have to. And to learn this shit. I mean, that's the last thing you're going to think about when you're in war. Being woke, watching yourself.
It was hard enough to learn the first 10 general orders.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Now you got to remember 67 or more pronouns.
If people have never been in the military, it's not what you think. I mean, we use all kinds of languages, trust me. And our friends in the military relate to it. I mean, it's a joke. It's not by heart. But the way they're implementing this right now to watch our speech, they can kiss my ass. That's why I got out of the military, because of this. They can tell you what to do, when to do it, how to do it, because you're under contract. I got out of that contract. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not in the contract with the government anymore. I'm out of it. And I'll be damned if someone's going to tell me how to speak right.
Well, free speech is the First Amendment. You have free speech. You don't have free speech if you're being instructed and told you have to use certain words. You do not have to use certain words. You can communicate like you want to communicate.
And who's pushing all this? Where's the money? Where's this money coming from to press all this stuff to the military? They got enough going on. They do.
Well, it goes back to Obama when he purged all the conservative military command staff and generals. There was a great big purge pushing them out. They didn't want them in positions of power anymore. So now they can implement these kinds of things through their liberal general staff.
And where does Obama live right now? Oh yeah, Martha Vineyard. How much does this house cost? Millions.
How many of those immigrants moved into his 8-bedroom house? I mean, there's only 4 people living there. Certainly they had room for some. How many moved in there? Do you know?
That was 0 that I know of.
Yeah.
The birther got in the way. The birthers did. They didn't want them.
Kicked them out to some place in, what was it, Cape Cod or something, some military base?
Yeah, they sure did. They got, what was it, 120 soldiers, you said they came in and grabbed them?
The National Guard activated.
Jeez. Wasted tax dollars. But yet they want us to be flooded here in the United States. They don't care. They don't care if your kids die. They don't get broken into. They don't care about the fentanyl. They don't care about the trafficking of children and women. The mules that come in there and drive around our states. They don't care. As long as it doesn't bother them, who cares? America ain't going to say nothing. Let them die off. They're a dime a dozen out there. We are.
We're cattle. Yeah. We're the CO2 they need to get rid of.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. We are the CO2. Yeah, they don't care. But what about them? They got CO2. They even shoot out methane like cows do, like we do. Think they're gonna do something to themselves? Nope.
Well,
I'm telling you, people, if you don't wake up, something happens to your child or you or your wife or your husband, you're gonna wish that you would have done something. By then, it's too late.
they may require at some point to everyone has to install an anal probe to monitor their admissions, just to see if they're within limits. Anyone who's not will have to stop breathing air, I guess.
Either that or eat a lot of bugs.
Yeah, maybe that'll cut down on it, or it might produce more. Stop into your friendly environmental government agency and get your probe.
It'll only take 5 minutes. Drop your doors. Wow. It's hideous what these people are making us go through. You know, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it one bit. That's fear factor and everything else. And you never hear anything about them going to help American people out. All I hear is take.
Well, no, they're telling you that all they're doing is for your benefit. You know, even though we're going to kill quite a few of you right now, eventually there's going to be a benefit. So, I mean, that's what they tell you. Oh, they make it sound like everything's for you. It's all for them. It's always been.
Oh yeah. What kind of a government did we allow to grow like this, where they don't hurt and we do? To make that $29 million in what, 4 years? That's pretty good.
Well, yeah. Let's see. That's better than $6 million a year.
Where do I
Wow, that's
sign?
$1 million every 2 months. That's $1 million every 2 months. How do you go from $87,000 a year to $2 million every, or what is it? What did I say?
$2 million in 2 months.
Something like that.
Yeah, they make.
I did the math in my head and came up with it, but I'm not going to do it again. Anyway, it's a lot of money to make in a month.
They make 187,000 right around there. Not all of them. Some of them make higher than that, but still, to have that kind of money and to make that kind of money that fast, there's something wrong. Definitely something wrong. And the bad thing about it is where we're at, it's all a Democrat state because the unions are involved in here. You know, and the unions try to tell the people, oh, vote for the Democrats. They're going to help you out. Well, you see the results now. It's a crock. And I'll tell you, if we don't win this election, socialism is coming in. There's no doubt about it. Communism, Hitlerism, Satanism. Your freedoms are going to be gone. All right. Anything else, Frosty?
No.
Okay.
And now they got to step on
recruitment's way
eggshells.
down, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I just
you know,
wanted
and
to
it's
add that.
you know, and the ones that they're attacking, the group that they keep going after. You always hear about MAGA this and MAGA that, but those are the true-blooded American patriots whose children serve. So again, this is a waste of time. I wonder how much taxpayer money this costs, or you know, it's just unbelievable. We all just need to respect each other, and if we get to know each other, then we can learn about nicknames and pronouns and things like that. But it comes from a mutual respect. And whenever I said y'all as a kid, I got popped in the mouth.
You have 5 seconds left. What would you like us to call you here at Fox News?
Grown-ass man. Tyrus is always nice.
Well, I mean, in addition to Tyrus, obviously.
Yeah, Tyrus is
Grown-ass
fine.
man.
Let's just stick with Tyrus. And if you're
I
really
like
busy,
grown-ass man.
T works too.
All right.
Just don't call me late.
When we're short on time, we'll go with T. Tyrus, thanks so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
Well, that's all, folks.
Tyrus is a grown ass man. Don't forget it.
Oh, Guru's been writing. I haven't been. I was in the backstage, Guru. I didn't see you. I was in the backstage. Oh, what's he said? Oh yeah, he's a big guy. Bill Brown, read your before shit hits the fan, at least. Back room watching, make sure these. Yeah.
Guru, are you sitting in front of the fan after taking those probiotics?
I had to. There we go. Send a link. Oh, okay. He's free. He said he wants to send a link. Okay. All right. You got $20, Guru? Hold on here. Ew. How do I do this? Okay. No. Yeah, America's being punked big time. Big time.
No, they're coming at you with all this crazy crap all at once. They're trying to transition you into a slave. Basically, your free will is gone. Everything is mandated. Everything is forced upon you. You know, and we're clearly the will of the American people is not being implemented through this system. Our representatives are not representing us. That's for certain. Why would they ever? I think Guru said it pretty good. You get all these people that can't govern their own selves, so they elect some people who can't govern themselves to be in charge of those who can't govern themselves. What kind of sense does that make?
Did you see what he said? You can lend me $20. I'll get you right back. I promise you. Yeah, he will too. Won't be no $20 either. Yeah, I do agree with Google on a lot of stuff. I do. But again, no, I mean they're forcing this upon us, but you got to get other countries involved in this. The bigger ones like us, you know what I mean? The power companies. Have them drop down. I mean, Russia got nukes, we got nukes. We made it even. So now they want us to go electrical while these people go and have coal and oil and come over here and bomb us. You know, that's pretty good. I like that. Or to just take over without shooting a shot, you know. I feel sorry for the military people. I would not go and save my life, and I mean it too. If Russia or China came over here, I'd have a big sign in front of the Congress that says, "Your enemy's over here, not us." I'm sorry. It just no, not going to happen. I don't know where they get these ideas at. It's so damn crazy, you know. I don't know. Okay, Guru, we're waiting for you here, buddy.
Did you push send?
Yeah, I did. You know what? Check that. Make sure. Oh, I did. Oh, shoot. I'm in trouble now.
Get that $20 quick.
Do you hear anybody talking? I hear.
I hear cricket, Daddy.
Yeah.
Lots of crickets. Lots of crickets. Where did Bill go? What happened to Bill?
Oh, he left. Don't worry about it.
I think he's charging up his scooter in that charging station.
I'm checking for birthers.
Where's the motorcycle charging ports?
You know,
if you can't find a birther in less than 20 seconds, you better check your glasses.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I can just see me talking to my wife. Hey, Bertha, come here. Oh, that would be it. Oh, man, I tell you.
That wouldn't go over well. That would not go over well at my house. And no.
Neither here. neither here. Oh my God.
I was hearing you talk about that. I never really heard people use that, so I just presume that it means like same thing as a worker bee, same thing as slave. So that means
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
A
it is.
slave whose job it is to do that, to continuously give birth.
Mhm.
Right.
That's what comes to my mind. Why would I insult someone in my family like that? This is the
Kinda like-
language they want. Wow.
What it is, you can't say mother anymore. You got to say the correct word, birther.
Oh, I see. So it's part of the whole LGBTWXY cricket thing.
Right. You got it. Yep. That's where it came from. Yep.
All right.
Actually, it came from the government. The government's the one who told them what to do. They're paying them off. Yeah.
Right. Well, that makes perfect sense now.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting Webster's dictionary in a couple of years.
Yeah. I hope I'm around. I hope I'm around. I really do. That'll make my day. Trust me.
Of course, I call it the woke version. My version is the fictionary.
Yeah.
Well, it's all fictionary. It is. It's just to cause chaos. That's all. Trouble among other people. Yeah, it is.
Chaos and confusion and distraction.
Yeah. So you don't say nothing,
That timeless movie that just keeps on going.
Yeah, and it never stops. I just, like Frosty said, where do they get these freaking ideas from? Everything just happening, bang, 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 bang. I've never seen it. I know it's getting close to election day. And the biggest thing right now for them, the people thinking about, well, I might just vote Democrat. I mean, it's not about the money. It's not about the food that we're going to have. It's about, wow, Wade versus Roe. I can kill my child if I'm pregnant. We got to have women's rights. Sick mother freakers.
I can tell you one way they get the ideas from. They have very, very sophisticated, high-powered computer technology that can do extremely efficient mathematical formulas at the blink of an eye and a snap of a finger. And you type an emission statement into it, and then you let the formulas show you the path that you can get there, and then you decide which one.
Yeah, and then they got these think tanks, a bunch of supposedly highly educated people that sit around and take what that computer generates and try to implement it.
Right, pretty much, yeah. They just with the technology, who's going to roll it out at what time, who's gonna be the Muppet, right? That's about all they really have to decide. Who's going to be the spokesperson at what time, and make sure that everybody rehearses the script on time, and
Yeah, and everybody uses the same words and same phrases all over from one news channel to the other. You've probably seen that. Where everybody's using the same phrase.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're all connected together. They talk among themselves before they say anything. It's all set, all rehearsed, just to keep you brainwashed.
Yeah, it's Hollywood too. Like literally, I've seen some of their bloopers and mistakes that happen from time to time. It's pretty funny. One of them, they were trying to portray that one field reporter was talking to another in-house reporter from one city to the other, but what they didn't realize that the windows in the back of both was showing that the bus went by 2 seconds earlier than it showed up in the field reporter's view, so that you could see they were beside each other.
Yeah. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's the kind of bloopers I like.
There's tons of stuff like that, I'm putting it together, and that's going to be part of the project, just to show how much of a farce all that bullshit really is.
It is. It's bullshit. Well, the lady in question right now that's causing trouble with the banks, of course, a lot of them are bowing down to tyranny, except for that one guy. And he says it's going to be hell. She's only 15 miles from where I'm at. She is a representative, District 13. And she ain't worth a shit. She isn't. Oh, hold on here. My wife's here. Hello. Okay, I love Catch you in a while.
I love you too, Bill Brown.
You know what? I hate birther.
Will you be my birther?
Yeah.
Will you be my birther? Won't you be my birther?
Hate to see you going on your good date. Yeah, want to be my birther? Oh my God, that would. Oh yeah. What the hell? Won't you be my birther? Will you be
Please.
mine?
Won't you be mine?
The latest
Be
one
birther.
for those bloopers that I seen, there was two of them. One was two of them on NASA cameras. One of them was a mouse that appeared on one of the space stations on the outside. He's just crawling around on the outside. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he's got no helmet on or nothing. He's just walking on the outside. That's another one. And another one. Mighty Mouse. And another one is a kitty cat that just walking on one of the potholes in a moonshot for somebody walking on the moon there. Kitty cat came up and they had to cut the scene real quick. He started digging in the hole. Like he wanted to put his toy in there or something.
I love those kind of bloopers. It makes an ass out of them, you know.
Yeah,
It does.
totally.
Now, there is something about this though. When the men went to the moon, and it bothers me is that damn flag when they put that thing on there, straight as a freaking arrow. That flag was. You know, I looked at that. I said, that don't make no sense to me. There's gravity over there, you know. It happened up, but no, straight as a freaking arrow.
Yep, that's very true. Oh, there are so many bloopers like that, holes and lies in their comedy show. It's ridiculous. It's obvious. Whatever the actual truth is, I don't know, but it ain't what they're saying. That's for sure. And why would it be? They lie about everything. Of course, they're lying about that too.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt.
You know what? I want to be a liar. I want to make that kind of money too. $29 in 4 years. Shoot, Frosty get in that one.
Buy some in my cricket chairs. I'm telling you, they're good for you. Really, really good for you. Extremely good for you.
Is there a cricket IPO?
I'll make another one just for you, Frostley.
Well, hey, this may be our opportunity. Let's consider it.
Yep.
We'll get the Bertha crickets to come on over and start producing for us.
We'll wrap it in snow and put it on sale to the Eskimos for a discount.
That's where Frosty comes in.
Oh yeah, have it in.
The other day you had mentioned something about I think it was in an email you put to me, the stock market, something that you were wondering about how the stock market works or something along those lines.
Oh yeah,
that something you wanted to talk about? Or?
Well, yeah, we could talk about that. I mean, between you and Frosty, because I know nothing about the stock market. I know they screw you, so I don't really do very much about it. You know, I mean, I try to diversify as much as I can, but you know, every time they tell you something, you get screwed. Maybe you can help people out here in the world here how to do things. That would be perfect.
Sure. What do you want to know about it? Other than
how
that,
to make money. How to make
it's
money.
Another big.
It's rigged.
How to make money in the stock market? Make a company.
Follow Pelosi.
Make a company, incorporate it. Pretend you're legitimate, so you can get some corporate loan financing that you won't have to pay back. Register with, I think it's Dun & Bradstreet or whatever the hell that's called, so you can be on the public exchange and quote unquote legally print shares. Print shares is a way of printing your own money. So that's the best way to do it. If there's no limit to the amount of shares you can print and you just put them on for sale immediately, you just made yourself a fortune.
All right. Now,
Whatever
what's the
the-
catch?
Well, for you, there is no catch. There's a catch for anybody who buys them. It's like the game of hot potato. Just like anything else, it's a Ponzi scheme. As long as somebody is willing to buy the shares at equal or higher value, you haven't lost any money. But if the perception of your shares, the value decreases by perception, well, whoever's holding on to them, hot potato is called, and they lose their shorts.
So you could have somebody come up and from Congress and say, well, don't do business with the guy, pull all your money out, and then your shares become somewhat worthless and you go out
Right.
of business.
Right. But as long as you, at the start, as the creator of the company or whatnot, cashed in right away, you're already done. You're gone. It doesn't matter if the company fails. You already succeeded, millionaire instantly.
And that's what
Which
these companies
means
did.
Which means
Go on.
that you can do it. You can start brand new and do it all over again with another company.
Absolutely, without any credit score converting over or anything. That's how personification works. You get to write yourself unlimited credit with unlimited fictions, and just rinse and repeat as much as you want.
That's what Obama did when he gave the money to these corporations to make solar panels, and they bellied it up. Our money.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Well, the Federal Reserve has the ultimate version of that because they just keep printing their own money as much as they want, and why can't they? They're kind of like that pinnacle umbrella printing factory, you know, the original at the top, so to speak. So they can keep cranking that out all day long, and of course, just put it's not even real crank money anymore. It's just digits in a computer. It's unlimited. They don't have a limit to that, right?
Well, they just create it if they want. Who's to say they couldn't?
Right.
Their money. Problem
Yeah,
is, though,
it's their money, their business. But again, it's only worth anything by perception because it's a fiction, right?
well,
As soon as
we're
people
lucky.
stop believing it, it's gone.
Well, we're lucky. You know that? I tell you, Biden's going to start really getting these CEO companies to start paying their share of taxes. Ooh. You know that?
Oh.
They're going to start paying their taxes. You know what's going to happen, don't you?
Oh, sure. If that's true, it just means the prices go up.
Yep, that's right. Yes,
More
exactly.
inflation.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's basically how the fast track to success in the stock market. There's other corner stones to do it. One is insider trading. Just know somebody who knows somebody. That doesn't say that you knew somebody who knew somebody, you know, quote unquote.
That's Nancy Pelosi, okay, and her husband. Yep.
Right, and just find out when the penny stocks are going to go on sale before the IPO, and make sure you're the first one in line, you know, or get some quote unquote founder shares at a bargain discount. Bargain discount could be zero just for showing up on time, and you know, you can't lose anything. The next day, they go up to 1 cent. Well, if you're holding 10 million shares at 1 cent a piece, you did pretty well.
So it's not who you, it's who you know.
That's definitely the half of it. And then there's other aspects as well. For day traders, you can make some okay money if you can see things coming. If you know the trends, what to look out for. If you see people doing those insider trade things and IPOs ahead of schedule, but it's a little more risky. You're kind of guessing. And then you can also, this is where it's who you know as well. If you partner with big tech companies that have, again, algorithms and computer systems that can just control mutual funds, stock stock and mutual funds on behalf of a pool of investors, they basically whale shark the market, and it's manipulated that way. So they know if it's going to go up a week or two ahead of time by those computer calculations, and everybody goes to sleep and leaves it on autopilot. The computer just does the transactions for them. But good luck getting into that software unless if you know somebody who knows some.
Big Ponzi scheme, what it is. Big Ponzi scheme. It's amazing. Well, I guess you told me. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Hey, Frosty.
Yeah.
Can you print out some stocks here? We'll have Guru help us out here a little bit.
I'm in the process of printing my own dirt coin.
Awesome. Now you could do the same thing with crypto as well, and people are just starting to catch on to this. Crypto is basically just the same thing in digital form. And you have no extra hoops to jump through to do that. You can create a cryptocurrency in about 10 minutes if you know what to do, and it's the same thing. You can create 10 million of those, and if you can get people to have a perception of value in that, you can start putting them on a cryptocurrency exchange, and people start buying them.
Yeah.
This happens every day.
Frosty's dirt coin. We'll just call it permafrost. We'll just call it permafrost.
Frost coin.
Okay.
Right. Frost coin.
Should have that emblem with him sitting on the bench there. with his arms spread out.
You know who the CEO is.
There is going to be all this information and more in the financial independence section of the Freedomist Project. And so I am going to teach people how to fast track synthetic wealth, is how I like to call it. But not for the reasons why people want to think. I'm not interested in making people synthetically wealthy so that they can sit there and be a lazy fucking schmo and think they have all this, just be a twerkaholic for the rest of their life, I'm interested in doing that to fast track the crash of the system and also to remove barrier to entry. The real truth of the matter is that true wealth has nothing to do with this synthetic bullshit to begin with. True wealth is when you stop depending on it and working with that and relying on it altogether and learn how to be self-sufficient and cooperate with other people and nature that way. That's when you start to realize, holy shit, the abundance is here. I've had it all along. I just didn't know better, or I was afraid to access it or whatnot. But just like all the other animals and the insects and everything, shit, they're having a heyday out here. What the hell am I waiting for?
Well, you hear what's going to happen, don't you, down the road? About the CBDC?
Enlighten me.
All right, Frosty, it's your turn.
What was the question?
About the CBDC. What's going to happen in the future?
Well, we did a video on that already, but yeah, basically that'll be total financial tyranny. You don't have to worry about the stock market after that. You won't have to worry about retirement accounts. Once you have that digital wallet from the CBC, from the central bank, you basically accepted your position as slave.
What they're going to do is the paper money. Right now, they're playing around with the credit card and your phones right now. And eventually they're going to say, well, you know what? Let's put a chip in your arm and just swap your arm across this little machine here, and you'll do your transaction and you'll have the money now,
Yeah. And your previous credit will be wiped out and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly what's going to happen. Well, no, that just happens. If they decide they have a hard on to you, they don't like you, they just shut you off permanently.
Yep.
So now what happens? You have no currency coming in or no credit to buy anything.
Yep.
That's they'll follow wherever you're at, every transaction you do. If you eat too much greens, they'll tell you to stop that, eat more bread, and all that stuff. They're monitoring you like a little baby.
Yep. Eventually, it's just push button, whatever shows up in the vent in your house, right? In the house you live in the sky. And it shows up if they let you have it, type thing, right? Or if the system lets you have it, right?
Exactly.
People in control at that point is, people that you don't actually know, that you might have heard of, but never seen them. They're not elected. So
this is really the formula of how to get people to think they enjoy living in a petri dish without realizing they live in a petri dish.
But the petri dish is where your food's going to come from too.
Everything. The entire operation of that lifestyle is in a petri dish, just like it is right now. The whole thing is in the beehive. It's just moving even closer and closer towards pretty much direct command prompting. You do this because we injected you to do this, and you press this button because this is your time allotted to press this button, and here's your meal within this curriculum. You get to choose blah blah blah. You're free to do what we tell you to do, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna be excited because everything is taken care of for you, and you can just sit back and run on that hamster wheel and watch what's called a newspaper, but it's really a code for the instructions we're giving you for tomorrow. This is really what's already going on. It's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter,
Well, I have noticed something today. We took off, and I got some rutabaga. Doggone frosty. I couldn't take it. I had to get 2 rutabagas today. It was good. Anyway, we went to Bed and Beyond. It's a place where you buy all your, like shower equipment, utensils for your kitchen, everything like that. Well, I went there 3 years ago, and I go on.
Manly store like Home Depot.
No, it's more or less like yeah. It's not. It's not.
Bed Bath and Beyond, did you say?
Yeah, that's it. Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah. Well, no, it's basically they have everything for your
That's
house.
where I like to get my screwdrivers.
It's good for birthers.
Birthers love it.
Yeah, 3 years ago, though, when I walked in, they had a load of stuff there. I mean, I was like impressed. So I went through today, and they had nothing hardly, just the basics. And we were trying to get curtains for our kitchen, new ones, thicker, heavy ones. Didn't even have it. And the first thing they said, the lady did, well, you can go order it online. I said, no, we're not going to order anything online. I said, that's what they want you to do. So when I went to cash register, I bought a liner for my bathroom shower, and the lady says, put your number here. I says, I ain't putting my number anywhere. I said, I'm not doing it. Then she changed it. She said, well, okay, just put your credit card here, but they want your number or your Gmail, and I'm not doing it no more. You know what I mean? It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah. And even
And a lot
the
of
people
times,
that have those jobs, they don't even understand the significance of what they're doing.
no.
Well, they don't even have 2 minutes at the end of the day to even contemplate that, nor the capacity anymore. They're so energy run and disease ridden from the lifestyle.
Yeah. This
Well,
is progress.
We talked
That's
to the lady
progress.
we talked to the lady that worked there. We asked her whether kitchen drapes, curtains, I should say, and no drapes, no curtains. That's right. And then when she says about the going on the internet, I said, you know what's going on? I said, you're going to be eating bugs in a while. And she looked at, what? I said, yeah, crickets. I said, it's in your flour right now, some of it. And I was going to show her, but some lady came on up and started bothering her. So I said, well, I'll just forget about it. And I walked away. But yeah, she didn't do nothing about it.
The lady was trying to save the other lady.
I guess, yeah, seriously, yeah.
He's one of them woke.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
crackpot.
Yeah.
He's a crackpot.
Yeah. I was going to show it to her too. One of these days, I want to hit somebody who wants to listen.
Probably
Well,
not in Walmart.
they're Bed Bath and Beyond.
Yeah, that's the name of it. But well, the guy that owned it, he just killed himself recently. The CEO.
Really?
He's
Really?
yeah. Look it up. Yeah, look it up on the Google. He was cooking the books, and he got caught. Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah. Look it up. I don't know his name offhand, but just put down, CEO dies, owning Bed Bath Beyond. Yeah, read that.
That's terrible. You know, where you believe in the superficial bullshit that blindly, where you actually feel a real sense of guilt and responsibility or whatnot, and just can't take it. You know, I'm gonna off myself. That's madness.
Yeah, it is.
Wonder how he did it. Was he in a bathtub?
He was trying to figure out that birther thing, but it wasn't working. He croaked instead.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was like in a bathtub and beyond. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to see what the beyond part was all about. That was his thing.
He found out, I'll tell you. But,
that was the whole thing from the beginning. He had planned. He was following his plan.
I'm coming to see you, Martha.
It's a big one, Martha. Yeah.
I'm having a big one. I'll be there in a little bit, Martha.
Hey, Lamont, you big dummy. Oh, Elizabeth, it's coming. It's a big one, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Yeah. That was a grab. Yeah, but it's just a lot of things going on now. So, but like you said, if they don't want to listen, shame on them.
There's nothing you can do if they don't, right?
Nope.
You can't force freedom down somebody's throat. That's not very free to do, you know. You're free, damn it! Run!
Well, when I was out there doing that video with the, I don't know if you were up there or not, the charging station, some lady was in her car. She's looking at it. She's trying to put the thing in, the plug in her car outside there. She finally got it in. She walks in. She has her boyfriend or her husband, and they're sitting there eating, waiting for it to be charged up. She put it on slow charge, about 50 watts. And about 15, 20 minutes, they took it off and drove off. I don't think it was fully charged, but, she used her credit card. And she's looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm about to film it away, And I wasn't about to talk to her unless she said something. So she didn't say anything. So if she would have, I would have asked her how much, you pay and everything else. And has it gone up since you had the car? And how do you like the car? But she never said anything. So I just let it go.
Doesn't it say the prices on there and stuff? Or
the only way you can see it is if you have a card, I guess, because I couldn't see nothing on the monitor.
Right. Yeah, it probably varies because, membership varies and privileges and,
Oh, you know what, Frosty?
What?
We can ask Guru. Maybe he can figure it out. Hey,
2
Guru.
plus 2?
No. Doggone it, you told him already. Come on, Frosty. You're breaking all my secrets here.
I gave up on that one in kindergarten. Sorry, guys.
No, maybe he can find out for us how much. We're trying to figure out if you have a charging station, does the store get paid a certain amount as well as the person who installed the charging stations? And we can't find information on that.
That's going to vary based on the contract to contract. That's quite possible. You know, it depends on the situation going on.
Well, these are pretty big areas where these charging stations are. I mean,
Yep.
they had one for Tesla and one for the other one. We're not talking an insignificant amount of property being used as well as the equipment on it. So, I
Yeah.
mean, if you
There's
find these at stores, are these stores paying to put those in for some reason, or are they getting a profit off of it for putting them in?
Yeah, it depends.
Basis?
It depends on what's going on. Like some stores will just have their own little stations going on as like a courtesy, and also to advocate for green. And they're probably getting a tax incentive from the government for doing that. Blah blah blah. Other places are putting in, you know, those big ones that you're seeing there, like the Tesla ones and the ones specific for specific cars and whatnot from the manufacturers. And those, there's going to be a deal that's worked out. There's probably, you know, like I said, it's going to vary from contract to contract. It's probably a combination of rental fee for the space. And as well, probably a commission for what's being sold on there. Same with any other product, you know, that's being sold in a store like that. There's probably you know, a major deal that's done as a rental fee, or it depends. Though it could be just whatever they negotiated with the company. It could just be a straight commission. Instead of a rental fee, as because it's pretty much a guaranteed sale, you know. So it's whatever they negotiated. But there is definitely compensation for the store. The store is not going to do. Who's in business to do things for free?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was just curious because you don't hear anything about it. You know, I mean. You buy a gallon of gasoline, you can find out how much taxes you're paying on that gallon, and you know where it's going. You know, it might be going to state and local, might be going to federal or whatever, but you're going to have taxes on that kilowatt or whatever it is, but you're going to have a profit in there too for that whoever owns that location, I would think.
Absolutely, of course. And a profit for the manufacturer, the supplier. Everybody's getting a little slice.
Not me. They're taking my
Gotta buy them shares.
Yeah.
When you get the full rollout of the central bank digital currency, and you get your digital wallet through them, they won't be needing those banks. And you know, look at all those banks that are around. You could turn them all into charging stations, and man, because they're everywhere. I mean, you can't drive down the street without passing at least 2 or 3 banks every mile.
Right.
Oh yeah, there's banks up to. Oh my God, are they ever?
What they're really not telling you is they're called charging stations because they're charging you.
And they're going to be charging you a whole lot.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's not done yet. Oh yeah, this is only a start. Bait and switch right now.
But that's okay. That's okay. Again, it's all about self-sufficiency. The more they pinch the knot, the more people can't afford to pursue their corruption. So they have to look for an alternative, or they die. It's really that simple.
Wow.
So let the corner happen. Let the statism corporate way of life crumble, as it has to do by nature with anything that the foundation is weak and corrupt. You know, it's a good thing.
Well, yeah, but I think what they'll do is they're doing it purposely so they can start that CBDC. You know what I mean? That.
Oh yeah, well, of course they know the narrative of what I just said better than anybody because they designed it to do it that way. So that's the next stage in their plan. And of course, that's where people who don't see the writing on the wall, just like the people in Nazi Germany who fell for the go in the camps, you know, go in the trains, it's for your protection, right? Are going to do exactly that. They're just going to take the bait and sayonara, baby. That's how it goes, you know? There's not really a whole lot you could do about that other than just give people a heads up, you know, give people a heads up that the tsunami is coming for as long as you can before you're going to get hit yourself, you know, make sure you got enough time to get out of the way. And whoever didn't want to listen and pay attention, I mean, your arms are only so big to carry some people, you know, that's about the best that it is and that you can do, and so be it type thing.
I think I could get a medal for this, you know, trying my best out there, people. I mean, I'm betting zero. I should at least get a medal for it.
I'll give you a stick of cricket gum. Don't worry.
See, I'm special, Frosty. See that?
You want a medal? They'll probably give you something from a deck nailer.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's your medal.
I have a couple of nails pulled out of a 2x4 I intend to recycle. I'll send that to you if you want.
Oh, geez. You guys are so nice to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't believe this. Oh.
Stick with the deck nailer. Don't have splinters.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just, you know, I'll keep trying.
That's okay. You know, again, just, you know, shout out so that people don't worry about the ones that can't, because if even one person heard anything that saved their life to get out of that tsunami, it was worth the effort, right?
Well, the customer did. It interrupted me, putting her hands up my head, going, "This guy's nuts."
You didn't burr their hard enough.
Well, no, I'll keep trying. I won't give up. I know me. I'm stubborn.
And enjoy it. I mean, I'm having a great time with it. I really am. You know, I know that the hard knocks part is that people have to get hurt. That's not a nice thing. You know, it's not. But at the same token, there's a pro and a con to everything, and I just stand on the positive. I'm optimistic about it all. When somebody gets clunked over the head a little bit, there's probably a better chance that they'll look out better after that, you know?
Oh, yeah. What about that? It's just...
it's all perspective, you know?
Well, it was an
really
interesting day. It was an interesting day for me, getting out for a while and talking. I'm very outspoken, you know? I can talk just about to anybody, you know? Plus my spider senses comes on and I stay away.
What day is today?
Friday.
Oh, okay.
It's past 12, right? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
After a certain amount of time, you'll find yourself having to just accept a certain amount of just the reality of the situation just to maintain your own sanity. You have to. You'll go crazy otherwise. And I've seen it. I've seen people go crazy. Let me tell you, you know, I mean, going on 24 years of already since the first day having that, you know, epiphany where you look around and wait a second, they're all fucking in cocoon slumber states. And I just took off the, you know, I just came out of the thing like in the Matrix there, you know, I just came out of that little thing and I'm looking around going, oh shit. And then seeing my family is still in there and blah, 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 you know, it's been a long time since that happened. At some point you just gotta kind of, that only a certain amount of individuals who are plugged in, quote unquote, are even interested in the idea of listening to the truth about that. Never mind, what can you do about it? You know.
Well, what amazes me, and I appreciate it too, Google. I mean, Frosty was the way I was. We knew something was wrong. We knew something was definitely wrong. We couldn't pinpoint it until you discussed it with us, and it all came together on me. I don't know about Frosty, but let's say you, Frosty.
Yeah, that helped put it all together, I think. I mean, I see it. Yeah.
It's a constant thing, you know. It's this rabbit hole. I have yet to find anywhere near a bottom pit of it. That's the truth of the scenario. But you do get far enough awake, if you want to call it that, where you can just you can see where the box is, and you can see the outside of it, you know, and you can operate outside. You can see, the interesting thing is that the box itself has like kind of an infinite insanity, but being outside also has its own infinity. And so when you're awake to all that, it's like that's where the real kind of epiphanies happen, and wonderment of responsibility and the realization of life itself, you know.
Yeah, and even when you find out and you realize it's still a transition, it takes time to go in a direction that's more beneficial to you.
It certainly does. You know, there's a lot to unlearn and relearn.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of healing that goes along with that, typically. There's a lot of letting go, a lot of acceptance, you know, a lot of coming to terms with everything you think you know is a lie.
So I think the thing that is going to bring people to the realization more than any is going to be food.
Oh, yeah.
People like to eat, and when they can't, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing I've stated many times at that point. There might be some, but I think if even with the lethargicness going on, I would still be willing to put a penny down on most people are not just going to sit there and starve to death without trying something, you know.
Yeah, they'll try something.
They're going to try something. They're going to need to look for something, and you know, and that's going to be interesting. And I think there's going to be a massive amount of variety and diversity when it comes to that, which to me smells, like I said before, opportunity to temper things.
The first thing you'll see is run on grocery stores, empty shelves,
right?
And then you'll see a run from the city out into the rural areas, because they think they're gonna be able to find food out there because they've consumed everything within a city. So there's nothing left there. So you're going to keep starving if you stay there. So they're going to go out into the countryside.
Right. So here's, with that scenario, you've got, and already that's a bait switch scenario as well. So you know that the stuff that's in the food, in the grocery stores in the cities, has been designed to deplete the shit out of people who are dependent on that. So especially when the system by design is coming to a halt on its last legs, when they're just putting the clutches on it, those last loaves of bread there, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot fucking pole. Let me tell you that. I'm already not touching anything in that grocery store already for years now. But the shit in there, that's, I can only imagine that's in there right now, and what's going to be in the ingredients for the last little bits there. Holy fuck! That is literally, they're telling you we're trying to kill the population off here. That's not something you want to be eating. So, I really think that, you know, a good number of people, they're gonna fight each other and decay each other, to an interesting degree in the beehives themselves. Then some of them who made it through that are going to try to run to the rurals, but I don't think they're going to make a lot. Most of them maybe aren't really going to make it very far because they're already so fucking depleted, you know, and they're already missing a lot of education and knowledge into how and what to do. So I don't think it's going to, you know, be in the rural areas, and the outright boonies, that much of a zombie apocalypse for that long. There will be some of it for sure, and it'll be interesting to see how much. But I don't think it's gonna be where the biggest problem is. I really don't. I think the virus doesn't have the energy to spread that far. And again, that's why I'm as I forecast that, my interest is focused on, for those individuals who had enough sense to try and go that way instead of in desperation trying to eat the last loaf of bread and pizza crust that really wasn't anything but a plastic version of it in the corporate store, you know, but instead decided to go, listen, there's got to be something better. The Freedomist Project, it's waiting right for them. Let's help them out and temper the panic and the confusion so that they don't run amok when they're running into the rural areas and causing chaos there as well. And the more we can kind of save that way, the more I see that's left at the end of the attrition cycle, which is what I would call it, that has strength and wisdom and knowledge. And so this is kind of like a karmic culling of the herd in nature, the way I look at it. Just being realistic, you know, not good or bad or no bias. It's just sort of the way it is. And at the end, I see it as kind of a cycle where, you know, survival of the fittest kind of just is part of nature, so to speak. But that being said, there's also still this other narrative that the elites are trying to do with the cybernetics and whatnot. And so then we've got the next agenda and chapter after that, where I think it's not like if we make it out the other side and whatnot, and that civil war, zombie apocalypse finally tempers, I think that's just the beginning of where the real problems start. Because at that point, I think that's where we're looking at machine versus man competition. And I don't know. I'm working on solutions for that, but I haven't figured it all out yet.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
It is.
that's a different narrative. You know, perhaps the only real answer to that is using the machine, pinning it against itself, and using that technology tit for tat style. Probably the only thing we can do.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Now, I know you guys heard me say this many times. Cold cow.
Cold
I've
cow.
never heard that.
Never heard of cold cow?
Cold
Oh.
cow. Moo.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I wanted to show this so everybody we keep talking about it.
What is a
My
cold cow?
wife conned me. She
Oh,
gave me
you
the
went?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, here we go. Okay, how come it ain't working? Probably because I didn't put no music on, right? Nope. It's all right.
Cold cow ice cream.
It's utterly freezing.
It's quite a little place.
Looks like a nice little place.
It is. It is. They're right by high school, right in the corner. They're open 24/7.
Oh, wow.
So they freeze the cow, and that
Okay, we are
it produces
going to
ice cream
Oak
directly.
Town.
Hell, you get to drink the udder. If you don't get a brain
Just a small place, but it really makes
brain
a
freeze.
lot of business,
You first.
especially in the summertime.
Oh,
It
it looks
close to
like
a
it's
high
got a
school over here.
drive-through. Is that a
Ice cream over
drive-through?
here. They
Yep.
serve more than just ice cream. They serve food as well. I don't know about the food, but I know the ice cream. Because my wife loves it. My whole family likes it. So this is the menu. They got sundaes, Ashby hand dipped flavors, soft serve, frozen yogurts. I can't see what the heck the other one says, but they
So
also
she
have a
conned
doggy
you.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Dogs only.
Yep.
Fresh pups, hot dogs, chips, flurry flavors, and build your own. So you can build whatever you want. We're just waiting for somebody right
They even
now.
had doggy Sundays for dogs.
People are very nice, though. They are. They're very nice. The ice cream is really reasonable, too. The price is, and the ice cream is huge. You ask for a small, it looks like a medium. You ask a medium, it looks like a large, and a large is just unreal.
The large is
See what we get into
American.
as soon as this person takes off.
It's
here.
huge. I'm telling you, it's not like a Dairy Queen.
But
Dairy
this is
Queen
better
ain't
than
got nothing
Dairy
on these
Queen, I'll
people.
tell you, it really is. I think this is the only one they have here. But I do know they make a lot of money. They're open year round.
To the franchise?
Summertime, they're open at 8
No.
until 9, I believe it was. And wintertime, they're open at 9 till 8. So, again, they're open year round. Probably because of the high school.
Come back next week.
Because
We
they're right
got
on the
cricket
corner of the high
sprinkles
school
or
over there. I'm
grasshopper.
pretty sure they come over
You
here and
know,
get ice cream.
I can hear that
Hot
lady.
dogs, chips,
Hey, that guy with
whatever.
that
But they do have a
cell
good
phones
selection
on
of
there.
menu here.
Close down the store.
And like I said, the ice cream is good. And the prices are very reasonable. They really are. Poboley's the one that told us about this place. Now he's got my whole family hooked up on this. Even our daughter and our grandkids come over here and eat. But it is decent. All right, let's see if we can get a hold of her and talk to her here. As soon as this guy leaves and see what we can do here. We'll tell her what we're doing so she don't get scared or whatever. Petrified.
You can't film me.
Hello there. We're promoting your business today. No, we really are. We're promoting your business. You're going to be on YouTube. Okay, so we're just showing them the menu we have here, and I go on live, so
Tell them what I want.
we're going to tell you what we need here, okay? All we want is one thing. I don't want anything at all.
A medium chocolate malt.
A medium chocolate malt, please.
You want any whipped cream on it? Yes.
Thank you.
See what she does to
Oh,
me?
here it is up here. Look at the lights. Look at this. 435. Look at the different selections up here. Like I said, they have a lot of selections here.
They even have vegan ice
We're
cream.
over on here at Love My Road in Hartford, just south of Love My Road. To the okay. There you go. Keep the change.
Thank you.
Thank
Right
you.
now.
Okay. Appreciate it. I'm gonna show you some stuff over here. And again, they have like doggy Sundays. I don't know if you can see that or not, but they do have a variety of stuff. Real good varieties. So she was a pretty good Joe about it. She didn't mind me taping her. So
Hey, what, is that an insect on the sticker
Frosty
there?
products. Vegan. Tahitian vanilla. Never heard of that before.
See, gluten free too.
That's the first one.
Either
I
an
made up
insect or an
here now.
alien or
They're close
both.
enough here.
But you never seen that before though.
You see
Vegan.
it?
What
No,
are we,
never heard of that before.
Tahitian vanilla?
Strictly new. Well, as soon as she gives us the ice cream, then we're done. Shut this thing off and we're going. Oh, thank
You
you.
can get dogs with it.
Yep. There you go. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too.
See you in a while. Well, folks, that's just about it. We're done. So have a good day.
Were you deprived?
Yeah. Yeah. And she sat there and ate the whole thing. Yeah.
Makes me want to go put my strawberry jam jar in the freezer. I don't have any ice cream.
Go to Coke. Come on up. But they had dog treats and they had vegan ice cream. I've never heard of that before. That is bizarre.
Well, we have a little store similar to that, but they sell custard. They tell you it's not ice cream, it's custard. But
So
it's a little store. It's pretty popular.
I've heard it before. We get it up here, but what is the difference between ice cream and custard? It's still dairy, isn't it? Or no?
I don't know. Somebody told me one time, but I forgot. But that's always a question I have too. Yeah, I can't
think
answer
custard
that.
is more whipped cream.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get my coffee. Up right back. I just ran out. Shoot. Like George Byrne without my cigar. I can't talk, so I gotta have my coffee. I'll be right back, everybody.
Meter's running. We're charging by the second.
And I know I can hear Frosty.
That'll be 4 large malts.
Oh shit. Oh well, what's happening, Frosty? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good.
Stuff.
Yeah, I gotta figure out something to put in my little garlic honey fermentation to keep the garlic down below the honey, and still allow it to off gas.
Growing. You mean you're growing some garlic?
No, I'm fermenting it in honey.
Oh, you're fermenting it. Oh, that's interesting. You're fermenting the garlic.
Yeah.
First I heard anybody do that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful when you take the lid off. You get that real strong garlic odor, and but I've got to be able to keep the garlic is floating in the honey, so I've got to push it down, keep it under there so that it doesn't mold or something. And at the same time, I got to keep the lid on loose enough so it can off gas.
Yeah, that's interesting. Have you tried doing a bit of research?
Well, people use various things. They say you can't use metal, and I've got some rather smallish jars. So
I was thinking a mason jar that you baked maybe first or something.
Yeah, it's like a small mason jar that jelly would come in.
Right.
But what I'm thinking of doing, I've got a big brick of beeswax, and I think I could cut it to fit, so to speak, thick enough so where I could put it on top and push the garlic below the honey.
Right. Interesting. So you're going to ferment that, and then what are you going to do? It's going to end up being a little different than a fermented juice and stuff, or a mushroom. Are you going to just mix it with something for consumption, or straight
I'm gonna put it in food.
Yeah.
Anything that you would put garlic in, you can put garlic in a lot of stuff. I'll chop it up, mash it up, put it in different, spaghetti or stew. Put it in my stew.
So is this gonna change the culture from what is in the garlic. The substance in the garlic by default are very potent against certain things. It's like nature's antibacteria, really. But anything fermented tends to promote a probiotic. So does it change it that way as well? You're going more into
Yeah,
a probiotic thing?
Yeah, it's supposed to do both.
Interesting.
As I understand it. I mean,
I
there's
can
a
see
guy
the
named-
logic in that. I can see it'd be interesting to try for sure.
and you could use the honey too.
Well, yeah,
You know?
yeah. What kind of honey are you using?
It's fresh raw honey from the countryside around here.
Oh, okay, that's great. Awesome. So real honey, which
Yeah,
has
real honey.
which is loaded with probiotic. All right.
Yeah. So you can use a little bit like a salad dressing on your salad, you know?
Right.
Turn some of the bitter, like dandelion maybe, or whatever, a little more tastier.
Yeah, I would think so. That would be interesting.
But I got a big block of beeswax. I had 2 big blocks of them, but I boiled one down to use on my machines in my shop here, you know, for the cast iron surfaces. That's originally why I bought it, but I got an extra one. I think I can cut something just a little bit smaller than the jar opening and, you know, make it like an inch thick or something. That's about all I need. They'll still be able to off gas around the edge of it.
Right.
Leave the lid on just, you know, to keep things out, but just, you know how you snug it up and then just back it off 1/8 of an inch. That's enough for the gas to escape.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think I started that. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, I think. Yesterday or the day before, I don't know. Days keep running together.
How long does it take to ferment that?
They say leave it in 2 weeks to a month, something like that, before you use it. Somewhere in that neighborhood, you know, you can get away with 2 weeks. You can get away with it's better for a month.
Right.
So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it in for a month before I actually try and use it.
That's not too long.
No.
Sauerkraut takes a long time.
Does it take a long time? Because I was thinking on doing that too, but
I believe so.
from
Ferdy,
what
do you know?
Huh?
You know, you're not sure? No, she's not sure.
But the recipe for sauerkraut seems to be salt and water.
Yes, that's a good way to start a lot of fermenting things. You can do mushrooms that way too. Oh, we lost Frostley. Did you put him down, Mr. Brown?
That'll teach him. Talk about my food for you. I'll just say,
check the basement.
You ever? No, not yet. You ever try the kimchi? Nope.
Kimchi.
No. I think I'm saying it right. Kimchi. Oops, I got the.
Hold on one. I'll be right back. Fruity needs to ask me something. I'll be right back.
Kimchi, right?
Kimchi, like a CH.
Kimchi. Chi.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've had that before. That's good. I can buy it here at the store. Costs a little bit. Is it good? Damn.
Well, I tried it, but it's too hot for me. The one I tried. There's milder versions of it, but man, the one I tried was so damn hot. It's not something I could handle.
Yeah, it's hotter the better.
But you can ferment just about anything. I was watching some videos on it. They'd show you how to do it.
Just salt and water, eh?
Mostly, yeah, salt and water. This garlic's the only thing I've seen them recommend honey with.
No, if I'm right, you don't have to can it either. You just put the jar on it and close it because the salt will kill all the bacteria. If I'm right.
Yeah, you got to let it off gas.
Mm.
It releases CO2. So there you are.
I guess it would. Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah. Like you said, the garlic too as well, bought it that way. Really.
And you can ferment things in alcohol. That's another thing you can do. In fact, I used to have somebody gave it to me. I don't remember who it was, but it was like a starter. It had a bunch of different fruit in it, and it turns into alcohol. And when you get down, before you run out of it, you just add a bunch more fruit and let it ferment for a while.
I have a friend who lived by the ocean and would go to the ocean and would go somewhere about 15 to 20 feet in offshore. It was a certain amount. It was very methodical. And they would take a water can and keep the lid on it and put the water maybe about three or 4 feet from the top and at least 4 or 5 feet from the bottom. There's kind of a middle section there where it's kind of like the sweet spot. And then he would open the lid and gather about a liter or two of water doing that. And he would take it back and use that as a starter kit for fermenting a variety of different things, mushrooms being one of the main ones. And the rest he would just drink.
Wow.
Literally drink straight. No filter, no nothing.
He's got guts.
Very healthy individual, I will tell you. Very healthy individual. In his 20s.
I bet you guys one thing you won't know. In the tequila bottles, sometimes they have caterpillars in there, in the bottom. For one thing, it's a symbol. It shows that it's their brand. But do you know why they put that in there?
I can't remember. Is it a caterpillar or a worm? I thought it was a worm.
It might be a worm. My apologies. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big fat worm. I've drank that tequila.
I'm not sure why. It's good. Interesting.
Frosty, do you know why?
I don't remember. No, I don't.
You got money, and I'll tell you. No, the reason why they
listen to you.
The reason why they put that worm in the bottle, if it curls up too much, the alcohol's too strong. If it doesn't curl at all, it's too weak. If it curls just right, it's perfect.
Ah, so it's a measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Curly worm. The curly worm gets the juice.
Never drank it, but I should say I never ate it, but no.
At least that's the testimony that was given after they wrote down the cause of death.
Yeah, pinworms. Where'd that come from? I don't know. I see the bottle though.
Yeah, most of your yeah, I'm sure you could still get that tequila with the worm in it. They probably still make it. It came out of Mexico, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, now you know why they put the worm in there, other than it being their brand, but which makes sense to me. It does.
Yeah. So these days it's just for show because they've got it scientifically formulated. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wouldn't doubt that. No, yeah.
The time I get down to the worm, I'm too goddamn messed up.
So's the worm.
No, just what position he's in.
Hey, you start talking to that worm from that bottle, you're in trouble. So, all right, yeah.
What they didn't tell you is it's the ones where he was straight is the ones where that's the good shit. That's the shit on sale, you know.
Oh,
that's the stuff you really want.
That used to be one of my favorite drinks. Was tequila, lemon or lime and salt. Ooh.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now if you get the high price tequila, man, is it good? I mean, it's tasty. It's somewhat smoother.
Yeah. I drink that to one proof. We call that. Got it. What's the name of it? Don Q. I don't know if you ever drank that before.
Don Q.
151 Don Q. Yeah. Oh my God. I was at my neighbor's house. We're playing pool, and my daughter was there, and he's getting me loaded, and I didn't know he was really pouring it on, and I said, "Well, it's time for me to leave because I'm starting to feel it now." So I take my daughter and I grab her, take her across the street, put her on the ground. I walked in the bathroom, take a leak, and I felt right in bathtub, ripped out the whole curtain, everything, the rod fell on me. I went, "What the hell?" My wife comes running in, says, "You stupid drunk son of a bitch." I'm trying to get out of it. I couldn't get out. I was, oh my God. I felt bad the next day. Then I had to fix the curtain rod and everything else. I went, oh man. Oh, I really got my ass chewed on that one. I never went over his house either to drink anymore. That was it. No more. Oh, he screwed me up good.
Where's the rest of the crew tonight?
Tell anybody. We started late. Me and Frosty were talking, and I was asking about the rutabaga that he bought. Because that's why I went out today to get some rutabaga, and I ate one whole one already. And so I'm thinking, well, you know what? Since Frosty got me into this, I'm going to ask him how he did, with his rutabaga. Well, he hasn't done it. He hasn't done it yet. He's going to wait till this weekend to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to see if he liked it or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my stew this weekend. Which reminds me, see, today's Friday. I either got to go to the store today or tomorrow. I need to get some celery and I don't know. Oh, maybe some mushrooms. Maybe I'll put some mushrooms in my stew.
Sounds good. Well, tell me what happens, okay? Tell me if you like it or not. Not the stew, but I mean the rutabaga.
Rutabaga. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. Have you ever had that, Guru?
What is it?
Rutabaga.
I think so. Not that I was conscious of eating when I ate it, but I think so.
Okay. Well, all right.
Well, I've always heard of it, but I've never
It's
actually
Japanese, right? Just say yes. It's not a question.
Yeah.
That was my story. I'm sticking to it.
I think they have a little difficulty with the R.
Rutabaga.
Rutabaga. Rutabaga.
Yeah. That's not bad, though. I mean, you can eat it raw. It's kind of hard, but, if you got good teeth, you can eat it with a little bit of salt. Unless you cut it down a little bit, thinner, but yeah, it's good.
Well, if I like it in the stew, I'm going to try different ways. I'll make some rutabaga chips.
Yeah, you can do that. Pretty sure you can do that. So it's like I said, it's like a potato.
Make some rutabaga hash browns.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I'll let you guys talk. I want to find out what family that belongs to. Belongs to the potato family or what?
Cabbage family.
Oh, is it? Okay, cabbage? Really? Okay.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Earlier, I heard Frostley was quoting me what I said the other day about how the populace chooses government over self-government, that whole thing. Was that coming from just memory, Frostley, or did you see my quote of the day about that?
No, that was just memory.
That was just memory. Interesting. Well, that was pretty damn good because that's a big thing. The whole thing to remember like that. That was quite well remembered. But I actually put that out just today as a quote of the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I formulated that. Hold on a second. Let me just, I was just in the midst of pulling that up here. Where did I put that damn thing? There it is. Okay, I'll put it in the basement. Here it comes.
All right. Got it. Oop. Hold on. There it is. Such populace. Under my glasses. Such populace. Since the populace is too dumb and incompetent to govern themselves, we will hire some of the populace that's too dumb, incompetent to govern themselves, to govern and regulate fictional rules by force to the rest of the populace, and trade away self-governing government. We will never stop this pursuit, regardless of its results or consequences, or that would be considered unpatriotic. New Guru quote of the day. Very good.
Yeah, very good.
How do you is this coming to your head? Do you do this?
Yeah.
Wow, you're good.
Brought in by the pinworms.
Right. Right. That's if I scroll down, the name of it is really Ode to Pinworm 77 edition.
Ode to Pinworm. Can I have some?
I wasn't supposed to show that part, but Frostley revealed the secret.
I outed him.
That's good though. I mean, to think of something like that in your head and just put it on there. I mean, it's legit.
Which
Yeah.
exactly what we have, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
It's just how it's working.
Yeah.
Or not working, rather. You know, it's just what's going on.
Yeah, not working is right. Yeah.
Because
There is
I mean, it spawns from conversation with people, right? Because a lot of people I talk to, they're just like, when I mention the idea about going self-sufficient and whatnot, a lot of people have this rhetoric, this patriotic rhetoric about, well, we need some form of government. There'll always be some form of government, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just thinking to myself, if how do I put together the reality of the rhetoric that they're spouting for? And that's exactly it, is they're spouting for the ideology of because my typical response for that is, well, who's the angel who's supposed to be in charge? That's perfect and doesn't sin and will be fair and regulate fair and not tread on us and not tread on. There's nobody, right? So the only possible next best part of a thing to shoot for is incompetence, because what we're talking about is anything less than perfection is incompetence. And so that's the logic we're shooting here for with this form of government and democracy and all that, is let's hire incompetence to regulate us. Where's the logic in this?
And then to take it one step further, they look for the absolute dumbest and most incompetent among the population,
right.
among the population to enforce it.
Right.
To enforce it. We call them
right.
We call them cops.
Because only the dumbest would. right? Only
Yeah.
the dumbest would fall for that and fall for getting paid to by force the regulation over the rest of the people who want to just be more peaceful and not realize that you're actually doing your own self in because you're advocating for that system, which includes yourself too. You know, you have to be pretty fucking stupid not to see the obvious on that. But hey, you know, whatever works.
We need a king. We have to have one.
That's right. We need a king.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We got out of England just to get away from this bullshit. It's even worse now than it ever was. We went back and stayed in England. Damn.
And if you don't participate, you're, heaven forbid, unpatriotic. You're not doing your duty, and you know, therefore you can't bitch about the insanity result or consequence. You know, because bitching is the benefit and privilege that you get to have that you just wouldn't want to do away with, and heaven forbid actually think about some logical sense of solutions or anything like that. No, we can't have that. No, bitching and moaning and complaining and finger pointing and yelling and fighting and screaming at you know, the person that I voted to represent me, never mind present myself with nature. No, we want representation so that I can blame. It's been working for so long, hasn't it? You know, yes, we need this form of government. This is exactly what we need to continue. The idea to do away with this lunacy after perhaps thousands of millennia of trying it, we just can't do it. No, we can't give up. Again, that would be unpatriotic of us to even think of that. No, we just need to keep trying to reform it. And, you know, if we just get the right people in there, the right incompetent people, because there's no such thing as competence in the populace.
And the icing on the cake is we're going to write this document. We're going to write these rules down that you have to abide by, but it's going to be in a language that has to be interpreted because you're too stupid to read it and know what it says.
Right. So
it has to be interpreted.
So that was my response to that. You know, I'm always forever trying to come up with better semantics to just hit home on responding to the lunacy with logic. And so that was my response to that. And in addition to that, there was a quote that was a precedenter to that day before. And I'll show it here. Just 1 second there. It's in the basement, Mr. Brown. Put that one up.
It is? Where'd it go? Oh, hold on. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta have to clean this out here. There it is, I see it.
This is when you see it, this is actually a song that I made up that I've been singing for about 3 days now nonstop. Oh no, sorry, that's today's quote. Wait a second. Let me switch it. Wrong one. Although that's a good quote today too.
I like it.
Does not matter which team you're on. If you play ball with corruption, you're part of corruption.
That's true.
I think it's this one. Hold on a sec. Where's the switcher on that? There it is. This is a poem put to music. It should be "Oh what a scam! Oh what a scam!" Actually.
Yeah.
I like that. Oh, what a scam! Oh, what a scam! What a scam! What a scam! That sounds like a lyric or something.
It is. I just made it up 3 days ago.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds okay.
It almost sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just I think one of the birthers said that on TV.
I think you're right.
Oh, what a scam! Oh, what a scam! Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna copy that.
Well, you want me to be a politician, and I'm certainly stupid and incompetent every bit as much as you, not more so. So certainly I could represent you.
It would be legitimate.
Yeah, I certainly could represent you.
And if you buy my cricket shares and promote them, well, you promote them. I'll give you a whole bunch. I'll give you a whole bunch for free. You just got to promote them for me. This is lobbyism 101.
Yeah. I'll trade you one bag, one bushel of crickets, or a charging station today.
Deal. Deal. You got my vote.
So you have
I
an
vote
abundance.
for. I
You have
vote
an
for brain
abundance.
freeze. We must freeze out all that thinking.
Oh, we'll throw in some cold cow.
Well, wasted on that one. She sure is. She loves her cocoa. I'll tell you what's bad about it is these people just vote just to vote. They have no idea who these people are. They just vote. The last
They're
time I
getting what
voted,
they want. They're getting what they want.
yeah, oh yeah. We go on the internet and check to find out if they're Democrat, Republican, read up on it, and then we check it. We do anything, and it still didn't help.
Here's a couple other quotes that you might not have seen as of late. Rules are for fools.
I do that one too. Hold on here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sounds good. Sounds good. People are buying into it though.
I got
They
another
don't do
one.
their homework.
Rules are for rulers, foolers, followers. Fools are for followers, or followers are for fools. Something along those lines. I got to reform it still.
Rules are for fools.
Rules are for fools.
Yeah, I got that too. I got your name on there, so I won't take credit for this.
No, whatever. All these are in your email, right? You're on my quote of the day list.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was. I know. I look at it now and then. I'm so done. Like today, I was really busy. Wow. And then 2 days ago, we had a flood. It wasn't my flood. My neighbor's flood.
Oh yeah, I remember you were telling me. Sorry,
yeah,
I turned a page. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, come on, I'm all set. Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
So when you do this, I just keep them and put them on there and put them on the internet with your name on it. I don't take any credit for anything. It's not mine. I mean, anybody deserves a pinworm. I mean, that's it. You got it. To be that smart, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, whoa, shit.
Wait, hurry up. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, wait.
I got it. Yep, I got it. Okay, remember this.
Hold on. Hold on
this,
before I
Frosty.
remember.
I'm going to ask you this
Hold on
tomorrow.
before I remember. Hold on before I remember. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're a perfect candidate to run for office. It's just amazing how people get fooled. It really is.
This quote is inspired by my contemplations about how so easily people get distracted and stay that way, missing the obvious right in front of them.
Sorry about. Copy this first. No wonder my phone's always full. Right there. Got it. I got it. What does this say though? Worry not about the distraction all around you. Concern yourself instead with remembering to divert your focus and attention away from them so you never forget the truth. I like that. I like that. I'm telling you the truth when I say this, but we got a bunch of college grads that are just a book of useless knowledge. Seriously, in our government.
Yeah, knowledge is a subjective word.
I'm from Harvard. I got a PhD. Well, good. You got common sense with that or what? The hell? Authority is a. Authority is a derivative of the word Arthur. He who writes
Author.
it. No, let's say okay, Arthur. He who writes it writes the rules. However, it's all a made-up fiction. How do we know? Because it came from exists in man's imagination, not in reality of nature by default. All right, now that's a little tricky for me. Hold on.
It's not tangible.
Yeah, anything in the imagination is just that, imagined.
Gotcha. Reality of nature by default. I understand now. That's what they're doing too right now. So
The only
Whatever
real
they
authority
can
is
imagine.
nature itself.
Whatever they can imagine is what they're trying to push on you. When they
Right.
transition you from one thing to another, they're transitioning you with imagination.
And that's not to get religious on anybody, but as religious scholars or studies, you'll understand this. That by definition is a false prophet. You're writing an author. You're an author of fiction. You're not an author of fact. An author of fact just talks about nature, and nature is just factual. It's the way it is. That's the only real authority. Anything other than that is a screw or personification, which is fictional, and that's the very definition of a false prophet or a snake oil salesman, a scammer.
boy, they
There's
can
three of
sell
us.
too.
There's three of us. We can play some 3-card money.
It's just a simple one. I like to mix it up, you know. I like to kind of go with what I feel the energies and the moods for today, and sometimes I think people just like to hear a nice reminder of something positive. So there was that one a couple days ago. Also, it spawned from an otter activist by the name of you might be familiar with him, Frostley, Mexican Longhair.
Oh,
He
I know
goes out.
him. Yeah.
You know him? Yeah, he goes out every few days or whatever, and he's got a generous heart. He makes sandwiches and brings some water, and he just goes out and just gives them to people who look like they're in need.
Kindness is contagious. This. Now that is true, and I'll tell you why. Because when I laugh and giggle and have a good time out, everybody else is, listening. We all start laughing. You know what I mean? Especially when we play like euchre, we tell jokes, we have a good time, we laugh, and the people around us start listening.
Right. And when I watch kindness, I always hear people. It gets their kindness wheels churning, like they think about, oh, I want to help out a little bit like that too. It does. It spills over.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to driving in the slush by somebody walking. Winter's coming.
yell out with the bullhorn while you're doing. Kindness is contagious. New guru quote today. Don't forget it.
Well, to be real kind, just reverse it and do it again. Reverse the vehicle.
Just making sure you're getting your money's worth.
You didn't see the guy.
Okay, I think this is the last one that you haven't seen yet.
Okay. Nature cares not who made the meal in your mouth. If you put it in there and it's poisoned. Wait a minute. Okay. Your mouth, if you put it in there, it's poison. It's your fault. Your conscious. Okay, Tabera. We talked about that before.
Yeah, so I don't have to say where this one, where the incentive of this one spawned from.
Good man, Frosty. I'm proud of that, man.
Snowman here with some yellow snowballs for you.
we talking about? Yep. Wow. You've been busy. You've been busy.
I've got about between 500 and 600 of these.
Wow.
Before I do the real thing, it'll be a 2-year run thing. I'm gonna turn them into calendars that people can download and stuff.
Man, you must have one hell of a unit at your house with all that memory. Damn. That's got to be awesome. Really.
It's just a hard drive.
Yeah, but the amount of, geez, oh man. It's just a regular hard drive. It's not an external, internal,
Nope.
extra. Wow.
No, like I'll show you here. Like I'll just flip through them all. They're all in here. You see how many I'm going through? They're all just in a file folder.
This Frosty, we're going to have a test on this tomorrow.
It's all in a hard drive. You just stroke it until it spits out the information.
Wow, look at all that.
Yeah, I've got about 180 in one file, and that's the file that I've already sent out so far. And then I've got another file that reaches almost the 500 mark, and then I've got a Google Doc with about another 75 or so that haven't reached the design yet, and Fruity helps me out with that. She also makes little cartoons for some of them too, as you can see. If I can find one here that she did. She's a bit of an artist, like from scratch and stuff, so she'll make like she put together that for that one. Let me see if I can find one that she drew, her little art stuff.
You know, Fruity. You know, Frosty? Where'd
Yeah,
you go?
quite well.
If Fruity can do it, we can do it. We'll make our own saying. What do you think? Don't eat yellow snow.
Well, she's contributing to the art, though.
Oh,
You have to have the art. I've seen your third grade drawings, Bill Brown, and
He's trying to tell me I'm fired. Trying to say it in a nice way. Well, that's good.
This is what this is one of her little art drawing things that she did.
No real authorities in life. There is. I can't see that. So I can see my. God, I'm getting blind. All right, I can't see. Yes, you really can't.
what do you want to see?
What's the top saying?
Self-proclamation because we said so authorities. That's
Self-proclaimed because we said so authorities.
Yeah, so that's the representing the police station.
Right.
And the cop says, yes, you really can't do that just because we said so.
The man here is he's reading the regulations, and then you got your classic officer right here.
Officer right here.
She did a good job. She really did.
Yeah, so she does. I think that's one of her thingamabobbers. She's got
like
this.
that.
She's got this special tool she uses to make patterns like that. There, that's hers too. This is a funny one.
Brown. Oh, Bill Brown's in it.
It's got to be a good cartoon. If you're so
if you're having health problems, there's only one way to fix it. Quit doing the shit that's causing you health problems. Why do I keep getting these fucking skin rashes?
I didn't have no coke out today. I was good.
Yeah.
I just got pit.
There's a
Law
good
is
one.
not something you can create. A law is something that can be created. It's not something that can be created, changed, or altered. It is an inalienable principle of nature that is set in stone, not a made up thing by man or any other species, and is oxymoron to the rule, not synonymous with. I command you to stop falling while gravity is against the law.
Good luck with that, mister. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Gravity's against the law. Yeah.
And that's what they're fucking doing to people too. You can't say that, it's against the law. You gotta do this because I told you so. What are you fucking talking about? Meanwhile,
That's true.
And it's totally against human nature, what they want
Right?
you to do.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's why people get caught up in this semantic word. Rule and law are opposites. They're not synonyms.
They're just
and
crazy.
one is a fiction. The other is a reality. Man-made rule is a scam. Oh, what a scam, what a scam. The rule of law is a scam.
Do me a favor again. Put your email address on there so everybody can see it if they happen to go by it.
Sure.
So keep putting your email in there, so it ain't gonna bother me any. You know that. Oh, I'm not a secret. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not. What is this? Question everything in life. Especially, where's my glasses at? Damn it. I think he does this
Here,
purposely.
I'll zoom up. Is that better?
Yeah. Yaka ayuto mo atiya. There we go. Question everything in life, especially your own belief system, and choose to stand in factual truth, not blind for opinion. Because if you are not correct with facts, you are certainly not factually correct. That's true. That's why I try to. What's that say? COVID is. Well, just like Santa Claus, I know it's true because. Yeah, right. Government has his own, but yeah, right. Like Santa Claus. Yeah, okay. I like the way she put the eyes on that, covered them up. Won't break it. I know the people. I can tell. It's true though. It is true. I mean, this. Well, like I told you, when I had that party with my friend, we went over his house, and he was telling me he had the Kool-Aid shot, every one of them, and he was for it. I just let it go. You know what I mean? I mean, way about it. And I told him, well, you know, people are getting sick with this. Well, that's only nature. You know, it's just percentages. And I'm thinking, yeah, more percentages. You know, I let it go.
Well, when he's on number 165, he might realize his mistake.
Yeah, yeah. He's a good guy. I hope not, but you know, him and his wife both got it. You know. And then he's telling me that his friend had it, and he wished to God that he would have took the Kool-Aid. He felt so sick. But that's another deal.
This one here is. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you ever listened to Jordan Peterson? I think that's his name.
I believe so. That name rings a bell.
Man, you know, I mean, he explains it so well. Everybody's trying to get him and prove him wrong, but he shuts them down right and left and leaves a lot of them speechless with just telling the truth.
I think I heard about him on the Art Bell show first, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah, he might very well have been on there because, well, he lectures all over. You know, he was
Well, I ain't gonna go into it because it's too long and difficult to explain. But if you get a chance to listen to him, he's well worth listening to on a lot of
Yeah.
subjects.
Yeah, noted. I'll definitely revisit that name.
I'll probably forget the name, but I'll get a hold of Frosty tomorrow and he give it to me, and I'll go look
Yeah,
up.
you'll remember to do that. I'm banking on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got a perfect one. I don't know if we could do a stream on it, but I got a perfect one. Man, does he lay it out?
If we talk in between, we can, I think.
We'll give it a try.
I'm game. Are you game there?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Are you game there, Bill Brown?
Yeah, I'll pick the
I'm
the
game.
one because I got one in mind. I think you guys will like it.
Cool.
Well, let me talk to my consultation here. What do you think, Mr. Bill Brown? Yeah, it sounds good to me. You sure? Yeah.
Pass the butter. Yeah, pass the butter.
Butter cake.
As long as we get another pack of them cricket gum, I'm there.
I'll take it. I'll take it. That's good for you, Bill Brown. Oh yeah, it's real good.
This one here is inspired by all them conversations I have about self-sufficiency and living natural life. In my visitations and expedition, I have seen the two sides of the coin. It's so night and day, it's ridiculous. This is what beehive life leads to, always, no matter who's involved in it. And this is the natural life. Everybody's healthy, everybody's in abundance. Nature leaves behind that which doesn't align with it. It's just basic math 101.
Well, I'm trying to get the doggone book that my daughter hasn't got yet. I want to try some of that stuff, but no. I got to pull teeth just to get the damn book.
I was a little late getting this one out, but as soon as the cooties came out, this is what first came to my head here, because I knew it was all a fraud right from the beginning.
Oh yeah, we see. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
Remember that one?
I remember that one. Yep, I sure do. I
That was back when you could run.
I was chasing after birthers.
I'm going to modify this. Above here, I'm going to put Mr. Brown and birther.
Yeah, put that on there. Yeah, for sure. Human being is the only animal dumb enough to put his own kind in a cage because of a plant. I'm so ashamed. There's weed in my garden. Yeah. Wow.
Secondary charge is your garden wasn't registered, mister.
Exactly. And you had a tomato grown.
That's going to be, believe it or not, it's funny, but it's going to come up the way they're talking about it right now. You got to register a community. Unless you don't.
Yeah, you can read that if you want. It's a little hard to see, but
you don't have any morals and ethics. Being part of the nation is not something to be proud of. It's a disgrace. It sure is. They're all in on it. Slavery war like that. Hold on here. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Can you make that just a little bit smaller? I want to get the whole picture.
There you go.
I appreciate that. Yeah, oh yeah. Oops, I just screwed up. Oh man. Hold on here. Yeah, got it. Thank you. That's gonna be perfect.
This is one of Fruity's beauties here. Look at
You have your head's
ass head.
Yes, it's going to be rather difficult to see. Think about it. What's it say? What could you possibly?
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
Fruity did that?
Yeah, she drew that.
She did a
Yeah.
good, she did a good job.
I threw her the quote and said, "Come up with something cute for it." And that's what she threw together.
What could possibly go wrong? Look at that. Oh, I wish I could take that and put it said put it out through YouTube. What people would shit on that one.
As soon as I get
well,
to 500, I'm going to be putting them on my on that community page thing for sure.
oh, I wish I had her talent. That is great.
This one might be a little hard to see all the details in it, but
Nationality and freedoms are oxymorons. Not I got my glasses on. No, it's up to you to choose. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about the small print down here. Oh.
right. I'll zoom in.
Wow.
As you can see here, you've got two paths. Okay, so one is the path of freedom, and the other path is nation state. So you got all these people in freedom here, you know, free food for all, having a picnic, enjoying themselves, and here's statism life.
You know, I'm telling you, and Frosty agreed. The picture on the left is what it used to be. You know, I heard a person today on TV saying he can't even take his kids out anymore because he's scared that someone's going to grab him or hurt him, you know, purposely.
Look at this guy. You got this soldier. He's looking at all these people.
Look at these crazy.
He's looking at the freedom line. Look what he says.
You know, the terrorists with guns out there. Wow.
Now that's in reference to my channel and the Freedomist Project. Look at them crazy freedomists out there. Because that's what people think I am, right? Some terrorist.
Show me your papers.
Right?
They're not talking to the people. They're talking to that dog.
This guy here, he's all burnt out from Beehive Life. I wish I could just go camping forever. Here you got these people. That's what they're doing right on the other side.
What's that guy say in the election? Election, you're free to choose who we tell you to choose. Yeah, that's right, too. Yep.
Election is dead.
You got, you got upside down. That's Pepsi sign, right? If you read it, it's is dead. Here you got somebody, a whistleblower. He's saying, but he was just released from the psych ward. He's running for office.
He's good to go. Put him in, coach.
We'll vote for him. Show me your papers. Illegals.
More rules equals more dollars for me. Green curtains are illegal.
I love that. Shit. I'm broke. Guess I'll have to skip dinner again. That's true, too. That is true. That is very, very true. I know it's hard to breathe, and I feel like I'm going to pass out too, honey. But it's for our health. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. It's for our health. That's a good cartoon. Worse addiction than crack. Most crackheads are at the very least not in denial about how toxic the shit is. Yeah, you know what? Talk about that for a minute. Not about nationalism, but what they do to you. They put it on your head. Smoking isn't good for you. And I can understand that. You know, cigarettes. You know, oh my God, secondhand smoke, everything else. Vaping is no good. but yet the same people don't say anything about people smoking marijuana with a bong. You know
They
what I'm
also
saying?
don't say anything about how bad for your health voting in democracy is, and paying attention to all these addictive distractions on the television is.
Oh my God! Every single day something. You're right. You're right.
Right.
So
I got
toxic.
another one that says patriot is worse than an alcoholic. At least the alcoholic has a chance to sober up in the morning.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. Well, you never get a chance with the other way, you know, never. It's always something out there. I'm
Another
telling
one
you
of
that
fruity design.
they are going full gear right now with this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Full gear before the elections.
This one's pretty funny too.
Me and Frost are going to get together. We're going to do our own thing. Calling something a law as if it's set in stone in nature's when it's a nothing. Calling something a law as if it's set in stone in nature when it's nothing but a fiction made up by someone is insane, delusional, and to realize. Running out of the season is against the law. I order you, Mr. Flower, to stop immediately. Can't shoot it. Can't shoot it. Got handcuffs too in the bottom. Got handcuffs. Got handcuffs in the bottom of the plant. Wow. That's true, though. It is true.
Yeah.
Did that too.
Yeah.
Damn, she is good. I give her credit. Tell her she's good. She really is.
We like to make a mockery of the mockery, you know.
That's good. They deserve it. True wealth and abundance have nothing to do with money. They are, in fact, opposites. That's true.
That's a deep one.
Gullibility and denial. The government's two favorite sins. Damn, hold on here. Hold on. I like that. I really like that. That is so true, too, you know? Oh, yeah. Are you writing this down, Frosty?
No, I have a phonographic memory.
Yeah, he proved that earlier.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah. I can always depend on Frosty.
There's one quote of the day memorized for every snowflake.
He should have been a politician. Yeah. I think Frosty would have been a good one.
It is, and always will be up to you if you want to be your government's bitch.
It is.
It is.
Always will be up to you if you want to be your government. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's, yeah. That's how I felt when I was in the military. I felt like the bitch.
There's another fruity classic. Her little design.
Standing only a sign that complains about corporations taking over the world while sipping on a Starbucks at the same time is not a very good example for being in charge. Oh, being in change you want to see. Fuck Big Pharma. NASA. That is true. And you know what's funny about this? Talking about this? You see all these corporations that we buy their product, but yet they turn right around and give the money right to the Democrats for the election. We're funding the election. You know what I mean? By buying their product. They're actually screwing us, and they don't give a shit.
Wait till you figure out that those are the same people that own the shares in the company.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Now you're getting it? There you go. I think a light bulb just went off. That's what I was saying
It
to
did.
you a couple days ago. There's no separation there. It just looks like it, right? So there's spokespersoning for themselves because they're the shareholders. This is all just a big, like I said, literally it's a big infomercial.
No wonder they get so freaking rich.
Right? That's exactly why they get so rich. They print the money, they sell the scam, people buy the scam, they own all the shares. It's checkmate before and monopoly before the first dice was rolled.
Wow, you ain't kidding me, but it blew off. It didn't just light off. It just blew off. Oh, shh. Damn.
The two pinnacle companies are BlackRock and Vanguard, I think is the other one.
That's right.
And
BlackRock,
the shareholders are the same in both, and Vanguard holds most of the shares in BlackRock, and BlackRock holds most of the shares in Vanguard, and the names behind who controls and benefits from those shares are the same as the United Nations and the 13 families.
Dirty rock. And they sit there and lie to you, you know? Oh, did you see Biden's big thing yesterday?
I heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Oh,
No.
good. I'm glad you didn't. Made me and Frosty sick. It was bad.
What did he do?
Real bad.
What did he do? Is that when he was on stage?
He lied like a mother freaker. Or I might have it. I don't know. Do I have that or what? I can't remember. See, please go ahead. You guys go ahead and talk about it. I'm going to look for it, see if I have this. I don't know if I have it or not.
Okay.
I'm going to be talking out of my ass.
If you want, again, I can just, I think I did before, but I can do it again. I'll just put all the quotes. Oh, yeah. I already did this, just not the new ones that you don't have. I did. I put them in a Google Doc. You have them in that Google Doc.
Good. I'm glad you did that. Thank you.
You just have to remember how to get to the Google Doc.
Yeah.
But they're all in there.
I had to race. Here it is. I do have it. I'll be damned. This is it, isn't it? I wonder. Yeah, we're going to have a. I think I played this already, didn't I?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I got to go. I've got to drop down.
Oh, you got to go? Okay.
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. Take care, everybody. Good.
See you later, Frostley. Have a good one.
Good night, you Frostley. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, I did put it out here. I got to talk about it, though. Which one was it? All right, let me put this up here. And we'll talk about this for a while. You tell me what you think about this. Hold on. Let me get this thing going here for a minute.
Yep.
All right, hold on there. I gotta find it again. It must be freaking easy for you to find things when you want it. Because I tell you, I have one hell of a time finding things. There we go.
Yeah, I just organized the files and folders together.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm in YouTube right now, and I'm like, what the? Oh, there it is. Go there. All right, what's the picture look like?
The one with the fish. Is that what you were
Yeah.
looking for?
Yeah, I got it.
This one. Yeah.
Go to the left, right?
That's right.
Oh, Frosty's all right.
Yeah, he sounded like he had to leave in a hurry there a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right, hold on here. Oh, Doc. Yeah, I have. I've been trying to talk to everybody I possibly can, but like I said, I'm not going to give up. But it's just not working. But people don't want to hear it. They don't want to, and I know they see it, but they don't want to hear it.
If you,
There you go. Yeah.
if you talk to 1,000 people and you get one genuine interest, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, just trying to get their attention is,
Mhm.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Well, let me go through this. Come on here. Oh. All right, listen to this real well. Listen to what he says.
Growing crisis in food insecurity, record heat, floods, and droughts, COVID-19, inflation, and a brutal, needless war. A war chosen by one man, to be very blunt. Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase the sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter. No more
Bullshit.
important than
Yep.
a clear prohibition against countries taking the territory of their neighbor by force. Again, just today, President Putin has made overt nuclear threats against Europe and a reckless disregard for the responsibilities of the non-proliferation regime. Now, Russia's calling up more soldiers.
Can you just pause it for a sec?
Sure
And
can.
the Kremlin
Okay.
is organizing.
I just want to make a note of one thing. If it was Russia was a sovereign nation, it wouldn't have any regulations to have broken. That's your first clue. It's not a sovereign nation. And there would have been nothing it could violate because it's sovereign. There's the hypocrisy right there.
I never thought about it that way. Very good. Very good.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
That was a good one. You're right. It's not a sovereign nation.
There is no such thing as a sovereign nation. A nation by design as well is the beginning of the end of sovereignty. And then the collaboration of nation state ideology is just furthermore less sovereignty. What you're talking about is just businesses consolidating and running under an umbrella, and more of a dictatorial rulership on the top type thing. That's all it is.
Which is happening right now.
Right, exactly. So again, the United Nations is just, just performing its plans and agendas, saying, okay, you over here, Russia, that's your script over there. You, Biden, you got to read from this teleprompter, and then the narrative gets played out, and then, the fools who don't know what's going on fall for the narrative.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what he did too. I was watching his eyes. He's reading a teleprompter, both sides.
That's right.
He turned
That's
his
right.
head left. Yep, exactly. You're right. Absolutely right. Don't know what the hell he's talking about, but to him, he doesn't. He just says the words. He's totally out of it. Okay.
A sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened, but no one threatened Russia.
Again, this is a game. What are we doing over there helping Ukraine? Why doesn't the United Nations just do it? They got over 100 and some countries, but yet they allow us to go over there to cause this shit. We shouldn't even be over it. Seriously. They should be handling it their own selves. But, we got to get involved in everything. And chances are we're going to lose the war anyway, like we always do. It's just, and another thing, if there is a nuclear war, which I don't think it's going to be, it's just a farce.
Yeah.
But if there is, yeah. I do believe, well, I know they will. They'll hide in Cheyenne Mountain. These cowards, the ones that started all this shit,
Yeah. I mean, if their goal was to have a nuclear war, what's with the stalling then? It doesn't make sense. I think they probably would have already, done that a long time ago. The only result of a nuclear war is it wipes out so many things, So that would be really the only reason to do that. And if that was your agenda, then what was the point of prolonging that? At this point, this doesn't make sense.
It's true. I mean, total genocide, but it's going to be on his side as well as our side. Who wins? No one does.
Nobody wins in this corporate game.
No.
Everybody who plays loses by default.
Yeah.
Because every single ounce of energy you put into playing the game is an expense that you can never recover. It's a delegated ounce of energy that you gave away and traded away your own sovereignty for nothing by doing that.
I agree with you. That's just a word, sovereignty. It is. It's just a word that they made up.
It really just means the same thing that I talk about if you want to look at it. Well, actually, sovereign. There's another word even above sovereign. So if you want to get right to the core, it would be sovereign. I looked it up. Sovereign is the closest you could get in terminology semantically to what I'm talking about, but so many people are unfamiliar with that. It's just
I don't know what it is. I've never heard of it. Sorry.
It's just a way to describe without personification. So there's no fictional thing. It's basically you in your original form. So sovereign is actually when you decide to enter into an agreement sovereignly as a sovereign. So that's the first step in actually losing your sovereignty. So there's a step above that. But to put it in layman's terms, sovereign just means you as who you are in your default, like when you were born. Just no personification, no fiction attached to that.
No fakeness.
No fakeness, exactly. No corporate. So that's why there's no such thing as a sovereign nation or country, because the nation country already is a corporate fiction. It's a fiction. Even if it's not a corporate fiction, it's a fiction. It's a made up thing. It's a personification, and it's not real. So how can something that's not real be? It's not original. It's not real. It's not its own thing. It's not independent. It's just an imagination.
Well, like you said, there's no magic borderline going across the United States. This is ours. This is yours. You know what I mean? It was a made up thing.
Right.
America, made up name. Just keep it on paper. So we'll call it America.
Right.
Yeah, I can understand that. But the bad thing about it is, go on. Go on.
I was going to say that's the whole idea behind personification, is to pursue something that isn't real and trade away what is real. And the thing that isn't real is this concept of mine, this concept of ownership. And as soon as we start thinking like that, you've now lost everything. You've lost your default of, if you look at children, they don't think like that. They just like this toy, that toy, they just touch, they play, they explore. Animals, same thing. They just explore, they occupy, they access. They don't think this is my tree, I own it. I'm going to sell it and exchange it for money and all this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a human fictional concept that started with the idea, the fictional idea of this thing called ownership, which is the beginning of trading away that freedom, that genuine, just we're here with all the abundance of nature by default, living in a heavenous state, a pure heavenous state, just like the rest of the animals do. But the second you start to trade that away for this desire, this thing called desire, is the second you start to lose that and start to become insecure. It's the story of Adam and Eve is kind of metaphoric for that, actually.
Okay, all right, I got it. Just hit me. All right, I understand that. Yeah. The problem is that they're slick. As stupid as they are, what they're doing, they're smart. Because they said, well, let's indoctrinate our kids into this world of fiction, and they did, like me, and I believed in it for a while until I was in the military, and just nothing ever seemed right to me after that. But again, you pulled it together for me, and I appreciate it.
So the funny thing about reality is that no matter how much in the imaginary world an individual gets, there's part of reality that's also embedded in our nature.
I just heard somebody. Hold on here. I just heard somebody.
In the basement?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, we got him back.
Say
I didn't know how long. I didn't know how long I was going to be gone. Yeah.
Is it the real Santa Claus?
Have I got a present for you, boys and girls?
Close your eyes. Play at the box.
Don't let the carrot bother you.
Birthers for everyone on Frostly.
Oh, my own very pinworm. Thank you. I got a friend.
I'm looking for a birther. It doesn't have to be a flat earther.
Don't have to be a flat earther.
It could be a pinworm. It could be you. Won't you be my birther?
What a name, birther. I have never in my life. I heard that, my jaws dropped. I can't believe that. So they call you mom. Hey, birther, get over here.
Hey, birther, what's for dinner?
Yeah. My God. That's what I want to start calling these ladies that are senators birthers from now on. Yeah, I am. They want me to change it? I'll change my name to it, yeah.
So what's the other side? Cedars?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. What are we going to call the other side here? We got to figure out something.
Birthers and cedars, but with the whole LGBTQ thing, this bridge gets crossed pretty quick. Yeah. So I don't know how this is going to work out here.
How about birther and skeeter? Yeah, that sounds good. Found a skeeter, my Peter knocked it off.
I'm an asexual cannibal. How you like them apples? What are you going to call me now?
Wow, I like this. I'm loving this. Well, Frosty, it was nice knowing you. I got a new friend.
This cricket gum working better than I thought.
I can see the attraction is mutual. Who can argue with that?
Texas mutual. Well, all right. I don't know what they say to the men. I mean, they say mom, birther. I don't know what they say to your dad.
Yeah, we got to figure that out. We got to figure that out.
Planter, cedar, garden hoe.
Planter. I like that.
How was work, Planter?
Pollinator.
Pollinator, yeah.
Yeah.
He's the pollinator.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, Bertha, come over here. I want you to talk to the pollinator. Yeah, yeah, we'll start our own woke. How's that? Tell them where to go. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
we're pollinators. We're pollinators. We're like fucking Johnny Appleseed. What are you talking about?
We're back to nature. Really?
So what if your kid comes out looking like fruit? It's okay.
We can work with it. Here, put some
What
salt in your
beautiful
apple.
eyes. What beautiful eyes. They look like two blueberries.
But that nose has got to go. Looks like a banana. Oh, shoot.
Lives like a string bean. You're the birther of my dreams.
I'm telling you, will you vote for us, Guru? Would you please?
I'm getting paid. You know it.
I'm getting paid. Just a
You
moment.
got my vote. Yep. You keep selling my cricket gum.
Make a deal here. That's right. That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Comes in grasshopper flavor too.
Grasshopper flavor.
All pollinated and ready.
Oh my. All right, let me start this up here for Warren.
And no one other than Russia sought conflict. In fact, we warned it was coming. And with many of you, we worked to try to avert it. Putin's own words make his true purpose unmistakable. Just before he invaded, Putin asserted, and I quote, Ukraine was created by Russia and never had, quote, real statehood. And now we see attacks on schools, railway stations, hospitals, on centers of Ukrainian history and culture.
That's exactly what's going on in America right now. He's
Well,
talking about Ukraine. You know,
I was gonna say he started a war on the American people themselves. So I mean, let's not worry about the train stations. Let's not worry about the schools. Everybody's included on his war.
Oh yeah, everybody. Yeah, him and his birthers know how to run the country. I'll tell you.
Have I got a box car for you?
Cricket come up the ass.
In the past, even more horrifying evidence of Russia's atrocity and war crimes. Mass graves uncovered in Izium. Bodies, according to those who excavated those bodies, showing signs of torture. This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state.
No, this war is a distraction. That's all this is for the real thing that's happening in America. Anytime you guys want to stop,
Biden created it. Mm-hmm. He created the conditions for it to begin. He cooperated in this destruction. It couldn't have happened without him.
And you could say the same thing for all the American people.
Yeah, you could.
Mm-hmm.
And all
This
the
is-
Russian people and all the people involved in this scheme. In this scheme game.
It's what it is. A big scheme. Just smoke and mirrors. That's
Because-
all it is.
He did it to keep us safe.
Right, right.
This is
I'm
our-
gonna sleep well tonight.
Oh, goody, 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 goody. I feel so good. I'm going to sleep with chocolate cookies and warm milk.
Tuck you in nice and tight and leave a stick of cricket gum under your pillow for the morning.
Oh,
After I sniff your hair.
Plain and simple. And Ukraine's right to exist as a people. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever you believe, that should make your blood run cold. That's why 141 nations in the General Assembly came together.
Now, did you hear what he said? 141 nation came together. Now listen to that. Remember that number. 141. Remember that now.
And to unequivocally condemn Russia's war against Ukraine. The United States has marshaled massive levels of security assistance and humanitarian aid and direct economic support for Ukraine.
In the form
More
of
than
bombs.
$25 billion to date. Our allies and partners around the world have stepped up as well. And today, more than 40 countries represented.
Bingo. 141. Now it's only 40 countries.
141 countries came together. You know what I call that? One hell of an orgy.
Yeah.
Hey, Ralph, can you bend? Nope.
And look at the aid he's given them. Rockets, missiles, bombs.
141 countries came together, and the results was 41 countries left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we're giving all that money and we are too. We're just giving it to them. We gave them a blank check. Now, why would they do something like that?
Right now, you're right. You're absolutely right. They have a blank check. There's nothing stopping it.
Nope.
But you have to realize that the real reason why they have a blank check is not because they have like a unlimited credit at their disposal from the people. They have unlimited credit at their disposal from themselves because it's their monetary system.
Right.
It's their monetary, but the problem is they don't hurt. We do. They make these freaking games, because it's going to happen. Well, we're running out of food because that's what they're doing.
That's how it works when it's your monetary system. You write all the rules about it, and whoever's dumb enough to fall for using it and depending on it is a slave to it. It's really just that basic. You don't get to print all the money in that system. They get to print all the money in that system.
And that they do. That they do.
And so they should. Because it's theirs. If there is such a thing. It's their design. Their what's the word for that? Their organization, their implementation. It's totally theirs. And then they put out the bait with it. They say, here, use it. It's good. It's for your own good. And if you're dumb enough to take that and bring validity to it, because there is no validity to it, it's all based on belief, then you're the one who reaps what you sow and bears the consequence of, like that quote said, if you eat the poison apple, it's your fault. And it's your consequence to bear, not the chef's.
And they give it to you, but then they give you the rules,
right?
Of how you can use it, not how they can use it, how you can use it.
They give it to you, and they say this is the conditions you get to use it in, which is totally not. It's just a fallacy. It's a total fallacy because it's only if you believe that those conditions are real. And the only thing that they have to back that up is this costume wearing, brainwashed enforcement security guard system called the military and police force to force you to comply with the rules. If the rules were legitimate, quote unquote laws, they wouldn't need any force. Nature doesn't have to force you to comply with the rules of nature, the laws of nature. If you don't eat when you're hungry, that's it. You're going to starve, probably die. No forcing nature. That's why nature's the only real authority. But, you know, that's all it is, man. Some men or whatever came up with this concept to divide, conquer, and rule. That's why it uses rules to rule. And rules are for fools. Only fools believe that rules have any credence on them whatsoever, because they don't. If they did, there would be no force necessary to give the personification of legitimacy when there is none.
Wow. That is heavy. Do you know how many people are fooled with this?
No, it's for your own benefit.
It's for your own benefit. Well, yeah. Let's not forget that. Just that cricket gum, I'm telling you, it's good for you.
Wow.
I'll give it to you for free samples, right? For now.
Get me addicted. Yeah, I was gonna say, get me addicted until you, take it away from me.
Right.
Yeah.
At first,
exactly.
even if it tastes yucky, don't worry about it. You'll get conditioned. The flavor will set in. It'll taste fine in a week. I promise. We'll adjust the flavor a little bit. We'll add some aspartame for you. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We'll take care of you. And guess what? Guess what? Here's the icing on the cake. If you find that we did some wrongdoing of any kind, if we harmed you, you get to pursue us in our own courtroom, in our own game, our courts. You can pursue us at your own expense with our money that you have to earn and work for, that we don't. And at the end of the day, if we find that you are valid in anything, we'll pay you off with a reward of our money that you're going to use and chase after, and probably reap it back from you anyways at your expense. That's the best you're going to get from us.
Now, you know
if you're even lucky to find out who the corporation is, you'll never find out who the people are, but you might find out who the corporation, the persona is, and you can use our courts to go after that fictional persona and seek some sort of monetary remedy, which again won't do you any good because it's a scam anyways.
So we've done our investigation and we found that we've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, after all that, after we soaked, we showed you the remedy is through us. and you fell for that one too. And so, we decide either way. We might give you a couple crumbs because they do that, right? I mean, they have to sometimes say, okay, yeah, we fucked up. You're right. We'll give you some monetary, just so that there's some kind of semblance of legitimacy. Otherwise, if there was just absolutely straight across the board, a total out scam, it would be too hard to maintain the scam. So they have to throw some kind of crumbs out there. But even the crumbs that they throw is nothing real. You'll never possess anything of real value from these people. You can't, because they don't even hold anything of real value anyways themselves. There's a mantra and a maxim in the corporate way of life. It's own nothing and control everything. And that's exactly right. That's in line with nature. They're more in line with nature than the slave class is, actually. That's the weirdest part about it.
What do you got, Bill Brown?
Well, I can give you a good example. They kept legitimate. Oh, the government finally gave us authorization to give you money. So we got a certain amount out here. So anybody wants to come over and sue them, they can now. Chances are you'll get it out of court. Or settle out of court.
As long as you have these diseases, and we've waited so long that most of you are probably dead from it if you had them. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And every second that you're trying to pursue remedy from us in our courts, we're making our own money back that we put in there. It's like it's just a puppet little thing on a string. Here, you can have it. No, you can't. Here, it's yours. Go ahead. No, you can't. They give it to you for a second and they pull it right back. This fucking game that people are falling for day in and day out. It's fucking insane. All for this false sense of security, delusional ideology that you actually own something when you never will and never can. But people sleep better at night thinking that this is my house, you know.
And they're doing it for their own. People are giving this away for safety, and then they're coming right back and telling you they have no obligation to come to your aid. They have no obligation to help you. They have no obligation to use the military to defend you. You can be invaded. They don't have an obligation.
Absolutely correct. To be very fair and transparent about the whole thing, the elitists are much more transparent and brutally honest than the slaves who are totally in ignorance and lie to themselves about the situation day in and day out. It's really true. The elitists tell you, it might not be in plain English all the time, but they literally tell you, and they really don't hide the scam that they're perpetrating.
Wow.
But denial is the epitome of cognitive dissonance, and that's the state that most ignorant slave corporate brainwashed individuals in. There's state of denial. So the cognitive dissonance identifies, it dents their eyeball. Identification, I, E-Y-E-D-E-N-T. You have a dent in your eye, so you can't see because you're operating through personification, which is a fiction. You can't see for real because you're operating in the land of fiction. You see?
But they do allow you. They do allow you to move out a little bit from your slave position. Just if you can get elected, if you can become a politician, you can get up here with us, reap all these benefits that we tell you have, but in fact we have them.
If you're willing to perform some rituals, and the first one being what's that one called? That blood one, spirit cooking, you know? If you're willing to do a little bit of that, we might give you a little bit of nipple perks and privileges.
Yeah, comes with a tattoo if you need one.
That's right. It sure does.
Wow, that's just amazing. How these people, well, okay. Let me start this from going.
In here contributed billions of their own money and equipment to help Ukraine defend itself. The United States is also working closely with our allies and partners to impose costs on Russia, to deter attacks against NATO territory, to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities and war crimes. Because if nations can pursue their imperial ambitions without consequences, then we put at risk everything this very institution stands for. Everything.
Now here's the asshole here talking, and he gave a reserve oil. I forget how much was it, 800 million or 800,000 gallons of oil to China. This reserve is supposed to be for our military, but he gave it to China. But yet he's worried about Russia.
China doesn't have anything on him. Why would he do that?
Exactly.
Oh, his son Hunter. Oh, they were bought and paid for.
Wutabaga.
Wutabaga. 800,000 barrels of oil and one rutabaga.
And if you have a bad taste in your mouth, cricket gum. Yes.
That's right. And some chicken fried rice with some carrot from a Frosty. Frosty snowman from a snowflake. We love
it. Oh, you American prick.
Go and suck us some cream of some young guy, you fucking American, you.
You want cat better than bug?
Oh, do we get into some Punjabi now, huh? Okay. I can play this game too. Reading is good, yeah.
I understand you got, how you say in America, woman, Bertha? Yeah. I take them.
I want all of them. I want all of them.
Wow.
Every victory won on the battlefield belongs to the courageous Ukrainian soldiers. But this past year, the world was tested as well. And we did not hesitate. We chose liberty. We chose sovereignty. We chose principles to which every party to the United Nations Charter is beholding. We stood with Ukraine. Like you, the United States wants this war to end on just terms, on terms we all signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force.
But yet he's doing it to the United States right now. He's doing it to the United States.
What's he doing?
Huh? He's taking away
What's
our
he doing?
freedoms. Taking away. He's not giving us no freedoms. We're losing our sovereignty. We never had it, but we're still losing it. You know. But he's still worried about Ukraine. You know, and their freedom. You know, all the United Nations are getting together, eating yum gum chum.
Oh, you keep complaining about UK shares while I sell you the Chinese chicken fried rice in my cricket gum, okay?
Most of the people in the military-industrial complex are located right there in D.C. So that's what he's doing. He just like he's feeding the unions, he's feeding the military-industrial complex. They have this blank check. They're going to vote for him and try to get him in there because they know as long as somebody or somebody like him is in there, that they're going to be making money on all these contracts to make all these bombs that they're going to keep exploding.
Do you know actually that most CEOs in most major corporate companies are also appointed, not elected? So same thing with and not hired as well. So most of the major companies, Shell, you name it, you know, conglomerates of that nature, right down to your grocery stores, home hardware stores, all that. The CEOs of all of them, they're also like on the same Rolodex board, being told what to do and what to say, just like the CEOs of the nation. It's just all one company, really. And again, the shareholders are the same in all these major companies again, which the major one that owns it now is BlackRock and Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
All this information is public too.
Freaking real.
But they have to point the finger at somebody. They have to point the finger at somebody, make somebody, and demonize somebody.
I'll point the finger at somebody right up your fucking ass as I give you that cricket gum, okay?
Why do we call him Putin? Why do we call him Putin? He's not putting out nothing.
Oh, Putman.
Standing in the way of that is Russia. So we, each of us in this body, who's determined to uphold the principles and beliefs we pledge to defend as members of the United Nations, must be clear, firm, and unwavering in our resolve. Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression, period. Now, it's no secret.
You know, he keeps saying we like he's got a mouse in his pocket, because I sure didn't say anything about that. Let him go. I could give a dang, you know. You're over there helping other countries, you're not even helping us.
That's how it works with this fictional democratic system called representation.
Yeah, but here's the thing too. We're standing with him, he says. We're just not going to do it in such a manner as to allow them to win or put an end to it. We're going to stand with them as long as we can feed all this ammunition into them that they can expend, and that we can keep manufacturing, and the military industrial complex can keep getting richer. You know, that's his commitment. He's not really standing with them. He's just feeding them, you know.
Just put in. Just put in. Don't worry about put out. Don't worry about
Yeah,
get out.
yeah.
Just put in. Put
Yeah.
in.
Put in.
Just keep put in.
That's right. Yeah, just keep putting it in. Put it in. Put it in. You got your
Mom.
birther? Put it in. Put it in.
Mama, I mean, birther, come here.
Let me help you put it in.
Pollinate. Put in. Put in.
That's why we're getting pollinated sometimes.
In the contest between democracy and autocracy, the United States and I, as president, champion a vision for our world that's grounded in the values of democracy. The United States is determined to defend and strengthen democracy at home and around the world, because I believe democracy remains humanity's greatest instrument to address the challenges of our time. We're working with the G7 and like-minded countries to prove democracies can deliver for their citizens, but also deliver for the rest of the world as well. But as we meet...
See, it ain't about America. It's about the whole world. The one world, the nation. It's not about us.
That's a one world speech, one world order speech right there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do this in conjunction with all these other nations, and we're going to act as one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you American Blix, you are adorable.
We are one except for the 2 and the 3.
Shut fuck up. Just put in. You're a 0. Put in.
There is no way that he got voted in. I'm telling you, there's just no way. This guy is a freaking moron. And he's been in there for how many years? Almost 50 years, was it? Is it over 50 years?
Probably over 50 years. He's up in his 70s and been doing it all his life.
And American people keep voting him in. Man, we deserve a good screwing. I'm telling you, we do. We deserve it. There's
You
no
get
doubt
what
about
you
it.
pay for, and you reap what you sow.
Oh, they're going to get it. You know,
Today, the UN Charter's very basis of a stable and just rule-based order is under attack by those who wish to tear it down or distort it for their own political advantage.
Now, that doesn't mean him, folks.
Backing up the UN. Backing up the UN. He's putting it out there for the UN. You got to believe it. He's just saying right there, okay, we're handing over the U.S. to the UN because the UN is more important.
Mm-hmm. The United Nations, the United World of Globalists. Yeah.
And the United Nations Charter was not only signed by democracies of the world, it was negotiated among citizens, dozens of nations with vastly different histories and ideologies.
At gunpoint.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
Right.
negotiated at gunpoint.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hell of a negotiation.
And if you don't follow our rules,
You give me all your cricket legs. Put in. I have guns.
oh, I tell you, you dirty rat.
What you talking about? You're like my rat. You go up. You put in too. Put in. You go in.
Oh, I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
you communist mother.
Basket, you boo boo. Yogi
You're
needs the picnic
supposed to be.
basket.
I'll tell you what, you communist bastard. You're supposed to have been here yesterday, but you're here today.
Quit insulting my pinworms. Go on with the show.
As President Truman said in 1945,
There we
the
go.
UN Charter, and I quote, is proof that nations like men can state their differences and face them, and then can find common ground on which to stand, end of quote. That common ground was so straightforward, so basic, that today, 193 of you.
This saying is true right here. This is the saying right here. I love this one.
Yep.
And it's absolutely 100% true. You give me all the money, I don't give a damn about your laws. Because I control everything.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. We were just talking about that earlier. It's their money. It's their rules. It's their system. So they can print as much as they want all day long without anybody to answer to for that. How could they? There's nobody else but them, you know.
You work hard. We want our money back. Basically, you know, really.
Here's the funny thing, though, is that people scratch their head and wonder, well, what can I do about it? And I say, well, have you ever thought about printing your own money? I mean, you know, if they can do it, it's tit for tat. You can do it too, right? Oh, I can't do that. That's illegal. Oh, my God. Well, if it's illegal for you, it's illegal for them.
That makes sense.
Right? Okay, and that's number one. Number two, but even the idea, again, that's just to open up the can of worms. The truth is, that's not the remedy or solution either. They're using, the only thing you can use money for is to control and rule. And to use as a fictional foundation to support your fiction of ownership, your delusional ideology of ownership. That's the only thing that it's good for. Throw it away. It's not necessary. Trade it back in. Trade the idea and the concept back in for reality. What do you have in reality? The same as the rest of nature. Everything. Everything without limitation. You have the unlimited ability, not right, because that's not the same thing. You have the unlimited ability to access and occupy nature as you see fit. You're doing that already by default. You're walking on the frickin' ground, aren't you? You're breathing the frickin' air. The water you're drinking falls from the frickin' sky. These corporations didn't make or create that. Neither did we. We can't create or make anything. None of us made the land that we're walking under. We just occupy it. So does the rest of nature. And there's your abundance by default. Don't need the rest. Throw it away. Just eat the cricket.
What you're saying is
because
true.
people want to get back to, well, let's go back to the gold standard. Let's do the barter. And no, you're only reversing part of the box. You're not getting right out of the box. You know, that's still going to be another bait. And the longer it takes you to get right off of it, you might as well just stay right in there. It's all just false prophecy. It's just a fictional distraction. Just get right straight outside of it, and operate in the reality where freedom exists. And then people will say, but why? Wait a second. Who's going to take care of the criminals for us? Well, who's taking care of them now? Can we at least rule out that the current thing that is not working is not solving that? And if we can at least get to that, then we can start talking about real solutions for that, which is prevention is key. And doing the things that I'm talking about takes away the incentive. And at the end of the day, it's all about learning how to self-defend yourself from violence. And if the foundation is set properly and in a healthy way, violence tends to secede to such a degree where it's so petty and minor that our accidental encroachments on one another are laughable, and we kind of toast each other and say, that was funny, let's get on with our day for the most part. That's what I found in my endeavors in traveling. Not saying that there isn't any flaws and people still don't have their tendency to, have arguments and stuff like that. That exists, and if we're looking for an absolute firewall solution to that, there really isn't one other than just to realize you have a choice in the matter and to stop doing it.
What's good about it too, if we went to nature's way, everybody has the same thing. No one's rich and no one's poor.
That's right. There's no such thing as inequality in that sense. It's just all what's there is available, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to your ability.
Right. Exactly. You have inequalities by default in that sense. Some people are taller and shorter than each other, but for your fundamental needs, it's abundance and it's there for us. If it wasn't, we wouldn't exist, even in the corporate world. So everything we need is there. We just have to not be afraid to access it. And when you're not, you understand what freedom really is. You really do.
I have a question for you, and I want to see if you can give me the right answer. I already know the answer. I just want to see what you say on this. If we worked our heads together, put our heads together, I should say, we should have enough food to feed everybody in this world, shouldn't we? Or shouldn't we?
Probably 100,000 times over.
That's I thought. Good. I was right then. Okay. Yeah. But they
If
play that
we
game.
put our heads together, we'd be conjoined twins. So let's not do that.
Don't you like me no more, neighbor?
If we put our heads together, we'd all be brothers. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know what you're thinking. You're right.
We need to put our pollinations together. Let's do it.
Oh, that's a dirty thought.
Rossley, is that your carrot? Quit poking me. Quit poking. Put in.
I'm focused on pollination right now. Thank you.
I knew that. I could tell we're joined together.
We're in cooperation.
Mr. Brown, when I was telling you about joint venturism, that's not really what I had in mind, but keep selling my shares. We'll do well.
It's going to be hard going down to Burskin now. I'll tell you that.
It's going to be one hell of a birth certificate to write up after the fact, I'm telling you.
You're going to have a steamship. You're going to have a steamship to get that one down the road.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
193 member states have willingly embraced his principles. And standing up for those principles for the UN Charter is the job of every responsible member state. I reject use of violence and war to conquer nations or expand borders through bloodshed. To stand against global politics of fear and coercion. To defend the sovereign rights of smaller nations.
All right, I put on here who defunded Black Lives Matter. No one did. But what I'm trying to state is that all that money they gave to the Black Lives Matter, you know, these corporations, the CEO spent money by the millions buying 6 homes for themselves. Yeah. What a scam. But yet
these corporations giving out this money, how does that benefit the individual shareholders who are supposed to? I mean, their whole purpose is to provide profit for the shareholders.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that they don't follow the money.
Equal to those of larger ones. To embrace basic principles like freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and arms control. No matter what else we may disagree on, that is the common ground upon which we must stand. If you're still committed to a strong foundation for the good of every nation around the world, then the United States wants to work with you. I also believe the time has come for this.
Uh-oh. Hey, guys, we got a job. Didn't know about it. The United States wants to work with us.
Oh,
shit.
Oh. Does that mean I have to pollinate more?
I wasn't wondering that, but that's a good point. I was wondering, do I need to be able to reach my toes in the morning?
Oh, I'm in trouble. I can't even touch my knees. There goes my job. But
we have special carrot for you. Don't worry.
I'm going to straighten out.
This institution become more inclusive so that it can better respond to the needs of today's world. Members of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from using the veto, except in rare, extraordinary situations. to ensure that the council remains credible and effective.
Like when we're told to.
That is also
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
the United States supports increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives of the council. This includes permanent seats for those nations we've long supported and permanent seats for countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The United States is committed to this vital work. In every region, we've pursued new, constructive ways to work with partners to advance shared interests, from elevating the Quad and Indo-Pacific to signing the Los Angeles Declaration of Migration and Protection at the Summit of the Americas, to joining a historic meeting of 9 Arab leaders to work toward a more peaceful, integrated Middle East, to hosting the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in this December. As I said last...
I want to tell you something. Every time they're on TV, where everybody can see them, it's a beautiful dog and pony show. But when they're in a G Summit, you don't know what they're talking about because they're not on TV. And you know they're talking behind your back. Let's screw the American people. Let's take away their rights slowly. This is what we're going to do. Does it work in your country? Yeah, it does work that way. Well, we'll do it in America too. They all talk about that. You know, they're all cahoots with each other.
Yeah, again, they're getting orders down from, you know, the higher command and chain. I would swear that really when they're doing their little testing pots like that, they just throw darts at a dartboard and say, okay, these three nations, they're going to get this next week, and those ones get that instead. And, you know, after we'll see the results and we'll compare. But at the end of the day, you know, it's China everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It does. Makes a lot of, because you know Biden ain't going to say something like Frosty said. China's got too much on him and his son and his brother, you know, and he's going to just, you know, because I'm telling you, they're bringing fentanyl over here from China, fentanyl, and they're killing thousands of people per day, 1,000.
Right.
And they're not doing a thing about it.
No, they're doing the perpetrating is what they're doing. And by it's not an accident that's had happened. They're intentionally doing that as part of their agenda to cultivate the herd, to cull the herd rather. Right. But again, you know, okay, so they're putting that snake oil poisoned apple out there as bait, but people still have to grab it and bite it and swallow it, you know. Back to that thing again.
Mm-hmm. The bad thing about that, they're hurting kids now. They're changing the color of the pills, make it look like candy.
Yeah, yeah.
And kids, that's, oh man, that's
they can get clever with their scams, and they do, you know. But again, you know, here's where it's hard to be objective. I always try and look at through everything through the eyes of nature, objectively, without judgment or bias, as much as I can in my biased little body that maintains an ego too, right? But through nature's eyes, nature just goes, it's your responsibility. If you swallow something that somebody gave to you and you don't know the ingredients, you're going to have the consequence of that. You better know what you're putting in your mouth.
Wow. It makes sense what you're saying. There's no doubt about it. But it's just the person who gave it to you in the first place should be compensated for his good will. You know what I'm saying?
We lost Frosty.
Did we?
Yeah.
Let's see if he comes
back. Yeah, I'm with you. Again, you know, there's a bit of perpetration there, but again, through the eyes of nature, nature doesn't have any justice in mind for somebody who, if I tell you there's a tree over there, go eat it, or if I tell you there's a plant over there, go eat it, and the plant happens to be poison ivy, nature doesn't punish me for you going over there, eating it, and swallowing it. Nature punishes you. You see what I'm saying? Or it's not a punishment, it's a bad word. The consequence. So therefore the responsibility is on the individual to make sure they know better. And for that, nature gives us everything we need, the ability to small sample and taste test and all these things that we would be doing more naturally in a sort of a instinctual way if we weren't hindered. And if we were more feral and more wild, we would be using our senses more. We would be sniffing things, we would be licking things, taste testing things, and ensuring with our consciousness that if I'm going to ingest something, I'm going to make sure that it's safe to do so. That's what you would do in nature, right? Because there could be a frog that sat on a leaf that you're about to eat, and he was one of those poisonous frogs or whatnot, right? But in the corporate world, you have this illusion of security and safety through salesmanship. Oh, you don't have to worry about all that stuff. We package it in a box and we put the word safe or FDA approved or blah, blah, blah. As long as it's got that sticker and label on it, you don't have to worry. You can sleep good at night. Does nature concur with that? Or is that just a delusional fiction and a fallacy for naive and ignorant, stupid people to fall for?
Well, it's delusional. There's no doubt about that. It is.
Right. And again, at the end of the day, who is the one who reaps what they sow? Who is the one who bears the consequence?
The person that eats it.
Right, the consumer, right? So that's where it just logical, the law of nature says that the responsibility is on the individual to make sure that they know what they're choosing to partake in and ingest and whatnot. That being said, there is a bit of a consequence for the snake oil salesman. You lose credibility, and perhaps I'm not gonna do business with you after that. I'm not gonna, put any faith in you. I'm not gonna cooperate with you because you're not accountable. You've got something wrong with you, So I know who not to work with. The funny thing about that is, it's still your responsibility to make that decision, and you don't have to do that too. And so here you have it, insanity repeating the same thing over and over again and not learning from it. You got people who are continuously operating in this fictional, delusional ideology that everything is safe from these corporate stores and blah, blah, blah. They're here to make sure anything that they sell us or whatnot is not going to cause us harm, blah, blah, blah. And there's an accountability, a check and balance for that, blah, blah, blah. How's that working out for us? Not very well. Here's the problem. Who's learning from that and who's continuing? That's really what it's all about.
It's a hard teacher to learn.
Right? Because people get stuck on, and it's really the ego that's the problem for this, they get stuck on the blame game. That's kind of one of the last pieces of indoctrination to let go of. It's your fault. You should be held accountable while you're sitting there with hives coming out of your skin and still eating the Cheetos, This is what people do. They blame the Cheeto manufacturer while they're munching on the Cheetos. Who's laughing and who's crying? That's all I say to that,
I still need a food tester, Bill Brown.
Is that the only position you have open?
Currently, yeah.
He wanted to be your butler, Mr. Frosty. Put in. Let him be the butler.
I'm sorry, but I'm taking by Cocow. I got to be a toaster, whatever.
The blame game is a heavy game. It's a thick layer of indoctrination. It's the very opposite of self-sufficiency and responsibility. And the longer it takes an individual to resolve that, the longer it takes for them to heal from it and live in the free world and start to realize from experience what life was really meant to be lived for.
I hate to say this, but we got some sick people in government. It's very sick son of a bitches. I hate to say that. They're sick. They're demented.
Every one of them. One of them.
They're just
they wouldn't be there otherwise.
And some of them could very well be psychopaths.
I would submit probably all of them, at the very least sociopaths, but probably both and probably beyond. Literal murderers, literal pedophiles, literal rapists, everything. The type of person that I'm not into the religious thing, but for lack of better word, the satanic mind, in the sense, I don't want to bash all Satanism because there's, that's just a word. But for lack of a better way of putting it, the mindset that has no concern for others and just thinks like no moral compass whatsoever. Just do everything regardless of moral compass, and see what going as far into the darkness without a sense of moral compass or responsibility can take me, energy wise, destruction wise. Go to the path of destruction, consume everything, manipulative, everything, just all the dark stuff, all the black stuff, and just indulging and going as far as you can in that direction as you possibly can. This is pretty much where most of the politicians are.
I already had a video on that. They do that.
Yeah.
You're not lying. They do that.
Yeah.
They had an actual party, and they had Satan at the uniforms on, people bowing to the sky. They had orgies. They had a pig with pineapple in the eyes.
That's right.
I mean, I put it up there to show them that, and Hollywood movie actors, singers, that what I mean? And yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
And it's part of the requirement to be in their club is to perform rituals that are unmoralistic, including sacrifice and pedophilia and rape and violence. All these things is part of their. I said one earlier, spirit cooking. I don't know if you're familiar with that but
never heard of that one before. Spirit cooking.
They cook a human basically, and it's in a ritual in a pot, and they smear it on the walls, and they drink the blood and do a whole bunch of crazy, creepy shit.
You're kidding me! Wow.
No. That's
right.
a lower level entry into the club ritual. That's just on the bottom there.
God, that is some sick shit.
This is all video documented, by the way. There's people who in the elitism club will come out and show these rituals and ceremonies and document it. They don't hide it or deny it at all. Some of the celebrities do that as well.
You had to make a big deal about that religious sect down in Louisiana that was killing chickens in their ceremony.
And you have to do that. I mean, literally, and not that the forefront religion is actually legitimate and healthy like Christianity and blah blah blah. But here's the funny thing: is well, most of your priests, and especially the higher ones like bishops and whatnot, and especially the Pope, they're coming out and performing a ceremony in the front for an hour or whatever. That's after they just spent 8 to 12 hours doing like spirit cooking with a black robe on in the back and fucking the shit out of some kid, Excuse me being blunt. I'm just, saying the honest truth that I've seen with my eyes documented, It's really the whole thing about, priests having that reputation, quote unquote, that's not for no reason.
Yeah, they do have a reputation.
Right?
They do. My dad told me that when I was younger. I can't say it on here, but yeah, he to stay away from the Catholic religion.
Right.
And he was right. He was right because I was a Catholic. I told you when I was a kid, and I got out of it.
And just like all the other positions in the political arena, which the religion is just another form of the political arena, in another guise or disguise, if you will. Everybody in those positions, especially when you get past the very lower levels of just basic priest to consumer level, right after that, again, they're appointed. They're selected, not elected. They're put there specifically because they've earned it in the club. They've done spirit cooking ritual 769 and they passed their test, so now you get to be in this position over here. I think that's how it works.
We don't select the people who run for president, or do we select the people from senators? They just do it themselves. The rich people do.
That's right. Yeah, they're appointed they're not self-appointed. They're appointed by minions above the positions that they hold.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's a pyramid of 33 levels plus another 33. It's just working your way up. It's just a corporate ladder. That's all it is. And nobody, like I said, you don't want to be there. The bait is come and eat the apple, right? That apple is fucking poisonous, and whoever's eating it and consuming it and ingesting it and participating in it, you reap what you sow. It's not like, it looks like on the forefront, these rich people, they're not rich. They're poorer than anybody. They've got the most excruciatingly painful, disgusting obligation. Can you imagine living mafia life? You can't breathe wrong or your head gets blown off. Can you imagine? That's how they have to live every single day. Every single place they turn, everything they say is scrutinized way beyond anything your citizen has to deal with. And if you get out of line even so much as 2 inches, that's it. Your head is blown off. Or we're going to scrutinize you to the public. We're going to castrate you and all this kind of things. You have to live under that fear, that pressure every single day. That you rich my fucking ass. But don't worry, we'll give you $17 million. You can go anywhere as long as it's where we tell you to go. Right? That's how they have to live. They have to follow orders and they're under their most divine dictatorship, if you want to call it that.
Just like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
What happened to him? Exactly. Yeah. You heard about that, right? Jeffrey Epstein, where he had his own little island and had all these.
Yes. Yes.
They were scared, and all of a sudden he just died by himself. Wow. Yeah. Okay. The guards were sleeping and the cameras were off. And they got away with it. Yep. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So it looks like they're rich on the surface. Grass is greener on the other side. It's not. It's full of shit, literally. Every blade of grass is covered with shit, and they're rolling in it. And they live in the most incredibly accentuated fear that you could possibly not even imagine every single day. Can you imagine the fear that they have on their shoulders? That they're trying to get away with all this shit and to perform properly, or they're going to get all this abuse happen to them. And it's just mafia style, right? There's no two ways about it. If they don't perform as commanded, there's no remedy there. There's no what are they going to do? I'm going to try and sue my minion higher than me in the public courts when I'm in here because I'm a complete criminal myself and I fucked 80 children just to get in the entry gate. Yeah, good luck. It's not happening, right? This is what they have to live. So you reap what you sow, I mean,
it's their own fault. That's right. It's their own fault.
That's right. Yeah. So again, that's why, I know it's kind of weird to think this way, but as far as justice goes, that's sort of integrated in with nature as well. There's a built-in consequence. You can't put your hand on a fire and not bear the consequence with that. It just doesn't happen. You can pretend all day long that, this is good and I have all this money, but you're standing in a pit of fire and you're getting burnt every second that you're there. You can't delude yourself out of that reality.
So can I get you interested in signing there, Frosty?
What?
Nothing. That's just asking if you want to sign up.
Oh yeah, put me in, Coach. I don't smoke.
I don't smoke. I don't smoke.
Now that being said, if I ever witness any one of these Muppets, or anybody for that matter, with my own eyes, perpetrating a violent act of any kind in front of my own eyes, and it's within my means, I will do whatever it takes within my means to put an end to that. No holds barred. And that's not to punish them. That's to take responsibility to be in line with nature. I'm part of nature. I need to do that, right? But I'm not seeking justice. I'm only seeking to be that the voice of moral compass and the voice of reason by being the hand of nature. That's what we have. We have this ability to self-determine righteousness through moral compass. We know violence is wrong. We know murder is wrong. We know that. So if we see somebody in the act of it, we have an opportunity and a duty or obligation, if you want, to respond to that, because if we don't, what happens? What is the message we send clear cut if we don't do that?
Well, just do it again.
Right. We're
do
saying we're advocating for it. We're saying it's okay. And that makes us just as responsible for the perpetration in my eyes.
But yet you see these people who do get raped, and what's the first thing they do? Bring out the phone, start videoing it, put it on YouTube. You know, it's
which I think is a good first step and a necessary one. But if that's where it's going to stop, then it's what good is showing corruption if we're not going to do anything about it, right?
exactly. I agree. Yeah, believe me, that's all they do. They open that cell phone up and start taking videos. And that's as far as it goes. Especially here in America right now. It's ludicrous what they're doing.
I intend to change that. I don't know to what degree I'll be successful at that. But I'm sure I'll have some success.
At least you're doing something about it.
I'll stop.
What did he say?
He says, I'll stop.
Stop it. Put in.
Hey, brother, you want a birther?
I'll show you something on just on the website here for a second. I'll put it in the basement. Hold on a second. Make sure I'm on the right page.
We get this. I shut this thing off. It's all bullshit anyway. I just want to show you what kind of bullshit we got to listen to all the time with that bite me guy, you know?
I enjoy mocking the mockery from time to time. I really do. The Muppet Show is interesting, although I said Jim Henson's version, which was much more entertaining. But you know, okay, let me find that.
Get out of here. Uh-oh, I just screwed up. Hold on there. Shavaskis.
What's the matter?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm all set. I got it.
Okay, I'm just finding the right. Hold on a second. Okay, that's not the home page. It's the other one. Okay. That should be there now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Mr. Wizard.
Okay, so once people come to the site and they enter inside, there's a front cover page. You've seen it before, but I won't say it again. Show it again. This is the first thing they see, and they'll scroll down a little bit. It's giving an introduction to the project, and I'm giving a narrative here as to what the problem is, and it's exactly what we were talking about. If you want, go ahead and read it, and you'll see how it answers it.
Okay, Frosty, it's your turn. I gotta find my glasses.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. I
appreciate it. Well, you guys
see if I can.
I have to make it bigger so I can see it here. I figured out how to do that.
I zoom it up as far as I can go there for you.
In this day and age, well, it's moving around.
Sorry. Go ahead.
In this
There you
day
go.
and age, it needs to stand still.
No cop-splaining rhetoric intended here. Go ahead.
In this day and age, it takes little effort to find a ton of internet resources and people raising awareness about all the corruption and societal changes happening worldwide. With a quick online search, you can easily discover activists everywhere shining a light on oppressive governments, political scandals, and scams. The hyperinflationary monetary system that breeds poverty by design, tyrannical legislation, mandates, and much more. And while it is crucially important that people continue doing this type of journalistic activism, there is currently another side of the equation substantially lacking. Solutions. Real, solid, practical solutions. No bullhorn. No demonstrations or protests. What do we have? Oh, cooperation, building a structure, growing some food. Okay, let me read that. We increase it and move it. And without proactively solving the problems of corruption, shining a light will only continue to show us a cycle of corruption that keeps repeating itself over and over. And not your counterproductive yelling at a brick wall with a bullhorn and a picket sign solution. No. Just simple, down-to-earth, proactive solutions anyone with initiative can do to substantially improve the quality of their lives whilst freeing themselves from corporate governmental strongholds, hence being the change they want to see. Now, it's not that there aren't any solutions being promoted anywhere at all. There certainly is. However, the solution narrative is a sparse focus, sporadically scattered throughout the web, and it could take someone months to years to shift through the mountains of dog shit to find any solid informational gems. He's searching, he's searching. Oh, the old man now. He's still searching and has quite a bit of dog shit around him, it looks like. Or maybe that's just a fast food wrapper. with crickets in it.
He did find something. 2050.
2050.
Yep.
Eureka! I found it. I don't need to ask permission for anything. Oh my gosh. He finally came to the realization. One of the major primary aims of the Freedomist Project is to fill in this gap. Oh, there's a cute little birther. And when the project is ready, it will consist of a broad range of freely accessible tools, resources, proactive guides anyone of all walks can utilize to help free themselves from the clutches of tyrannical governments, thus yielding a more healthy, peaceful, self-sufficient life full of abundance. To give you an overview of the Freedomist Project's full spectrum, here is a highlighted list of some of the topics and benefits the project will cover. Holistic freedom and the path of self-determination, activism of all sorts, tyrannical challenges and solutions, self-sufficient and living off-grid, tax freedom, poverty reduction, elimination, financial independence, nationality and state freedom, oh, and on, law, legals, alternative judicial system, spirituality, and consciousness. And beautiful little house. That's the courthouse.
This isn't finished yet. As you can see, it's a mess, but you can still read it somewhat, I guess.
The project will serve as a platform to showcase and promote activists of all different sorts, and there will be no monetary requirement to access and participate with any of it. All of this together in one central hub location, internationally designed with ease to understand layman's terms, with no fluff, censorship, or bullshit, freely accessible to everyone worldwide without any barriers to entry. Sound exciting? I certainly am excited about this, and I'd like to personally invite you to be a part of it. So come inside the door below to discover even more aspects about the Freedomist Project and keep up to date until its launch.
There's the entry to the cricket door.
Oh, I like that door.
Yeah, a lot of crickets inside. Can we go in? Let's go into the
Oh, yeah. Grasshopper told you to.
Holy crickets.
Home.
Oh.
Home. To give you Freedomist pre-launch homepage.
You want to read that too? Go ahead if you want.
To give you an indication of project development during this pre-launch phase, the following below is a list of live platforms being utilized, plus others coming soon down the pipeline. Feel free to connect on any of your favorite platforms. Be sure to bookmark. In addition, if you'd like to receive pre-launch notification updates and quotes of the day by email, follow the instructions here. Below, click below on the squares of your interest to open the location in a new tab. Also, be sure to check out everything in the coming soon and special sections further down this page to see even more of the project's local spectrum.
Anyway, so yeah, the rest goes into more of the details of the project and whatnot. So there you have on the entry page what I was talking about. You know, this is what you don't really see is that rest of the thing, and that's what I intend to tip the balance scale of, is to push the more solution-based narrative and showing actual solutions that work that people can do. And I think if people get a hold of and wind of that in conjunction with the activism momentum that's already going on right now, we could very well see people start going into a much more positive, meaningful direction.
A lot of
work. Well, that certainly would be a plus, wouldn't it?
That's what I think, because it lights a fire under me to see these people trying to do something, taking initiative. And it takes a lot of balls to go out there and not just do auditing, but do cop watching, cop blocking, things of this nature, this form of activism, plus all these other things that people are doing with self-sufficiency, off-gridding, homesteading, all of that. It takes a lot of courage and patience and learning and growth and all this stuff. And, just putting it all together for people, I think will be a huge boost in the move forward towards healing, actually really making a positive difference. And people also maybe being more fruitful with their endeavors instead of spinning their wheels in their activism, thinking that they're getting somewhere, when the truth of the matter is they're falling for more bait scams. They're really just falling for more. The activism they're doing really is just another thing that they fell for at the end of the day that is keeping them distracted, and they don't realize it.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I support those activists that are out there doing that. I think they're really doing heroic work, and a lot of them, some of the better ones, especially, are creating and making some changes. But once again, they're working within that system
Right.
that is designed to see them fail eventually.
Right. You know, and shining a light on cockroach. Okay, that's a healthy thing to do. Shining a light on cockroach that's violent. That's a very healthy thing to do, especially if cockroach will secede from violence just because of your presence. That's a meaningful thing to do. And I would never, I only want to not just commend that, but I want to encourage more of that. But at the same time, if we only just focus on moles, i.e. cockroaches, as they present themselves and don't take care of the source of the problem, the root of the cancer, we will just continue to have more cockroaches pop up all over the place and we'll never get anywhere. And that's the missing part of the equation here.
Right. Well said.
Just stubbed my freaking toe.
Quick, call it tow truck. Hurry up.
Damn, I don't believe that. Oh.
Put it in, Mr. Brown. Put in.
Oh, Putin, baby. Yeah. Well, you know, I just, like I said, 20 years. So what? I'd be out of here like nothing. I'd be still working. You know, I'd be really be doing a lot of things.
Well, you can't let that hold you from moving forward in any way that you can. And you're doing it because you're prepping, and you're doing things to help yourself. So, I mean, everybody can only do what they can do so much. And a lot of people that haven't even started are really behind the 8 ball now because time is short. When they start rolling out the central bank digital wallet for everybody, that's pretty far down the path to no return, and it's short. You know, within less than a year, it's happening. They're actually putting the pilot program in effect.
I almost get the sense that there's a computer generated agenda that's trying to beat the Freedomist Project to the punch.
Oh, you think someone's playing around with you?
No, not me, but I really think that there's something, that's it's just really interesting and coincidental. Let's put it this way, that it's kind of head to head as we speak. And even the decision that I made at the time that I made it to go forward with it at the time that I did, and all this kind of stuff. It's just really coincidental that just right at that time, the whole cooties thing started to come out. And, I'm not saying that, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's really coincidental. Let's put it this way. It just seems really, really odd that both of these directions are going sort of full force at this time. Up until the point where I started putting this together and doing it, like, for real, you know what I mean? A few years ago. I saw the agenda taking place, of course, but at a pretty relaxed, sort of modest pace that was rolled.
Yeah, and that's definitely changed. They're rolling it out a lot faster. Before they could deny, and they did, but they've gotten bolder and bolder, and now they're just coming out. They're telling you, and people don't realize it. They don't believe it. They think, oh, that can never happen. Well, yeah, it can, because they make the rules.
Right, exactly. So it could be possible that what I'm doing is in their computer formula of all the things or whatnot is forcing the issue, and perhaps just my pursuing of that could actually have made whatever they're trying to achieve end goal wise fail, even if I have no success with helping individuals on an individual level, just because it changed their agenda or their plans or the timeline for it, and it does seem like their push for it has been quite flawed as of the last couple of years. I really don't think that they achieved what they wanted to in the sense of their ultimate goal. But perhaps it doesn't matter anyway because they've got it all covered one way or another. So they're really kind of arrogant that way. Again, they're just relying on computers, contingencies, and plans just to give directive and whatnot, and so that they assume that they got it all covered. I'd like to take advantage of that arrogance. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It's just, man, I don't know. I've been fighting for 2 years, and I was doing pretty good for a while. Well, you know that, with Rights for Vets and everything else. And ever since then, I went to hell. You know what I mean? I just can't seem to get people to listen. But I'm not going to quit. I'm going to keep trying. You know what I mean? At least I can say.
One of the things, you know, it's helping us. We're helping ourselves here a little bit because, you know, it's getting more concrete. It's you don't have to go searching for what you already know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
You see, from my book, I've already reached people. I reached you guys. You know? You guys are the guys that, yeah, you know, put in.
Oh, yeah, I know you. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
And you reached me too, you know? I mean, don't think that you guys haven't had an impact in meaningful ways, and it goes both ways, you know? So this is everything to me. And when I see things like the other day, Polbility getting excited and catching wind of ideas that I had from afar long distance ago, the whole air compressor thing, and to the point where he's like already thinking, shit, I'm going to do that. You know, I'm just like, I'm blown away. I'm elated. I'm like, holy shit, that really is progress, or whatever you want to call it, fruitful endeavors of being the change we want to see, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll think about you when I got to help them out.
Yeah. See, that's my thing, is a person should have free will to make his own decisions on these things and not be mandated and transition from one thing to another.
Right.
It's like moving cows from one pasture to another. You know, you have to do that if you're a farmer, but I'm not a cow, and I have free will that a cow does not have. And I have enough intelligence to be able to make my own decisions without interference. I don't need it. And all this mandate, you have to do this, all of a sudden you have to destroy yourself to help the world. What the hell is that about? I don't have to do that. You know, what's the point in being in the world if I have to sacrifice myself for the world?
Right? Yeah, I was born just to be a sacrifice for others. That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You might as well just kill me now then. I mean, you know.
Yeah, you kill me now. You get me out of you know, don't make me suffer so much, you know, because you're trying to kill me anyway, so get the job done.
Well, yeah, and sacrifice, just make it the ultimate. Let's get on with it, right? Why delay the obligation, you know? Yeah, this ideology of that, you know, that everybody has been born so that they could be in servitude for everybody else. That makes so much sense. So why not just, you know, it's like the way Christmas and birthday presents work. we have this obligation at Christmas. I'll get you something, you get me mine. Well, I'll just give you $5. You give me $5. We'll call it a day already. You know.
Well, it's like, it's like we've never advanced from the position of a child, you know. Maybe your parent told you, well, just do it because I said so. Well, that's what is exactly happening to us now. We're adults, you know. We're all, you know, middle age or higher. And, you know, we don't need to be treated like a child. And that's what they're doing. They're just saying, do it because I said so.
I would say that the truth is that the adults have regressed and that the children are far more intelligent and free. You know, because with the way that indoctrination works, it's not really a slow progression, but it's a progression out of that intelligence that was there by default from design, you know. So now you got a bunch of adults running around that aren't adults, but think that they're more wise and intelligent and think that they know better. And then the kid comes along and just puts them to shame because, you know, the kid understands nature still. How many times have you seen that narrative happen? You know, but then of course the adult thinks that they're the ones who knows better and blah, blah, blah. But the adult still doesn't have enough self-determination to not delegate the responsibility away to some sort of
psychopath.
Yeah, psychopathic godlike entity called the government that is somehow supposed to be there, but with a divine authority that somehow has a divine righteousness to dictate and mandate and tell them exactly what they can and cannot do for everything. That just, I don't understand the logic behind it, but I guess fluoride, right? It works really well.
Well, you're going to love this Jordan Peterson thing we're going to work on, because I mean, he expresses it in such a way that it's unmistakable.
I'm intrigued. I'll definitely check that out. I'll put him in the book. He's in the book.
Oh, yeah, Tomoto. Asshole.
You'll put him in the asshole?
Yeah, I like to put him in, yeah. I am so sick and tired of government. They just make me sick. They really do. I look at that TV set sometimes, I'm like, nah.
You know,
my wife said something on it today. Huh?
In a way, it's kind of weird. If you go even further back and overlook the whole thing, I kind of pity them, because perhaps none of them really want to be there and want to be doing what they're doing. Perhaps they're all just operating in such a fear state that they've built their own conundrum nest, and there's no way out of it, because they're all holding each other hostage the way a mafia works. And if any one of them leaks a fucking thing, they're all fucking dead meat, like a bunch of dominoes falling, you know? So I don't know if when I look at it that way, it's like, I don't feel sorry for them.
But on the other hand, they have such a sense of entitlement that
that's what it looks like, right? Or at least the narrative. Yeah, the narrative is shown that way. But again, perhaps they're also indoctrinated in the same way, being that they're inbrededly created and raised that way, and possibly synthetically manipulated and MK Ultra'd to the max, to the point where them too, right? They really just, they're in a deeper box and they can't see even further. You know, they're in the walls are even thicker.
They're certainly in a bubble.
Yeah, they're definitely in a bubble. I don't even know if they're human. Now, that's another thing, you know.
Well,
not to say that they're aliens.
They traded their humanness away.
They sure did. They sure did.
There's definitely some lacking stuff there, at least from the feeling and emotional side, right? Compassion side and whatnot. They're definitely deep into the ego, if anything. But perhaps Some, most, maybe all are just cyborg. How do we know? You know, let's cut one of their heads off to find out.
Well, if I could get him to hire on as my gardener, I think we could, you know, maybe save him. You know,
His gardener. So you did have an opening, and you're kicking me out. I see what's going on here. Huh.
well, as I expand, I'll need more gardeners.
And I gotta be your food taster. Okay, I see what's going on here.
See, you have an elevated position. You're kind of in the same position they're in as my food tester.
We are gonna have the best bacon bit and
Yeah, you can have bacon bits.
cricket product you can possibly imagine.
I'm not eating any bacon unless it's Bobili bacon. He knows how to bury them babies.
So no, really, if I could get them to hire in to be my gardener, you know, let them get their hands in the dirt a little bit instead of having it in their mouth all the time.
If you can do that, I'll come and sit and you can be my teacher, Frostley.
Oh, I'm not saying it's possible, but you know, since they like to use their imagination, I sometimes am attracted to use mine.
I can just see Frosty. Bertha, come here.
You didn't water that potted plant, Bertha. What in the hell is wrong with you?
I'm the put in guy. You can hire me. Put that on the other side of the fence. I'll just stand there. Put in.
Yes, put in the water in the pot.
Put it in.
Make it grow.
Mr. Pollination, come here. Talk to Bertha.
Put in, Bertha. Put in. Pollinate. Put in.
Bertha, you haven't flowered enough for me to pollinate. So
put in lives matters.
You need more water.
These people they're screwed down. I mean, if that's what they want, they got it. They don't want
yeah.
They don't want to go down alone. They want to take everybody with them. You know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let them have all the let them have it all. Let them have all of the lunacy and the corruption and the fiction. Let them have all of it, right? Because
just walk away from them.
Exactly, it's a disease.
From them.
It's fucking herpes. You don't want to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. Let them have it all.
Sure don't. That's the truth. Either I don't.
It's one hell of a disease. I don't want nothing to do with myself. But whoever else wants it, I'll give you a push. You know, go ahead first. You can have it all.
The only cure is Mother Nature. Go back to her.
That's right.
And hide. Just keep quiet.
Well, that's what most do, unless if you know. Keep quiet unless you're a cricket daddy or new guru.
Yeah. Your day will come too, though. We won't hear from you for a while. I know that for a fact. You gotta hide yourself, you know.
Some will still hear from me though. Those that those that have cricket. That's right. Those that have cricket privilege will still hear from me.
The sun never sets on cricket, Daddy.
Grasshopper, take this shitty cricket off my hand.
Oh, you eat the grasshopper. Time for you to leave.
Yeah, you didn't see that. Oh, get to see it. Oh, too much. Yeah, man. Well, all I can say is I'm going to feel sorry for these people. Really, I'm just going to walk away from them though. When shit hits the fan. Completely
completely ignore everybody except for my families, my true friends.
It's the advantage of this digital tool that's available is that it has the capability of weathering the test of time for quite a long time, as opposed to books and whatnot. And I can encrypt something with a password so that nobody can change the rightology, as opposed to, you can take somebody's book and you can rewrite it. And of course, you can take what I wrote and rewrite it in a different form too. But I can set up something that shows this is the authentic website, right? There's a what's the word? An officiality to that. So there's an advantage with this, and that's kind of what I'm looking to do. You could say a legacy in a way, for lack of a better word, a lasting legacy of information that can really stay with generations far longer than I'm alive for this type of wisdom and knowledge,
Is that guy helping you out? That coding guy? Is he helping you out still?
So yeah, he expressed interest, and he said he'll showcase me something soon. We're supposed to have a progress meeting every Sunday, but he was under the weather the last couple Sundays, so that's where we're at with that. I'm still waiting for our next progress meeting.
Okay. I was hoping you get that. Because I know you said like maybe about 3, maybe 4 or 5 days, something's going on.
There's a lot of work involved in that.
There is. The enthusiasm was there and whatnot, and I think the intelligence was there. He's also in his 60s, and he's still working a full-time job. His wife is also a coder who he says is even better than he is, and whatnot. And sometimes they work together as a team. But he was pretty confident in his ability to do the Tyrant log part of the project, but not in the app. He said for the app, he thinks there needs to be more of a team, and I kind of concur with that. So, but nonetheless, we'll see how it goes. He's got free reign to put something together to show me with the Tyrant log thing. And we'll see how that goes. I'll keep everybody informed as we progress.
Yeah.
But again, though, the check's in the mail, so there was a little bit of looseness in punctuality. I'll just and I'm just trying to be forgiving, but I'm a do as you say type of guy, right? Or say as you do type of guy, and so there's a little bit of falter there in punctuality that concerns me. But it's a little too early to conclude anything either way yet. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, I wish you a lot of luck on that, dude. I really do.
Thank you.
You find out where the guy's at, we'll put some crickets in his house. We'll fix
Yeah, absolutely. I found out that there's somebody else who is kind of doing something similar, though. I found this out today, actually. There's this website, I still have it up. It's called Audit Archives. I'll put the link in for you guys. I haven't actually looked deep into this yet, but somebody brought this to my attention today. And it sounds similar to what I want to do. Where the hell's your channel there, Mr. Brown?
My channel?
Yeah, hold on. On YouTube. I just have to find it so I can put it in the chat. I found you. Okay, there's a website. It's a regular website there. So yeah.
good.
Kind of interesting what he's putting together. Again, I haven't really looked into the ins and out of it. It looks like it's just American based. So I'm thinking of reaching out to him and seeing maybe if he's interested in taking what he was up to to a much greater distance and collaborating.
I hope it works out for you.
Yeah.
Really, it just, I know you got your heart and soul set on this. I do. I mean, you spent a lot of hours and a lot of years on this thing, by the sounds of it.
Going to be a lot more too. I ain't stopping until this thing's done, and you'll see. You're gonna see in your own neck of the woods or close to it, the school of self-sufficiency. Mark my words. The only thing that would stop that is I get taken before that happens. But my objective is to put enough of the stuff together that it still happens, even if I'm no longer around.
Well, we're gonna have to. Well, somebody's watching us. I don't believe it. I'm gonna faint. Did somebody pay this guy to watch us or what?
That was probably me. When I went on there, to put the link? Is there anyone here? Who's the lurker?
I don't know. I just see what it is. Just watching.
You have a lurker? You have a lurker?
Yep. Yeah, sure do. Yep, we got number 1 on there. I finally made you great, guys. I'm number 1. Not number 2. Yeah, it's just, well, when people find out when the door closes, the government starts screwing with them, they're going to find out the hard way. No food. You will listen to us. You will obey us. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who really wants to be a capitalist at that time and lead us is going to have a heyday, But yeah, that's going to be pandemonium because people are going to be a lot in fear, right? And they're going to be in survival mode, and that's going to take over a lot of sensibility that's already weak in the knees at this point,
Fear will be off the chart.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's why I think cannibalism will be the new woke, at that point for a while there. I'm kind of mocking and making fun of it, but I'm really not. I really think there'll be a degree of that as kind of disgusting as it sounds.
Well, nothing's impossible. They're killing babies right now, don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just, wow. We're going down. I'm telling you, we are going down. I just want to be around to tell everybody, I told you so, and leave,
Well, if a guy wants to survive and he rounds up enough birthers and holds them in a pen, gets his pollinators in there, he's got his food supply, right?
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
See, so there is hope. You can get through this.
Birthers, what a freaking name, birthers.
Seriously, I can't think of any woman I know that would want to be referred to in that way.
It sounds like a piece of meat, walking around. Hey, Bertha, come here.
Yeah.
All your purposes is just to make babies. That's it,
That's what it says. That's what the indication is.
Yeah. Well, sure is, Bertha. I'll tell you, if I told that to my wife and meant it, oh man, I wouldn't be here today.
No.
She'd tell me, you better sleep with one eye open, sucker, because I'm coming after you with a pan.
I'd really need a food tester then.
You really need a food tester.
Do you guys remember the other day, or a week ago, roughly, I think it was, we were having a discussion about the birth certificate, and I was mentioning how really what it is it's just a stock certificate, and it's being sold around on the market and bought and sold and all that. Well, interestingly, it's been a long time since I really conversed about that and whatnot, and I never really kept a record log of the information when I first discovered it, where it came from and whatnot. But ironically, Cosmic sent me an email a few days ago that had this lady. Let's see, when did she post this? September 23, 2020. So just a couple years ago. Now this is a documented video of this lady up in this neck of the woods here. Actually, you know what? Let me just I'll put this up. We won't watch the whole thing or anything. I'll just put the little clip of it. So now this lady in this video, you can tell she's still sort of putting the pieces together, and she's sort of sure of herself, but not sort of. She's sort of still like learning a lot of things and getting the hang of some things, and you know, she's just at a certain point, but which is not fully that solid, but she's far enough along. There it is in the basement there. She's far enough along where she got the courage with her and her husband to call what's called Vital Statistics up here in Scamada. And that's the place where you go to up here. I don't know what it's called in America, but it's
Same
where
thing.
same thing. Okay.
Yep.
So
I got a problem here.
what's that, Mr. Brown?
It just popped.
What happened?
Glasses. I got an advertisement just popped up. It's
You got an
blocking
ad that
when I
popped
can't see. Yeah, I got. I don't see any exit to this. Where the heck that? How did that pop up? Go on. I'll figure it out eventually. Hopefully. I got it.
Where is
Oh
it?
shit!
You got
I
it?
just screwed up. No, I screwed up. It sent me someplace. All right, I got it now. Okay, I got it. Okay, there we go. All right.
Oh, maybe you clicked on it. I see. On your computer, you mean?
Yeah, I just I moved something and it also popped up and it wouldn't go away.
Ah.
I couldn't enlarge your stream. I couldn't find the button for it. Go on. I'm with you though.
Okay. It's looking good on StreamYard, so let me just put that on. There we go. Well, actually, hang on. I gotta come back here for a second. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, this lady, so she called Vital Statistics to ask her some questions, to ask them some questions and try and correct the record about that. And she got as far on this call on record to get Vital Statistics to admit that the birth certificate is indeed a stock. So let's have a quick listen of that. Pretty interesting. Here. Where's the page?
Is it there?
There it is.
Good day. I can't tell if I'm live on the computer here or not, but I'm going to be making some phone calls and would like witnesses to this process.
You're not going to use my birth certificate?
No, I'm using my own. So hopefully this is going to work.
Number you wish to dial, followed by the pound key. Please wait while we complete your call.
Thanks for calling the British Columbia Vital Statistics Agency. To access the following online services, register your newborn, order vital event certificates, and register a will service, go to www.gov.bc.ca/vital statistics. 2. Marriage certificates, marriage license, and marriage commissioners. Press 3. Legal change of name or use of name following marriage. Press 4. For death, wills notice, or will search. Press 5. For credit card orders. Press 6. To repeat these options, press star. After marriage, you can use the surname you had immediately before the marriage, the surname you had at birth or by adoption, the surname of a previous spouse, or the surname.
I'm gonna start again. Push 3.
See if I'll just fast forward to where she pulled us somebody there.
Little while doodle talking in between there for me, will you?
Oh yeah. Talky, twerky, Putin. Okay, here we go.
British Columbia Vital Statistics Agency. To access the following online services, to DA for more if your certificate
I don't think her channel's monetized, by the way, but we'll do it anyways.
the certificate is produced the next Tuesday. As per your delivery order, your parental birth certificate informs account. These certificates
Okay, here we go. She found somebody.
Flash vital statistics. If you require assistance, press 0 to reach a customer service representative.
I keep pushing 0 and it's not going through. Good day. I'm wanting to find out exactly what the birth certificate is. It seems like it's a contract of some kind. And in business, when we're entering into contract, we're supposed to have full disclosure. And because I haven't known what the birth certificate actually is, it's caused a great deal of damage psychologically.
Yeah, so result of it, when somebody's born, you register their birth.
Yeah.
Be registered.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so we're registering the birth certificate, or we're registering the birth, and we receive this certificate, but the certificate itself has a name on it which isn't our name. Because a name, when you're.
And then if it's not your name, then you can send it back and write a letter explaining that.
What I would like to do, well, it doesn't really matter. What I'm wanting to know is there's numbers on the front of the card, and then there's a number on the back of the card, on the back of the certificate. And I'm wanting to know exactly what these numbers are all about. And it also says on the back of the card, revenue receipt for treasury use only.
Yeah, that's just the stock number. That's the stock number of the certificate, ma'am.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
Just stock number.
Right. I'll play it again. I'll rewind. Listen closely.
I wanted to know a card.
You gonna say something?
Yeah, stock number. Exactly. What is it? I must have something wrong here. It's an identification.
On the back, on the back of the certificate is there's about 4 sets of numbers altogether on the certificate up here, and on the back there's 2 sets that identify the stock certificate number and the bank account number where the stock is held in trust. So, and she's getting to the bottom of that here. She doesn't even know what she's discovering here, what she's about to. I know because I've seen this before. Not her, but I've seen all of this stuff before. But she's about to discover or get them to admit, as you can see, the stock part.
I'm still getting a little confused about the stock. I've never heard of it that way. Stock.
Yeah. So, okay. So what happens is your parents. There's a difference between recording and registering. So your parents, what they first did when you were born is they recorded your birth. They made a record of your birth, a record of live birth. And what they did is they took that record of live birth and they submitted it, SUBMID. They made a submission to the government and traded temporarily, not permanently, but temporarily traded in the record of live birth, gave custody over it. And what the government did is they gave you a certificate of receipt, and the certificate has all the information of the equity that was created for the trust to hold the record of live birth. And because you gave it to them, they took all that equity and they bonded it. They created a treasury bond. And that bond has a number, and that number is floating around on the stock market and being traded left, right, and center. And it's based on it's based on their presumption. They can by factual references from historical records, they can make an accurate presumption of how much value you as an individual are worth over your lifetime based on previous historical records. And for that, they can create synthetic loans and hand them out and put an interest and tax that for their benefit, because you traded in the live birth record for that.
It's probably one reason why they would never allow the Federal Reserve to be audited.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one reason. Yeah, absolutely. So there is indeed a trust account, if you will. You can call it that. You can call it a corporate account again. And the name of it is it's definitely true that if you look on the certificate, you'll see that the certificate, and this is very clever that they did this, is called the name that you submitted in all capital letters. And that name in all capital letters is actually the name of the trust account, not the name that you were given by your parents. So that part is capitis Dominicus or something like that is the technical term for that bullshit.
Capus Dominicus?
Yeah.
And that
So
must
if
have
you,
been what she was referring to when she said the name on there is not the name of anyone in her family, because that's not the name they were given.
right, exactly. And if you look, go ahead, Mr. Brown, if you want, pull out any one of your identifications there, birth certificate, driver's license, or whatever. You'll see in there that the name on there is in all capital letters. That's because that card that you're holding or whatnot is a certificate of the trust account, which is called the name that you were given in all capital letters. It's the name of the trust. It's not your name. They personified that.
God. Oh, is that freaking Harry?
So that's why when cops want you to pull out the identification, they're not asking you for you. They're asking you for the stock number. They're asking you for the bondage, the number, so that they can write it down, so that they can claim compensation for their time. And that's exactly what they do. And then they bill you for that on top of it. They double dip. So you don't see this happening, but that trust account has the equity that was put in there based on, again, the presumption that you're going to hold X amount of value over your lifetime because you're working. You're part of the corporate slave class. So you're guaranteed to perform X amount of slavery, which is going to produce X amount of taxes and revenue for the corporate entity. And so they can now make an instrument of equity, futuristic equity, based on that presumption, and create a trust and put that lone fictional equity called money into there, and they can draw off that account. Of course they can, because they're the author, they write the rule, without your knowledge and awareness, and keep dipping in there all day long. Some people found out about this, and they've actually found out how to dip in there themselves and took the equity back. You know, I never bothered with that bullshit, because for me, it's still playing ball and corruption. I'm not interested in that. It still doesn't solve the it's not real remedy at the end of the day. But,
stock, eh? We're like a piece of meat, a cattle stock.
Yeah. Well, you aren't, but that trust account is, and because you are operating. When you identify yourself as the citizen position in that trust account. The citizen's job is to provide servitude.
You're
That's
not
where
the beneficiary.
you're not the beneficiary, right? You're in bondage to that certificate. So that's why you never want to operate as a fucking citizen. It's the worst, lowest fucking position you can have in a corporate capacity that you never even want to think of. It's even less than an employee at a business. It's worse than that.
I'm wondering if you could check my birth certificate now. Son of a, I gotta find out where it's at.
You'll see.
It's up in the top right hand corner.
Is that where the number's at? Okay.
Yeah.
A stock on there, or does it represent anything with these numbers that you're talking about?
Yeah,
Or
it literally represents the stock number that I believe it's in Dun and Bradstreet. That if you research it, you can actually find the shares of the trust. I've never done it myself, but this is what other people that are credible have from my previous endeavors have claimed.
Bradstreet. Dedham, I gotta remember that.
Dun and Bradstreet. It's like where all the corporate
Every
database
corporation has to be registered at Dun & Bradstreet to do business.
Right.
Dunham. Okay.
Dun and DUN, I think. DUN and Bradstreet.
DUNN, yeah.
DUNN.
Two N's, okay. Two N's. Bradstreet, Brad. Okay. I'm definitely going to be looking on that. If I find that up, well, I'm going to definitely put that on YouTube.
Right. So when they ask you your name, what they're really asking you for, and they don't tell you, what they're really asking you for is for you to confess on record that you are, and when you're presenting your name and you're handing them the driver's license or whatever it is, identification wise, you're handing over that certificate, which actually belongs to the state. It's not yours. That's why it says on the card, you must present that over when demanded, when requested. Yes, because it's theirs. They have every right to ask for that at any time. It's not yours. What was yours was the record of live birth.
I have a question here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't know. Maybe Frosty knows because you're not from America here. But Frosty, when we get a certificate of insurance, they ask you to put your signature back there. I don't. Have you ever got stopped by that before?
Well, what kind of insurance you talking about? Because I probably haven't had it. I'm probably the least insured person in the world because I don't believe in insurance.
I don't blame you there. No, well, hold on. No, I'm sorry. Registration. You got to put your name behind that thing.
On an insurance. On a vehicle.
Yeah, on a vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah, they want you to sign it.
Now, is that a contract if I sign it? Is that what it is? If I sign it? Because the officer got mad. He said, you're supposed to sign these.
Well, yeah, the same thing happened to me. I got pulled over one time and they told me the same thing, but they didn't do anything about it except tell me to sign it. Well, I didn't sign it. I never sign it. I never do.
I never do either. I still haven't. Okay, I just wonder what the hell that is. An agreement to take the stock out of your money, or there's something to it. Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
It's a way to. I'm sure it's a way that they're trapping you underneath the system. They're bringing you into their system underneath of them.
Yeah, you're also
is over them.
Right. You're also by default. Yes, you're also probably correct though. There, Mr. Brown is also giving them authorization to withdraw equity as they see fit for anything that is for services rendered and also for liability and damages.
Wow. They double dip because you got to pay
They
it
do.
too.
That's right. Yeah. Ignorance is no excuse to the law, is it? You pay for ignorance every way, shape, and form.
And they
See,
make sure you are.
people generally do not question this because they tell you this is what you have to do in order to operate a motor vehicle. And
right.
So people don't question it. They just do it because they want to operate a motor vehicle.
Right.
So they
And
don't know why they're doing what they're doing, except for they're being told to. So, okay.
And as a franchisee, i.e. / citizen, same thing. Those are synonyms. You absolutely have to have a license to drive while you're operating under that status. You absolutely do. Just like if you're going to come and work for me and my company and my business, while you're on the clock, if I have a requirement that you have X and X and X as far as driving while you're working for me, you absolutely have that requirement. If you don't like it, you don't have to work for me. But while you're working for me, it's a contract. And yes, if I require you to have certain things, maybe it's you got to have, maybe you're using your own vehicle. I have every right to say you have to show me that you get a inspection once a month and show me, because I'm assuming some liability here. And if you get into an accident or something goes wrong and some harm is caused while you're on the clock, I have some responsibility to go along with that. So absolutely, if I require you to do that and you agree to work for me, that's the agreement while you're working on it. But what they don't want to tell you and what people fail to realize is, are you, while you're not working for me, obligated to have that license while you drive?
You just lost me now. Authorized. Well, okay. Well,
If you're not while you're not on the clock with me, are you
right,
obligated while you're driving? Are you obligated to have that license, or are
No,
you obligated?
not from the employer. No.
Right. So I can't mandate that you have a license that you operate under 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I can't mandate that you do this and do that unless if you're working for me. Then I can say, yes, you got to get this done and this done. If you don't, then I'm not going to give you hours. I'm not going to, you can't work for me, right?
So the only solution to that is just don't even go to the Secretary of State to get your driver's license. Just drive without it.
Exactly. Stop driving as a citizen. Stop driving in that capacity. Just be in your default.
But be prepared to pay the consequences, because there will be consequences.
Well, absolutely. You have full liability in default. You don't have anybody else who's sharing liability with you. And so the state says, I'm gonna in exchange for your slavery, we're gonna assume a little bit of the liability. But at the end of the day, you're still gonna pay for it anyways. 10 times over.
See, when I remember this distinctly, I've said it before. When I first got my driver's license at 16 years old, I had to sign away some of my constitutional rights and agree to it in order to get the license.
Right.
Okay. So that right there, if you want to drive, you have to sign away your constitutional rights. Well, this is not some private company telling you this. This is the government itself that is issuing the license. So the government is telling you that the Constitution does not apply if we don't want it to.
Right.
We'll make you waive it in order to participate.
Right. It applies only if we say so, because it's our Constitution.
That's right. So I had that conversation. I read everything because I was curious at that time. I was in high school and I'd learned a little bit, and I wanted to know everything it said about what I was actually getting into. So, and it was it was several pages of fine print, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
And I read it thoroughly until I understood it. And once I understood it, then I went and talked to my mom about it. And she basically told me, she says, yes, you're waiving your rights there. I said, but I don't want to do that. And she says, well, if you make that choice, then they won't let you drive. So, I mean,
Well,
I signed it. I signed it because I wanted to drive in the end.
You wanted to
But
drive,
here's the
right?
other thing. But here's the other thing. I was 16, and you have to be 18 in order to engage in an actual contract, because they assume that you don't have the ability to make contract for yourself until the age of 18.
By
So
whose rules though is that?
that's the government rules in
Right.
the state. In the
Right. So
state.
again, only if they
It's
say so,
invalid.
right?
It's unenforceable and invalid because the elements of a contract were not met in the beginning because of my age.
Hold on though. Whose elements of a contract?
The law, according to the
Whose
law.
Whose law?
Contract law.
Whose
Yeah, the same
whose
people.
contract
Well, you
law?
know whose law. You know whose law. It's the
That's
same.
why I'm saying it is valid because they're the author. So they can decide that and they can change it at any time they want.
Yeah, but they haven't changed it. Those elements in order to have a valid contract under the law, you have to meet certain elements, and you have to be of age in order to make a legal binding contract. That is one of the elements. And at 16, you're not. You're still not today.
Can they decide what age?
They have decided it, and it's been consistent.
Can they change that whenever they decide?
I would imagine they could, but the fact of the matter is they haven't.
Hold on. And do they have to tell you when they change it?
Yeah, they would.
Why?
Huh?
Why would they?
Because that's part of the contract. You have to have full disclosure.
Well, that's a presumption.
That's on their part too. I mean, that's an element of the contract. You cannot withhold information that is detrimental.
There's only one flaw with that. The maxim of a law in nature says, let he who be deceived be deceived. So if you fall for the snake oil, it's as good as law because you fell for it. You believed it. So if you believe that I have to tell you something, then you'll believe that. But if you still operate regardless in any capacity, regardless of that, then the result is still the same.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but contract law is contract law. And if they change it, then lawyers know about it because they are the ones arguing it in court. And all I'm saying is it hasn't changed. And, you know, they would have to tell you because these bar examination lawyers that go into the courtroom, they argue these points, and it is the same. But even if it wasn't, even if you could say that the contract was good,
yeah,
like you say, I can get out of that contract anytime I want. I don't even have that license anymore. It expired. So it doesn't mean anything that I signed it.
Right. And even if it did, even if it wasn't expired, you still have no obligation to be operating under that license every second of your life.
Right.
By default, you can go in and out of a contract at any time you want by default, because a contract is not something that's set in stone in nature when it comes to from man to man or man to entity. It's not. Just because I put on a piece of paper that you owe me money, does nature concur? No, nature doesn't concur. That's only if you believe it. There's nothing in nature that's going to come along and force that scenario or support my fiction or support, my made up thing. That's just because I put
nature
on a piece of paper.
nature doesn't
pull a piece of thin air, a piece of paper out of thin air and require you to sign it to pick an apple off the tree. So,
Right, exactly. So, we can, even if you accidentally place yourself in a signed obligatory situation for life, even if of your free will, you knowingly got in a contract and signed and quote unquote signed your life away, and said, and in the terms of the contract, it said you now can't get out of this contract. Well, it's already not valid before the get-go because it's not in line with the way things operate in nature. So it doesn't matter what it says on paper. At the end of the day, you don't have any actual legitimate real obligation towards anything just because it's down on a piece of paper. It only comes down to whatever individuals believe.
Wow. I could just see the after effects of that one. I don't need a
Right?
driver's license, officer. Oh,
Right? yeah. And that's where, again,
you better be driving an old beat up car.
Yeah.
Belief is a very powerful thing, right? Like people literally can believe themselves into legitimacy. You can believe your delusions. That's why I say, be careful what you think. You might just believe it, and if you think that it's fact, even though it's not, well, a lie for you will be the truth, even though it's a lie, And so there are people who are operating under this fictional, psychopathic and psychotic delusion that really think that that it is legitimate and will go the distance to support and defend that because it's so important for them. Their whole ideology crumbles. Their whole fictional sense of security crumbles if they have to come to terms with the fact that it is absolutely bullshit. So they'll go to the distance. They absolutely will. And then it comes down to what you as an individual, as an honest individual, are willing to do and the distance you're willing to go to stand in truth without exception. And that is the exact amount of freedom you have.
Yeah.
And they will, it's funny though, a lot of the things that people fear about how far they're willing to go, I have found, I have found for me so far, keyword, it's been quite a long time, has not been anything problematic. Now, I've never really been belligerent with them, so that probably has something to do with it. I have been bluntly forthcoming and very bluntly, putting egos in check and whatnot, and even in a mocking sense, had fun with the bullshit that comes out of their mouth. I've done that, but I've never been like opposed as like a threat in their fearful little minds, that I could be a terrorist or something like that. So I think that probably has a lot to do with it. But so far for me, they haven't actually threatened, to put me behind a cage. It does definitely happen though, and there's different circumstances that come across for making that happen. So you have to be prepared at the end of the day to do what you need to do. Now, for me, if that ever did happen, I'm prepared as long as I'm within the arenas that I've already allied with people to do what we need to do when it comes to that. There's no way in hell I'm going into the cage. I'm not.
Well, in the first place, at my particular stage of life, that would be the last thing that I would attempt to do. It's not something that I would want to get myself involved in because it would be quite time consuming and expensive. Now, if I was younger and knew what I knew, before I got married and had obligations, I would probably been willing to test it. and to go ahead and operate that way. But it just depends. It's not worth it at my stage of life to go down that road as any kind of a first or intermediate thing. It would be the last thing maybe I would attempt to do.
Right.
After I was already self-sufficient and set up and independent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before I would go down that road.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you got, it's in stages. It's all about preparation. Until you have the resources on your side, you're up against numbers.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That's going to happen eventually because people will be able to afford insurance or licenses. They're just going to drive and say, "The hell with you." That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that's another narrative that I'll be looking to push, right? Once I show people more of this stuff, and with the Freedoms Project, is just some of it people already are on their own starting to catch wind of. I'm hearing more and more people saying stuff like, they can't put us all in jail if we just don't pay our property tax. What the fuck? Let's just stop. I'm starting to hear more and more people saying like this. If we all just drove without a license, they can't. Can you imagine in a town of like 10,000 people, the amount of red tape backup in the bureaucratic fucking law system? If just 10% of those people decided not to drive with insurance and license all of a sudden, that's all it would take.
They wouldn't have room in the little jail for all the people that they'd haul in there, nor would the county.
Right, and they wouldn't have even the resources administratively to even start processing that bullshit,
Oh yeah, you'd be years down the road before your case ever came up, and that in itself presents legal problems for it because you're supposed to have a quick and speedy trial.
Right? Yeah. So, I think really that's all it would take is just 10%, and for their whole little legal system to collapse.
Yeah, 10% would be, let's see, 10 million people. Let's say just 10 million people in the United States doing that. Imagine how that would clog up their courts.
Right.
Oh yeah, and some of the reasons that they make the rulings they do make is because if they ruled in another way, they would clog up the court system with suit after suit. And that was the case in one of the considerations we discussed recently. I forget what the case was about now, but we had a discussion about a case, and that was one of the rulings. Oh, I know what it was. It's when that guy beat his infant son into a retarded state and brain damaged him, and the Child Protection Service knew about it. The police knew about it. He'd been admitted to the emergency room 3 times. I can't remember the name of the case, but that was one of the considerations. If they ruled that they actually had an obligation, the child welfare actually had an obligation to interact and intercede on the part of the child, they would open themselves up to all kinds of lawsuits, and it would overwhelm the court system.
Yep. It doesn't take much, and again, with where things are at with their fictional monetary system and whatnot, it's just a wag tail for them. I see their grip hold slipping every way, shape, and form. With inflation and their fictional money becoming worth less. Again, people aren't going to work for free, so how are they going to afford to pay minions to come and do their dirty work like this? And especially with the labor shortage right now, it's everywhere. So it's going to be interesting. And I think, let's put it this way: if people get enough courage to start just driving directly over a tyrant, I may or may not have had a hand in it. That's all I'll say about that. Because the government sure has no problems with driving over the people whenever they feel. You know,
and they're doing it now with the transition that they're making. They're just driving over people.
Right.
Essentially, there's not much difference there. They're going to cause. Their policies will cause the death of a lot of people. I mean, it's actually happening. I mean, you wouldn't have the war in Ukraine right now if it wasn't for the policies of the current administration. So, I mean, they don't have a problem killing you. I wouldn't recommend that anybody, do the same myself. I certainly wouldn't recommend that they do it. I certainly am going to pull up on the reins at that point. But everyone has to make their own choice about how far they're willing to stand.
Exactly. And, just being realistic about that, where things are at, if you let them take you in a cage, you're pretty much good as dead anyways, because they're going to do all kinds of things. They're going to force them vaxes on you now, and they're going to do all this shit. They're going to rape the shit out of you and blah, blah, blah. They're excited. Go ahead.
They'll put you, you'll be on probation, and they'll put all kinds of monetary things on you. They'll make you go to these classes. They'll make you do all the things that they do. If you ever watch any court proceedings where somebody's found guilty of anything, they do their jail sentence. They get out on parole or in probation or whatever, and they have to attend this class and go to that class, and they have to pay for all that. And they don't even have a damn job. They can't pay for it, so they're a perpetual cash cow for the rest of their life. Is what it amounts to.
Right. Even more so than you already would have been. So now it's like the ultimate slave. They get excited about the amount of cavity searches they get to do on you in the name of regulatory obligation for their safety, for their protection. Every time you go there, you gotta have freaking cavity. All this they're just raping you. So that ain't happening to me. Live free or die is for me. Again, like you said, it's up to each individual to decide for themselves how far they're willing to go. And for me, I'm not going. I have no will to go there. I do what I do to maintain myself for my own responsibility.
And it's not about overthrowing the current government. It's simply not participating.
That in self-defense.
Stay home. You can choose to stay home. You don't have to go to work.
Right.
And, if 20 million, 30 million people decided to stay home for a couple months, they'd be pulling their hair out.
Yeah.
That would be so damaging. That would be so damaging to them that, and it's everyone's civil right to do it. Just don't go to work. Stay home. Unless you're in a union, you have a contract or, some control over that. That way, I mean, they may have something, but, unions go out on strike too. And in fact, this railroad strike is not settled like everybody thought it was either, because apparently they're not really in the agreement they thought they were in.
Right. You go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
No, I just said that they just voted it down. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, it's okay. Even if they are in a semblance of being stuck in a contract like that, it's again, because the default is without obligation. It's never you're never out with the remedy of correcting the record. So you still get to decide, okay, this contract's over because I said so. You can't force me ever to be in a contract 24 hours a day, 7 days. Simply because by default, nature doesn't concur with that. So even if you're in a union, it doesn't matter. If you're in any kind of a thing and you decide that hey, wait a second, this is corrupt. I'm operating in corruption here. I don't want to participate in corruption. I'm out. I am done with this. I am not going to participate in this. I'm staying home. I'm going my own way. There's nothing anybody can do.
You have to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of take care of yourself.
I'll tell you something. This is no lie. The railroad, when I went to to apply for it, the application, we all sat down, listened to them. They want you 24/7. Can't party, can't drink, can't go anywhere. You got to show up in a half an hour when you get beeped. You better show up. I mean, you just, and she's over there. And it's just like the military. That's why it's worse than the military, Fuck
It
you.
is.
And I want,
It is worse than the military. I had a friend. I still got a friend that works for the railroad, but I had another friend. He's dead now, but he worked for the railroad too, and he used to tell me all about it. I mean, he was constant. He was in constant combat. He was in constant combat verbally with those people that he was working for.
Yeah, in your time off, you cannot drink, can't party. That's right. He's right. It's absolutely right. Even though you don't get paid, you still can't do it. That's part of the agreement. Yeah. And you ready for one of the tests? You had to stick your arm out and hold on to a lantern for 1 minute. Can you imagine that? Yeah. That was part of the test. I don't know if you ever did that before. Go on.
I was just contemplating something. Sorry. So like, you finish, please.
Well, you got to grab the bar and then lean over and then hold on to the lantern and wave it back and forth for 1 minute. Now you figure that one out. Wow.
Well, they used to have to wave these lanterns as a signal for the trains approaching or the departing or whatever. It used to be a way of communication, but they don't use that anymore.
I know that. Yeah. They get communications.
That's a ritual. That's one of the rituals that we've been talking about.
Yep.
Right.
Go on. What were we going to say?
My contemplations where I think people go sideways with the contract thing. So there's a moral thing that I would even say is part of indoctrination that's ingrained. And I think it's integrated, even correct me if I'm wrong, with the 10 Commandments. Honor thy contract. Is that in there?
No.
Okay, so that's more just a moral sort of principle, I guess, then that comes from some. I thought it was in the Commandments, but maybe not.
No.
Okay, so but there is kind of a commonality that you'll hear people talk about when they're talking about just standing in honor and standing with moral compass and whatnot. Honor that contract. But there's a problem with this, and the problem is that there's no remedy for it's not in alignment with nature's law, maximum law, which is by default there is no obligation to honor a contract. So and here's why I put the narrative out where it's sort of subjective. What about when the contract is corrupt? Are we still supposed to honor it? What about when I don't want to anymore because I'm sick or tired? Am I still supposed to honor it?
Well, I don't want to get into the legal aspects of it, but it's unenforceable legally.
But
contract that is corrupt is unenforceable. So
yeah.
under current law, but I mean that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get into that because that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, I see what you're saying though, and same thing. But even operating in there, in the legality world, trying to force me to perform when I don't have the capacity to because I'm too tired is not possible. So even that, it doesn't work. You can spend all day long trying to get me to run a marathon, but if my leg is broken, it ain't happening.
Yeah, you can't beat a dead horse.
Right. So again, I can't honor a contract that's that's not even in my capacity, whether I've signed and agreed to it or not. So if it's not in line with nature, it just isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
So nature has kind of a built-in protection mechanism for all of us to make sure that we can't get out of functional capacity, to not be in a, to be in a box that's so tight that there's no remedy, right? By default, being in line with nature is always.
Well, so much to this, more than I even thought of.
Yeah.
Damn, my brain just, again, you did it to me again.
I know it's, well, again,
Now I
you
gotta,
know,
wow.
it's a lifestyle for me, right? So you know, I'm speaking it as it comes up. It's how I live, but
You're very well versed, I'll tell you that. I mean, there's things I never even thought of, never even dreamed about they could do.
Well, they
You
can
know,
do anything they want. But whether
Yeah.
or not you participate is the question.
If I was just like you, if I was single, seriously, I would try it. I would go against the grain just to see if I could win. I would.
to be perfectly fair, though, it's always a process, right? Like, it's not like I just woke up one day and said, overnight, I'm going out there, you know, all of the stuff that I'm saying today was not like from one day to the next. You know what I mean? It was a process, a
Yeah,
learning
and the
process.
thing is, you could win for 20 years, but come year 21, you might not.
Right. There's, and that's just life, right? Like, it's again, it's about live free or die either way.
Right.
And it's a really, you've won the game by I'm gonna just echo what you just said a minute ago there, Frostley. You've won the game by not participating. Already right there. For however long you live, you've already won, because the only other,
you had freedom for that amount of time.
that's right. The only other option is it's either freedom or slavery. And if you're not in slavery, you're in freedom. And if you live for 5 minutes in freedom or 77 years in freedom, at the end of the day, you were in freedom, and that's really what counts, right? I'm gonna die in freedom. I'm not gonna die in my knees sucking on some carrots.
You're not going to deep throat the boot?
I'll suck on the crickets, but forget that shit. Right. And I know it's a process because I went through that, and again, that's why I'm trying to put together things so that people can fast track that, especially with the times being where they are right now. But it's still going to be a process for people, and you know, they have to make that determination for them. But the good news is, you know, I can sit here and stand testimony that for individuals who want to go as far as I did, it's possible. You know, I'm living it, and I'm just one of millions that I know of too who have done that. I'm not, you know, I'm nothing extraordinary when it comes to that at all. You know, in fact, I'll show you people that blow my confidence when it comes to that out of the water. They're nuts in my book with how far they go.
I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping again tonight. I know I am. Son of a gun.
The night's over. You'll be sleeping today. Today.
Should we finish what this lady was saying? She was just saying
Yeah.
Let's see what else
Yeah.
you got.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Will she
On the
talk
back
to
of the
us?
certificate, there's a number
Okay,
to
so this is
know
the certificate part.
is there's numbers on the front of the card, and then there's a number on the back of the card, on the back of the certificate. And I'm wanting to know exactly what these numbers are all about. And it also says on the back of the card, revenue receipt for treasury use only.
Yeah, that's just the stock number. That's the stock number of the certificate, ma'am.
Yeah, stock for what? Who's the stock?
Okay,
What's
I'm
the
gonna take your
stock?
name and number, and if you'd like to leave your name and number, I'll forward your request on.
Yeah, well, I would like to find out who's been benefiting.
What is your name and number, ma'am? And I will forward your
I go by Sequoia. I was born Lorna Lynn. That's my name.
I'm gonna have to release it, okay? And your number?
What's the number here? Oh, shoot. The number is 501-304-6978. And I would.
Where do you live? Where do you live now?
I live everywhere, but right now I'm with my husband in Arkansas.
Where are you? What city are you in?
Well, my hometown is in Penticton, but right now I'm in Arkansas with my husband.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'll forward your request on. Thank you.
Wow.
So they even admit that it's a stock number.
I'll put it on pause.
Yeah, they admit it's a stock number. So she wants to know who the beneficiary is.
Right.
Because when you in the older days that you would buy stock, you didn't do it on a computer like trading stocks and this and that today, but actually stocks had a number. Each individual stock that was bought or sold had a number of it.
Right.
So that's where that comes from.
That's right.
That's what threw me off. That's exactly what threw me off when you said stock. Or what the hell? She doing a stock market or something? No, I understand.
It's a negotiable instrument.
It is.
And we are the stock.
And we are the stock. And we are not the beneficiaries.
The stock is the equity inside the trust that you put that you produced, right? You were the reason why that equity could be created, because they could presume based on historical factual evidence that in your lifetime you will perform and produce X amount of equity. So it's a presumptuous trust.
If that isn't slavery and bondage, I don't know what is.
Right? It's about as bondage as get. It hasn't even happened yet. You know, what if you die tomorrow? It don't matter. They'll cash it in anyway.
Well, this guy didn't get through his third bottle and passed away. Damn, that stock ain't no good.
Right?
He never did eat solid food, so we got to write him off. He's a loss.
Where does this money come from that they take? Is
Them.
this
Out of thin air. It's imaginary, like the money they give you right now.
Yep.
Wow.
Them. They create it all. And they create it based on, that's the weirdest part about it. They create it based on, they're so confident that they got you pinned in presumption as chattel that they're creating it ahead of time and putting it in a trust account and drawing from it.
Waiting for you to mature, just like a stock matures.
That's right.
Waiting for you to get in trouble, but it sounds of it.
Well, they're waiting for you to go to work and produce and be the slave they wanted.
They've also taken that instrument and monetized it and created compound equity, because with the way that the loan system works, they know that they're going to lend out a X amount and it's going to produce compound interest for them. So now here you got the start of how they can go ahead and create up to 100 times more the amount that gets deposited into a bank account. It's all based on starting with the presumption of how much equity you're going to be worth from your labor, compounded with loans and interest.
So basically what you're trying to say is they put out a death certificate, basically.
Yes. That's why your mortgage is called a mortgage. It's in the morgue. It's a death certificate. You've contracted yourself for life to be in bondage to them, haven't you?
Fuck. Now, why don't they?
Why don't they tell you the truth? It's up to you to figure it out. They're telling you everything you need to know.
That's right.
They told the lady she was that number was a stuff for stock. That was a stock number.
And if you get to the bottom and read it, you'll find out there was full disclosure. most people don't bother to read it, even because they're too lazy. I mean, granted, the amount of pages is about 18,000, so it's kind of, ridiculous to read them, but still your responsibility.
Now, as a baby, you didn't do any of this. You didn't do any of this. It was done for you.
That's right.
Just so they make more money.
You had no knowledge of it at the time of your birth.
That's
or at
right.
the time that your birth was recorded. You had no knowledge of it.
That's right.
No, I still didn't until 70. Jeez.
Your parents recorded your birth and did the transaction at that time. And then what happened was they kept custody of that trust account until you assumed the liability for it.
Age of consent. So you finally matured enough.
That's why they want you to get your SIN card so bad, because your SIN card is agreeing that you've assumed liability for the trust account. And you can tell me how easy it is to work without that SIN card, What can you do without that? Or in your neck of the woods, it's Social Security number, what I'm referring to. Up here, it's called a SIN card. Same thing.
So I hate to act stupid, but I got to ask you again, just to make sure I'm doing this right in my head. We're born, they give us a stock market. They invest in the stock market. They get interest on the stock market. You're working. You die, and they collect over $100,000 or whatever, $200,000 because they're drawing interest out of your stock market.
You never benefit from it from Social Security if you die before the age that you can be paid out on. So
right,
they're gambling on that too.
And not only that, they can on a presumptuous basis grant themselves up to 100 times the deposit to lend out back to you because you've securized yourself. And through their statistics or whatever, they can show on paper that we can guarantee X amount of return on our investment based on your labor through previous historical data. So they'll do that. They print 100 times and then they lend it to you, and then you got to pay it back with interest. You're the surety for the bond, right?
Right.
For your own bondage.
You're not the beneficiary.
And not the beneficiary.
It's like insurance companies. They do a risk assessment, see if what the price is going to have to be to insure that risk.
Right. Now here's the kicker. Without your parents and your continued after the fact agreement and cooperation and participation, they couldn't have created that equity. They needed you. It's you. It's your energy and your equity and your being, your godliness, your divinity that made that happen.
They counted on your parents selling you into slavery, and
yes,
they did so without knowing,
right?
Just by following what they were told to do.
Right. And you know what your parents got in return?
Nothing.
No, they did get something. Childcare benefits. That's what they got. And one other thing. The service of indoctrination camp. So you get to send your kid to school at the expense of what looks like the state, but that was all your money. That was all your sweat equity and your divine godliness that created that, made that happen. You're the beneficiary. So now you go ahead, send your kid to the school and become the beneficiary of that godforsaken fucking corruption and get taught the same cycle. That's why they don't teach you in school how to be independent. What do they teach you? They teach you how to do the same cycle. They teach you that you must work and be a slave.
The rules. Follow the rules.
To guarantee that you're going to perform and be surety for that bondage so that they can cash in on the equity of the trust.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Otherwise, they'll go into delinquency and default and be operating in bankruptcy, which they do by default anyway, because it was debt to begin with. It was all presumptive equity, not real equity. So the whole system is a bankruptcy system right from design. And even if it wasn't, it's still fictional. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, created out of imagination.
Right. But again, he who believes it, he who is naive, he who gets deceived be deceived. You know, that's the maxim, and it's true.
I've always wondered how come they didn't put our Social Security into a trust fund, you know, to make it grow better. You know what I mean? Like, all that money you put in there, they could have put it in the bank and draw this interest. You know what I mean? They never did. I see why now.
Those are the pennies. Those are the pennies that you get in return. Taxable, of course, right? In return to, again, give you crumbs. They have to give you some crumbs, otherwise, just enough crumbs to perform. Because if they don't give you enough crumbs to perform, then all that equity is gone, and they'll be bankrupt, right? Double bankrupt.
It's like a cow. You gotta feed it something.
Yes.
Or it dies.
Pump it with injections, feed it, do whatever. And isn't exactly that they do? You go to the hospital, the first thing you do is you get inoculated. It's a beautiful system. You are stock. You're treated no differently than the stock how corporate food is produced. You are considered corporate stock. Moo. Bam. Right?
I want to be moved to the North 40 because this grass is just overgrazed.
So, what is this? Can we listen to this lady again? What else goes on with her?
Yeah, she talks a little bit more about that, and she might have called one. Oh yeah, she called another employee too.
She did. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's receiving benefit from that stock? So I'm so glad that I had that recorded, and I'm hoping that it was witnessed. I'm going to make some more phone calls, because who's benefiting from this stock number that's on our car on the card? So I don't think it matters where we are born, as when we're born into the system, because it basically is the same, but it's I think each province or state, wherever we are born on this planet, it all still goes through the stock market. So
she's figuring it out. She's scratching her head, but she's figuring it out. See, now she's no spring chicken, and she's just now.
So they know exactly how the system is working,
right?
And I'm gonna see if I can phone Treasury.
She's looking for the treasure. She wants to know who's the beneficiary.
Yeah,
I can see the reason for intrigueness.
Yeah, all that money. Where's it going to?
No, she knows. She knew that I caught on.
I can see the reason for enthusiasm.
Yeah, she's gonna go for it.
She's gonna dig into it.
I give her credit though. She's trying. She's not playing around. She's not playing around. That lady could have been my mom. I mean, my birthing mom.
So it's called Vital Statistics there as well. Interesting.
Now they're going to block me. Isn't it interesting? They're blocking me from making any further calls.
Wow.
I think that is rather
Retaliation for being informed.
Yep.
They're scared. They want to keep all the equity in the trust. They don't want people that find out have to give it away.
Oh, we'll give you a call back, man. We'll give you more information. What's
Yeah,
your
see,
name?
they probably could have get her number anyway because she called them, so they probably had her number.
Yeah.
To access your mailbox, press pound. To leave a message for someone on the system, enter the number. Bonjour. Pour obtenir votre boîte vocale, appuyez sur le carré. Pour laisser un message à quelqu'un sur le système, entrez son numéro. Please enter the number of the person you are calling. To access your mailbox, press pound. Veuillez entrer le numéro de la personne que vous désirez joindre.
So, who do I want to phone next here? I'm going to.
Didn't want to talk to her.
Yeah. Oh.
Trying to call someone who gives a shit.
I'm going to access my phone.
That'd be an interesting endeavor. Let's call a bunch of numbers. Hey, do you give a shit?
Yeah.
Me neither. Click.
So at least we got the truth out of them. The number on the back of our certificate of birth is a stock number. So how do we get to find benefit from having a stock number? So are we? Yeah, it's like I would like to be removed from this system because they have illegitimately put us into contract and somebody knows how the system works and we are not given access to the information and somebody is benefiting off of our
labor
accounts. These are our accounts. They don't belong to anybody else because this is our name, right? I'm the whole, they say it's British Columbia, but they're benefiting off of the creation of that certificate. So we've been entered into contract without full disclosure. And yeah, some good rising. So Jennifer, so I don't know if you were here when I actually contacted Vital Statistics in British Columbia because that's where my live birth was registered. And I was wanting to figure out how the birth certificate, the numbers actually work. And yeah, I'm supposed to be getting a call back to find out exactly
where you live.
The stock number on the back of the card. And so some people are actually, how the stock market, I want to know exactly, I want the administrative process to find out how the stock market works and who's been benefiting from the number on the back of my card, because I'm going to claim back. I didn't surrender any of my property, any of my assets. So whoever is benefiting from
the parasite, she's looking for the parasite.
I want to get full compensation back. And I want to, and I'm because I know who I am, I'm putting my feet on the ground, claiming the earth back, claiming my body back. So here I got my.
As soon as they find out where she is, the people will exit the van with their butterfly nets.
What I'm going to do is phone the Archdiocese and figure out.
There are special wards ready for this scenario. I will say that.
Yeah.
Wow. The lady wishing one hand and shit in the other.
Please enter the phone number you wish to dial, followed by the pound key. Please wait while we complete your call.
Put in.
You make your please.
Hello, my name is Put Out. I'm here to help you.
Oh, I'm having a difficult time understanding what you're saying. Can you speak English?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, what I'm not wanting to understand and to comprehend. This is I'm wanting to fully comprehend what is happening on Earth, because it's my free will and testament. This is going on the record, for the record, to find out what's going on with the birth registration and how that pertains to the Pope, because it is my will to claim back my truth and claim back the earth, to stand on the earth, and to figure out how our registration of live birth and who is benefiting, because I claim back all of my property. I didn't surrender any of my property. So I'm restoring the cord, the cutting of the cord, and everywhere where the church has claimed my property, I'm restoring the afterbirth, claiming it for every parent, every mother and father. So I am dissolving the false crown so that we're not under bail anymore. I don't want, it is my will to not be under bail, under ball, under the black cube, or the sons of Saturn. I do not consent as the divine feminine, the queen mother. I'm queen mother of my own dominion, and I'm claiming the earth back.
She's a birther.
For the people that are born on earth, because we have been put into contract at birth without our consent. And whenever somebody is entered into contract, full disclosure is supposed to be forthwith, right? And because we aren't told how the birth certificate registration actually works, and I did phone Vital Statistics. I was born in a city called Burns Lake. I don't recognize the province of British Columbia because it was created illegally and unlawfully through force, through invasion, and I don't accept that invasion upon my property anymore. I don't accept any invasion of my energy on any dimension of mind or matter. So I'm claiming back my body and everybody's body, every parent.
Me too.
My husband and I, Raymond and I, are in holy matrimony, restoring the divine union. We didn't desecrate our marriage by getting a registration or a license of marriage. Do you fully comprehend what I've just told you?
Can you imagine? Stop it right there for a
So
minute.
could you forward
Can you
this to,
imagine?
you know,
Can you imagine being the person on the other end of the line listening to this? and, and if you didn't know what she had already gone through and hadn't received a phone call like this before, it's just somebody doing regular business. Could you imagine what the person on the other end of the line is thinking? Who is this crackpot?
Yeah, she had it been about 20 years ago, she probably would have already called for the paddy wagon way before this. I would.
Oh yeah, they're they'd be fully prepared to find her and commit her to some institution.
Right. I think in this day, though, I think they've. This is not a. I wouldn't say it's a daily occurrence, but I think they're a little bit more familiar with being challenged about this at this point.
Let's see what kind of answer she gets.
It'll be interesting. I do think that this employee is probably such a bottom feeder in their corporate hierarchy that she's not really equipped to answer. Like, if I was this lady here, when you deal with corporations, fuck the bottom. You go for the manager, and then the manager's manager as fast as you can. Try and get somebody who's a little more competent. But anyways.
Because that's a lot to go through for somebody who's just going to answer the phone.
Exactly.
They're obviously not very high up in the hierarchy in the organization.
Right, especially when it comes to something like this. But again, like I said at the beginning, you know, this lady's obviously learning things, and I love to see her going through this. This is pretty interesting. I commend her for even just getting on record the stock thing. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, let's have a listen to what this bottom feeder responded. Pretty funny.
well, this is my verbal will and testament to you and to all parties. Right?
Okay.
Because I would like to be fully compensated for this travesty that's been taking place on Earth, because we haven't been given full disclosure as to what we are actually doing when we're registering our children. I did not abandon my children. I was not abandoned. My parents didn't abandon me. I am not lost. I absolutely know who I am. I was told that if I go within, I will not go without. And I have gone within my entire life. I know who I am as a source of life myself. I am the light. I am the light of the world. And every single child born onto this earth is the light of the world. And I am destroying the false crown, the fake crown, the quasi crown, and restoring the crown of every child on this planet. Do you fully comprehend what I've just told you?
Okay. Yeah.
And I will not accept any more assassination upon the flesh of the body, or an assassination upon the spirit. And I would like the full I would like to know what the administrative process is to restore our estate, and how to gain full control of our assets. Because I've been phoning. I phoned the vital statistics, and I was told the number on the back of the certificate of birth is a stock number. And you know what? I phoned I phoned governors. I phoned everywhere else, and no one is giving us the information as to how to access our own estate. And I want all the gold that has been confiscated, stolen, by the pirates and is held to be released to the people. Because that the gold is of the people, not the a dead entity with a fake feminine garment over them. So can you please, I require of you to give me the administrative process so that I can take full full ownership or full leadership of what this name that's been given to me on the certificate of birth, this legal name, which isn't my name. It's a person. Well, it's a corporate. It's a business. The legal name, the capitalized name, and you know what? I would also like to put it on the record that I don't actually agree with corporatus diminitu or whatever you say. That in the capitalizing of the letters, that it somehow diminishes the character. Like that's somebody's idea that is fanciful. No letters on paper. Nothing about that is in reality. So I'm canceling all false assumptions and presumptions around the creation of this piece of paper, that it has any power over me or my spirit or the.
She can't cancel anything, but what she can do is withdraw consent and cooperation. That's all. But she's working on it.
The spirit of the earth. But I would really like to know the administrative process so that I can have all of my assets, everything that's been stolen retroactively from the very beginning when I was taxed.
Okay.
So retroactively to the beginning, before Genesis. Now.
Now.
I need to know with who you want to speak. You are calling us embassy policy.
Yeah, well, I would like to speak to the Pope, the man behind the facade.
Okay, you want to speak to the Pope.
Mm-hmm.
The Wizard of Oz.
It's not possible.
So I would like to speak to this representative then. Well, you are acting as a representative for the office, right?
Yes.
The office of the Pope. And everything that I just said is recorded. And I will pass this message. What I would like to do is pass it on to make sure this message gets to where it needs to get to. Well, it's already recorded through the dimensions, through the cosmic dimensions. It's already recorded on the soul, the spirit. It's recorded. It's recorded.
Okay.
And if you record these like this here, it is recorded, and we will. And if you haven't recorded it, I've recorded it. It's gone public. I have witness.
Okay. If you want to speak to the Pope, I need that you write a letter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And send us with another letter of your parish or your bishop, okay? And then we can send your letter to the Pope, okay? It's now.
So they're saying that's a fancy way of saying get your agent to talk to my agent. So they need fiction to talk to fiction, and I'll elaborate on that in just a moment.
The possibility that I can give you?
Well, I would like to find out I would like somebody to call me. This isn't acceptable because I've written many letters to the Vatican, because I would like to find out today what the administrative process will be, so that I have all of my assets and my property restored to me on all dimensions of mind and matter. Because so I would like to.
This is where she's going wrong. The administrative process is what she was doing. She decides the administrative process by saying, hand me back what's mine and fuck off. If you are looking to seek an administrative remedy in their system, you've now once again turned over the authority to them. Wrong move.
Yeah, it's a trap.
Yeah. But again, she's learning. She's working her way.
She's not dealing with the government anymore. She's dealing with religious organization, and they're not the same. Or maybe they are.
They are. Yeah, actually, they're one and the same. That's another part of the corporate veil of secrecy that they don't want people to figure it out. But that's exactly what it is. And that'll tie into what I was talking about a moment ago, which is how they need fiction to talk to fiction. They can't have real world talk to fiction. Mark, I'll explain that in a minute.
To be completely, I would like to cash in this, I want to find out. I want to find out who has been benefiting from the stock market on the back of the certificate of birth. And I'm going right to so if you can find, I will give you my phone number, and what I would like you to do is to find out who can give me the administrative process, so that I can actually get all of my assets back and cash my certificate of birth and gain back everything that's been stolen as a result of the creation of this instrument and every other birth certificate.
That's a dangerous claim she just made there. There's a presumption that something was stolen. There would need to be proof of that. And I would reckon that she wouldn't have one. It's, as far as I can tell, nothing has been stolen. Everything has been consensual. Naively consensual, but there has been no theft. Deceit, perhaps, and very, very conniving trickery, but not theft.
Okay.
I'm giving back to Caesar the debt. I'm not holding any karmic debt over what has been created as a result of the fake crown, the quasi crown, the crown of ball, the papal tiara, and restoring the true crown to the children that are born to earth as the Divine Mother.
Okay.
So if you can, I'm going to give you my phone number, and I want somebody to call me back.
Okay. I take your phone.
And I would like a call today. I'm not going to be left waiting, because I've waited long enough for this.
Okay.
The children of Earth have waited long enough.
Okay.
No child should want for anything. Every child on Earth should have their needs met. And there's to be no more harm to be put upon any hair upon a child's head. So all of the false governments that are
made them follicles
causing harm to the physical vessel are to be exposed, and to have full disclosure.
Well, I don't know if we have that shampoo.
But my phone number. So this is so, like I was born Lorna Lynn. I have changed my name to Sophia.
Okay.
And the number is 501 304 6978.
501 304.
No, 304 501 304 6978.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I require of you to make sure that I get a call today. Or you're going to be it's going to be on the record. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
There. I think that's how we do it. I can't even tell if there's any comments or who's seen this. I'm going to share this out. It's on the record now.
I think she'll be set for a mental evaluation.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Yeah, so okay. The religion thing that you brought up. Let's talk about that for a second. So the rudimentary word in religion means realize, and realize is consistent with knowing factual truth. The other side of the equation in the fictional world is religion incorporated, which is not factual truth. It's everything but. It's all the personifications. And so the religion that we're dealing with here is political. It's all belief-based, everything belief-based, which is everything incorporated. So Pope Incorporated is what we're really talking about here. Vatican Incorporated. These are all, again, there's just business entities, fictional corporation, Crown Corporation, Her Majesty the Queen Incorporated. These aren't the people that you see, even the royals. They're literally just trust entities that hold equity and are used for commerce. So in the real world, here's the question. Can a corporation itself interact with a man of the real world?
I don't know the answer to that.
All right. And I'll help to clarify the answer by reversing it to make it as very obvious. Can you shake your hand with a corporation?
No.
No. So a corporation itself is just a fiction in the mind. So because we're talking in the fictional world, the only way that they can have an interaction or agreement is through this thing called agency. So what we had there was a meeting of agents. So the agent of that corporation on the phone was talking with the agent of the trust account. And they were conversing together. And what she was saying is that I have to have a meeting with the proper agent of proper corporation, proper fiction, communicate with your proper fiction, your proper agent of your proper fiction, in order for that information that you're requesting to be provided. And that's why it couldn't be resolved right there on the phone. And she's right. She doesn't have the authorization or the authority on her end to do that. That was just a fancy way for them to say the same thing. Fictions can't contact people, and people can't contact fiction. We need agents.
Right.
And that's how it works in the corporate world. So, yeah, it's all religion and it's all politics, because all of these are actually
That's
Go
a
ahead.
layer of the onion of protection.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And when you operate this way, then there's an element of safety when it comes to that. I mean, we can be at a distance and you can't blow my head off in the mafia, so perhaps that's where the idea kind of was spawned from, to give a bit of layer of protection there. But it's not a real protection, and it's at the cost of zero accountability. Because now if I believe, and again, this is where the religious aspect comes into play. If I believe that the fiction is real, then I need to pursue accountability of the corporation, the fiction itself. Then I'm chasing rainbows until I'm blue in the face, and the people on the other end are sitting there saying, go ahead, laughing all the way to the bank. You can do this all day long if you want. There's no accountability for them, but go ahead if you want to, burn this piece of paper into the ground and have at her.
Yeah, it's the hamster wheel.
Right. But anyways, I commend her. She did for what her knowledge and where she's at. I think she did a pretty good job at, finding information, and that just came across to me a few days ago, and I'm going to put together more of that just for information. People who have done more of that type of thing who are a little more solid and documented it. There's a whole bunch of that stuff. I'll put it all together so that people can see. But again, not to encourage people to go and claim $11 billion from this thing and whatnot. Although somebody made an argument for that recently. They said, if everybody realized that they could access that, and they did get access to that, then it would collapse the system overnight because nobody would go to work anymore. And so I'm kind of in agreement with that, but that's pie in the sky. There's other ways to do that. And I don't know anybody personally who literally, I just know of people who made claim that were reputable, that there are people who have claimed some of that equity as a beneficiary, but I don't know any of them personally. So that'd be interesting to discover, though.
Be pretty difficult to do.
To actually get to withdraw it, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, like the way I see it is, you're the administrator of the account, because without your participation, nothing happens. You're the everything of the account, because without you, there isn't even an account.
I don't think you're the administrator, though. I don't think you'd be the administrator.
I think it's a matter of there could be a dispute there. We'd have to find out who is responsible for signing authority.
The administrator of the account.
Right, which without your signature, nothing happens. That's why I think you could probably claim the administrator position. That's capacity, right? If there was any dispute over that,
you might. You could possibly, but it would be in their system, and who knows what rules are applied to allow that to happen, or would be applied, because nobody even knows where to go.
Well, I think some people do. On the surface, what's going on here is there's just custodialship. So, the parents turned in the live birth record, and then in exchange got the certificate. But that's just it's a stock certificate. It represents, you're just holding like title of a house type thing, same thing, but it's not the house, right? So there's somebody who is in custodial of the actual equity and whatnot. So the way I see it is you would just go and hand in the certificate and say, I want all my equity and my live birth record back. I'm submitting this back in for everything that it represents.
But here's the thing: who knows how many times that stock has been bought and sold, and whose hands it's in now? It's kind of like the 2008 mortgage-backed security market, where nobody the deed to the house changed hands so many times that it got lost, and nobody could come into court and say, "Well, yeah, this is why they should pay me." Guy hasn't paid his rent for 2 years, and because he doesn't know exactly who he has to pay. Number one, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it could be that's kind of situation too.
Yeah. I think though the what you would be claiming or reclaiming, if anything, is because what you just said as an example a second ago there is the deed, which represents, that's the paper that represents the asset, which is what floats around. But what's not floating around literally is the asset itself. So it's not like the house is moving. So what you're doing is you're going and saying, this house is mine, and here's your certificate back. Yeah, I don't care how many times you passed around the deed and made some money off it or whatever the fuck you did. I'm taking the house back, and you can have the little stock certificate for it, whatever. That's yours. That's what they created.
Yeah, but that wouldn't entitle to anyone to claim anything from it. That's just removing yourself from the participation of it.
Right, and gaining custodial back of what you submitted to them.
Right. You didn't submit it. Somebody else submitted it on
your parents did. Yeah, your parents.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which could be them, I guess, who could claim it. But again, it was you can do something on behalf of somebody else's benefit, especially if it's your next of kin, and then pass on the equity of that or whatnot. So, especially when you are of sound mind, and there is a logical argument to be made, so to speak, for this assumption thing. So if you're operating with these documents at such an age, then it's arguable to presume that you've assumed the responsibility for that account at such point,
Yeah, maybe once you matured. But if you didn't know it existed at that time, I mean, she's just finding out about this at her age, which is, she's no spring chicken.
Yeah. And I'm with you there. I'm with you there, totally. Of course, they'll say, well, ignorance is no excuse to the law anyways. And they're right in that sense, I mean, it really isn't. But it's never too late to correct the record. And that's what she's attempting to do.
Yeah, she's attempting to correct the record. But she's also looking to see, what is available that was created.
Right. Is there a honeypot that somebody was, putting in there?
Lucky Charms at the end of the rainbow someplace.
Right. And, yeah. Yeah, so
very interesting.
It is very interesting, and some more discovery to be had there with that. Again, I kind of ended my pursuit back in the day with going further with that because of my lack of interest in the corporate world to begin with, and fictional wealth with $11 billion. It really doesn't appeal to me at all, because
you're on the hamster wheel. You're you're just going to keep going around and around. It's going to be a huge drain on your focus.
That's right. It doesn't solve anything, in the
end, no.
Yeah. So I realize that that's another, while it looks like all nice and dandy, yeah, I can buy 7 cars and 3 houses and think that I can sleep good at night because I'm not going to run out of this money and I can just buy my way out of every problem that I have. That's not reality. I realized that a long time ago, so I didn't fall for that, and instead kept seeking to look for where's the real truth, where's the real abundance, where's the real, where's truth. I just wanted truth, and I found it. I found the truth. The truth is reality just is what it is, and we're mortal, and we just, if you come to terms with that and accept it, then you can get on with the business of learning what life really is all about, which, as far as I've gotten so far, with internal meditation and so on and so forth, is we're like in a cocoon state. We're being birthed, rebirth.
Damn, we got to go through the vagina again.
Yeah. It's a divine vagina, though.
Oh, okay. They are divine.
Mr. Brown, did you conk on us? You haven't said a word for a while. Are you with us? I think you did. Let me see if my little tactic will work on awakening the beast here. So far, this has not failed us. He's not even on.
He could be on the toilet.
He could be. He's not even on mute, though. I did hear him start to snore a little bit earlier.
Oh, did you?
Let me crank that. Hang on a sec. Watch your ears, Frostley.
Hello?
Right.
There you go. Yeah, I'm talking away and I thought you guys were hearing me during the whole time.
No, we didn't hear you at all.
Yeah,
Till now.
I heard you. Well, hey, is he up? Is he up? I don't know. I'm over it. Yeah, I'm right here. We'll try the bell.
You all right?
Yeah. I'm all right. Yeah. I'm all right. But I was trying to talk to you, but no. Guys didn't want to talk to me.
What'd you think of Sophie?
I love that lady. I want to marry her. She's my birther.
Oh, I want her to have my babies.
Boy, it's gonna be a cold experience. Woo. What is it? It's a little snowman. Oh. With a carrot.
You want her to be your beneficiary.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call everybody about it too. I'm surprised you guys couldn't hear. What the hell? I was doing okay there for a while. Oh shit! What I tell you, I just can't get over that. I'm gonna be looking at my birth certificate. I'm really gonna look in that. Well, I tell you, they really fuck you over the birth certificates, don't they?
Oh yeah. I'll tell you a little story about mine. It won't take very long. Anyway, remember when they had this ID thing? You had to provide all these documents in order to get your driver's license again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, birth certificate was one of them. Well, I had a birth certificate, had it for a long time, years. So I submitted it, and they wouldn't accept it. And the reason they wouldn't accept it is because the guy who signed it died and was no longer in office. So they got a new guy in office, and it had the birth certificate I submitted had to have the new guy's signature on it. I'm thinking to myself, is it really a birth certificate? I mean, why does this new guy have to sign it? It was good. It was good at the time it was issued, but all of a sudden, I mean, that's just such a crazy reason not to accept a birth certificate. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, That's what I had to send off and get another one.
That's bullshit.
Hmm.
What is bullshit? Anyway, it just, if you got to do something with the government, it's nothing but a hassle. Always a hassle.
Well, of course, they're not there to, provide you any benefits. You're their benefit.
That's exactly. Well, we got a water bill, and it said the amount. I'm looking at the due date, August 31st. It was September 13th. I thought, what the fuck? So I tried to call up the following Monday because it was Friday, naturally. So I called up Monday, couldn't get through. You got the wrong number. You got the wrong number. You got the wrong number. What the? So my wife, she did something, and she finally got through. It was a pain in the ass. Come to find out that they mailed it like that to everybody.
Yeah.
It was a misprint, and they put it on there.
Here's a very interesting food for thought contemplation. Slave is not the lowest common denominator in the equation. Can you fathom that?
No, I can't.
There's one position lower than slave status. That's even worse.
But a birther?
No.
I couldn't imagine what it could be. How about you, Frost?
A preener.
What? A preener?
But someone who preens. Am I close to
I'll let you think about it for a little bit. If you contemplate to the previous discussion about capacity and where you operate in terms of this trust and whatnot, and how that works, what we're talking about, you might get it in 3 guesses.
I don't know.
Lower than a doggone slave, eh?
Yeah. A status. It's a status. Important.
A rib bone.
No, someone who's poor.
Oh, the primordial ooze.
Person who doesn't work.
Okay, think back to how loans work.
How loans work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, a debtor slave.
Yeah, so debtor and slave would be the same thing, but so now there needs to be something else in conjunction with the debt and the debtor before a grantor would grant debt to the debtor and debtor and debt. What would that be?
You're talking like grantee, grantor.
Yeah, except on the other side of the spectrum from the debtor's position. It's hard to get. It's hard to get a loan without this. There's your hint.
Oh, your credit.
Collateral, right?
Wow,
You need surety and collateral. That's what you are. You are collateral for the debt.
Wow.
And that's why they work so damn fucking hard to make sure you perform and beat you to a pulp. Because if you don't perform, that debt's going to be defaulted, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
It's worse than a slave status.
Wow. We're a piece of shit is what we are. What a collateral.
Well, one step above us is the sewer rat.
Think about that next time they want to demand you pay your taxes and do their administrative dirty work for them without compensation. Instead, they charge you for your ignorance.
Boy, they got a real good system going, don't they?
They sure do. They get you to do all the fucking work, and you pay them for it because they said so, and you believe it.
Well, I'm getting my lawyer, Mr. Snowman.
I'm not your lawyer.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I'm the CEO. We shall hire a lawyer to defend you, Bill Brown.
Well, thank you. How much is this going to cost?
I don't care what you guys are. I'm the fucking shareholders. You guys can have every other capacity you want. I don't care.
I want to be the beneficiary.
Hell, I'm just a fucking slave. Damn. Well, I forgot I was live. Shit. Cancel that order.
All this is on record. This is a doozy.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, this is going to be a good one tomorrow. Today. I wonder if I'm still alive here, man. I got to check that out. After all this.
Yeah. It's going to take a person with a very strong constitution in order to watch all this.
Oh, yeah. They probably won't believe it anyway. I mean, right now, I got a hit. I got 0. That's better than -0.
I'm just a cricket. I'm just a cricket daddy crackpot. What do I know?
Wow.
I don't know.
All this, you know what? With all this knowledge, I'm just surprised that nobody's watching us. I mean, we've been out here for I don't know how long, but damn, wow.
Why would they watch us when there's twerking going on everywhere?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Twerking is like the ultimate escape, isn't it? It's the ultimate. This is like the sum of the equation. You know, vicism and escapism. Let's twerk our woes away. You know, I look at it from an overhead view, and it's appalling what it results.
If you're a Republican, it's much easier to pay attention to what they're doing and point the blame at the Democrats, and vice versa. If you're a Democrat, point the blame. I mean, that's where the action is. That's where the minds and focus are. You know.
Yeah.
They're not focused on the real world. They're focused on the excitement, the fear.
I think twerking is when tweaking evolved where it was supposed to.
Yeah. Someone was tweaking and ended up twerking.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Well, there's one thing too. I don't give anybody a free pass up here when they just come out up here and nail me. You know, with what do you call that? Porn, whatever it is.
Porn bombing.
Porn bombing. Yeah. You got to be pretty bored to, you know, do roles in life. That's, with all the things that could be pursued in life that people choose.
Yeah, well, I got it all right. I got bombed.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, how's our buddy been doing lately, Bill? Wild Bill or whatever his name was.
He's still around, I think.
Is he really? Wow. I'll never forget that thing. Never. That was the best. That was the best video I've ever seen in my life. I never laughed so freaking hard. I almost shit my pants. Damn. You pin it over. Shooting.
Oh. Cut out there for a sec, but you're back.
Oh, I'm just reminiscing. That's all. About him bending over, trying to get up, showing his cheeks of his ass.
Yeah. Now I was over my head for a second there. Bill, not Bill. You're talking
Bill.
about
Billy the Kid.
Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid. Yeah.
Oh, I'll just bring something to your attention. I don't know if you know who Direct D is. I think you probably do, don't you, Guru?
Yes, he was the fellow I showed that video the other day being the audit.
Well,
Who
he's
had
got
the rifle in the back.
He's got a video out. The headline of it came out yesterday, I believe. He went to court and he got 1 year jail time and 3 years probation. Now I haven't been able to. Yeah, I haven't been able to watch the video to see what he's saying or his explanation or whatever. And also in the headline it says judge owned. So I don't know what that means. But I'm just putting it out there. I'm going to watch it.
What did he do?
I think he was. I don't know what all his charges were. I don't remember. But what did he do? He didn't do a damn thing. If you want to know the truth.
Which, of course, is not what we expect of somebody with surety and collateral for bondage.
Right.
Can't be having that now. No.
But see, that's the risk these auditors take, because once you're okay, you get a jail sentence, that's bad enough. But now you got the probation and all that. So that effectively would take him out of doing what he's doing for 4 years. He wouldn't be able to do what he's doing as far as being an auditor, because he'd be subject to arrest and they would know it. He would have to ID. He would get searched, everything, you know.
Right.
He couldn't even design entry into his house.
That's the tactic they typically do to try and silence activists.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, and I'm sure there might be an appeal or something probably in the works, but because at the local level, you're going to get a judge probably in that kind of community that he lives in that is going to go along with whatever the cops charged him with. You know, I don't know if he probably had a bench trial.
Probably.
Because it's not worth having a jury trial at that level, because if the judge is not going to let you.
You need an intelligent jury.
Yeah. Well,
where are you going to find that? You know, you need an intelligent judge too, but you know,
one that isn't so corrupt.
Right. Where are we going to find that? The interesting though, I'll watch that. I didn't know he was in court proceedings.
Yeah. And you're in there. That's the risk they take, because they're in their system.
That's right.
And doesn't mean you're always going to lose, but the cards are stacked against you.
That's right.
Yeah, but you think you'd have a better chance going to a jury than you would a judge, one person.
Not when most of your jury is, again, coming from the same indoctrinated view, right? There is, you know, a thing where you get to actually interview your jury and be selective of that, and I would take advantage of that if I was ever in, you know, an extorted position, or I had to deal with things that way. I would go for that, you know, and I would just call incompetent jury probably for the rest of my life, you know, play that card out.
Well, I know that you're going to find this hard to believe, but in the state of Alabama, if you're charged with a crime, it may be a low level crime, maybe, but you're not entitled to a jury in your first court hearing. It's going to be a bench trial. Now, if you lose that, you can't appeal and get a jury trial at the next higher court level that you appeal to, which really kind of flies in the face of the Constitution, because it says right in there that you're entitled to it. I don't know how they get away with that, but when I researched it, they've been getting away with it.
They'll get away with anything people don't challenge. That's probably how. and challenged properly, which in a corrupt a corrupt box is impossible to do properly anyways, but to do the best that you can would be to put them on the defense right away and go right to Supreme Court level. That's what I would do. Challenging the constitutionality of that if I wanted to work within the boundaries of that scope,
Yeah.
That takes a lot of balls, right?
Good luck finding a lawyer that's going to represent you unless you got
Exactly, and the
time
cost
for money.
and the cost for that, right? Exactly. So pro se or no say.
Yeah.
And I would do that, but again, I don't know. To me, it's like having the competence for this stuff isn't really rocket science, but I guess fluoride dumbs you down, and it's easy for me to say because I have spent a couple of decades conscious of this stuff. So yeah, I'm coming from a different position, but I mean that didn't happen because that didn't happen without me making it happen, So really, again, that's back to the responsibility is on everybody.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm just so happy to be here. I just want to be nobody.
That's the best place to be, Mr. Brown. Be a nobody. Because if you're a nobody, you can't be EYE space DE entified. You can't be seen in fiction world without having a personification, have joinder, and be identified. That's why they want your Capitis Dominus name so badly.
That's why the IRS won't come after you if you're unemployed and don't own anything. They're not going to waste their time.
Now you're a liability.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to cost more.
They would only be spending money. They're not making money.
Right.
Well, that's what Poe Billy's friend did. He had nothing at all. He was a bum. And every time he got in trouble, they kicked him right out in 2 days.
And so even for their own administrative protection, they created their own remedy for themselves too, but they didn't hide it. If you want to work within the parameters of legalities and be okay, you can do that too. You can create a foundation, and you can have foundation layers and create multiple personification entities within that foundation and have layers of protection by doing that. That's exactly what elitists do, right? They have, look at Bill Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They don't own anything. That's back to the maxim that they follow: own nothing and control everything. Okay? And if you don't have anything in joinder to you personally, then nobody can, again, that's the corporate veil. Nobody can come after you and hold you liable for anything because you have nothing that can be claimed that's attached to you. It's all in some other entity's jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I admit I've used a bit of that from time to time, but it's mostly, again, just a headache of paper out, and it's still working within their parameters and validifying their fictional bullshit arena, and just energy wasted at the end of the day. Only necessary if you think you need to protect something because you think you own something to begin with.
Oh, you guys want to hear something good? I gotta go back. Wait till you hear this. This is good.
Okay.
Hold on here. I gotta get to it. I just happened to walk by and I just seen this. Hold on, they're talking about this damn plane. 25 planes are missed inspection. Okay, come on. Hydraulic issues. Okay. Come on.
Was it on the screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back to.
Okay.
Here it is. Here it is.
I'm making a match, so I can't see the screen, but I will in a second.
President Yoon on Joe Biden. How could Biden not lose damn face if these fuckers did not pass it in Congress? This is the Japanese guy, President Yoon, on Joe Biden. How could Biden not lose damn face if these fuckers did not pass it in Congress?
Pass what?
President Yoon. So he cussed at Biden. I don't know what it's about though. That's the first time President Yoon swears at U.S. lawmakers on hot mic. Well, he's got good taste. Yeah, it's very unheard of when somebody gets, a president gets cussed out like that. That's decent. I like it. Oh yeah, this world's coming apart. It is.
I think he's been learning about the benefits.
Yeah, he's learning well. He is learning well. Yeah, it's just a matter of time now.
All our adversaries around the world are looking at him and his performance and saying, whoa, these fuckers are so stupid. We've got him now. We've got him now.
Yeah, it's true too. They do. They got him. Yeah. He is so weak, so stupid. Makes me want to become president. I can pass that test. Yeah, sure can. And I have a legit excuse when I got hit with a car with my head there in the windshield. I can get away with it. What did he say? He said, beard, 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 beard.
Mercy, birdie, Biden. It's a bird, mercy, Obama. It's mercy, it's the Bush, it's in the birdie. Flame, boom. It's a bird, Obama. It's a bird whipping mass destruction. It's a bird bomb. Into the frying pan. Poof!
I'm so glad I tuned in to listen to the president.
Wow, man, I'll tell you.
If that doesn't put people in fear, I don't know what will.
That's the truth, too. That is the truth. This is what they wanted. This is what they got. Shame on them.
They're making a mock. They're just mocking us at this point.
That's what they've been doing all along. You hit the nail on the head. With movies, with the songs on the radio, everything. Just a big fat fucking mockery. Zombie movies. What do you think they're talking about? They're talking about you.
Yeah,
you're the zombie.
You're the Walking Dead.
Right. Sitting there watching the movie with your GMO popcorn and your GMO fucking butter and the pizza grease coming off your face, applauding and clapping the fucking movie that you can't see is talking about you while they're profiting off of it.
Well,
while they're telling you the future at the same time, right?
I like the one movie they have out there. I want to bite your neck. Birther.
Yeah, zombie movies, all of them. The Simpsons, everything. It's all just a mockery.
Now they got the Woman King has come out. Last I heard, it was #1 in the box office. I don't know.
Woman, you know what? I didn't check that out. Woman King. That's the movie I was thinking about. Hold on there. See if I can find that.
They flipped everything 180 degrees to try and make them look like they were something. And in fact, in actual history, they were destroyed for their arrogance.
Woman King. Here it is. Let's see. See if I can get it. Woman King, right? Woman.
Yeah, the Woman King.
Okay. I've never heard of it.
That's what I told you about.
Yeah, no, I forgot about it. I remember you saying something. I forgot.
Don't ever forget anything I tell you.
I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean it.
That's pollinator to you?
I'm going to call my mom Bertha.
Frostly, I have a very special quote of the day that I did just for exactly that. I don't know if you've seen it on the day that I presented or submitted it to Mr. Brown, but let's find it again.
Oh shit! I just mother. Oh, I think I found it. Yep, there it is. Okay. No. All I got is One of the Kingdoms and something else. Hasn't been out yet. How old is this movie? Is this
No,
TV?
it's going to come out on the 16th. Yeah, I mean,
Oh no, I didn't get it yet.
I see the
Okay.
report where it's #1 at the box office, so it must be out.
Oh, it is out. Woman's Kingdom. This is a movie, eh?
About Dahomey.
Really? I can't find this. I put that Woman's King. Maybe I spelled it wrong. No, I spelled it right. Didn't. Let's see. Ooh. 9/15/2022. I spelled it wrong this way. Shows a girl with a bat in her hand. Is that a Frosty?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any of that.
It's all black. I'll try another one out. Make sure that's right. I think I spelled it wrong. What happened? Hold on here.
Yeah, the hypocrisy and irony of this movie is off the chart. I mean, there's so many black people coming out with negative comments on it. Yet it's, I think I saw it was #1 in the box office, but it hadn't been out for but a few days, maybe.
It's got to be something woke. It's got to be.
Oh, it's woke. Oh yeah, yeah. They twisted everything to the woke. It's woke to the woke.
Let's see, Woman King. Let's try it again. Yeah, it shows a woman with a cricket or a bat in her hand or something. She black. Woman King. 2022, 9/15. Action drama. And crickets. Like in Africa, the story of I can't pronounce it. Ogoji, the all-female unit of warriors who protected the African kingdom of Deuteronomy in the 1800s with skills and fearlessness unlike anything the world has ever seen. And General Naniska, as she trains the next generation of recruits, ready for them to battle against enemy determined to destroy their way of life. You told us about this, didn't you?
Yeah, their way of life was enslaving other black Africans and selling them. And when the British and the French put an end to slavery, they decided they were going to do battle with the British and the French because they're all that tough and everything. I think the British and the French in the epic battle, they might have lost 6 people and they killed hundreds of those women that were fighting. So I mean, but that's not the story being told in the movie.
Figures. Totally different.
They're trying to make them out as heroes, and they were slavers. They were actually capturing black Africans to sell into slavery. That was their whole business model.
Any way to stretch the truth. We're trying to see if this is it or not. Hold on. Let's see if I can make it go a little bit faster here. I got something playing here. This can't be it. Not seeing it. See if I can do a little bit higher here.
Well, where's your quote, Guru?
Yeah, I'm looking for it still. It's way in the back. I saw it the other day. I can't.
That's it. We're gonna have to fire this guy. We're gonna have to fire him. That's it.
I know way. What kind of
Like
collateral damage am I?
He's not the machine I purchased. I expect better results. The AI is failing.
You know, I can't take this no more. All this abuse.
Not my fault. I made up for it with a cricket gum.
I don't understand. They got the movie title, but they don't have the movie on there. Nope, either. Okay, it doesn't know it yet. Try this one here one more time. Oh, I was going to ask you, Frost, you think about getting that fire stick, eh? No.
Well,
Yeah.
I looked at the price. It was 49 something. So I keep looking to see if I can get the price down.
Okay.
So far, no luck.
Okay. Start looking for you. 4K, what was that? 4K Max?
Yeah.
4K Max, okay. Yeah, I remember WGM. I'm cured.
You need a medal. Where's Bold Billy with that deck gun?
No. The other movie, but it's not out yet. Can't find it anywhere. This has got to be the movie, but nope, it isn't out yet. Huh. Try one more time, see what happens. I don't know why this thing's kicking me out for. It's weird. Theaters. Oh, I'll be do. Still did it.
The Woman King
had its world premiere at the Toronto International Film Festival on September 9th, and Sony Pictures released the film in theaters in the United States on September 16th.
Huh. They can't do this to me. I got rates. That's weird. You said, well, let me get in here. I got a problem with my box here, I think. At least this program, I don't know why. Why is this acting up? Movie shows. Try it again. I'm getting that it kicks me out. I just got kicked out again. What the fuck? Choose your reset. Well, that's weird. Alright, let's see what happens here.
It's going to be released in England October 7th.
I can't do nothing. I got kicked out of this one. Media, it's called. It just starts kicking it out and it kicks me out. I don't know why. That's bizarre. Huh. Oh my. It shows the cover on it. In fact, I'll show you the cover. I can read that much. Hold on there. You might be able to see it. I'll send you the picture. Hold on here. W. Where's that? Okay. Doggone it. Come on. Okay. I'll show you
Well,
the picture.
I'll give you the plot. The Woman King, and this is how they try to present it.
My God.
It's a remarkable story of an all-female unit of warriors who protected the African kingdom of Dahomey in the 1800s with skills and fierceness unlike anything the world has ever seen. Inspired by true events, The Woman King follows the emotionally epic journey of General so-and-so as she trains the next generation of recruits and readies them for battle against an enemy determined to destroy their way of life. Some things are worth fighting for, ... Like slavery, that's what they're fighting for. They're fighting for slavery.
Right.
That was what their kingdom was built on. Hey, America, you want reparations? Go to Africa and get them. Because that's where it was. And they make them out like they're all this fierce and ferocious, and they were mowed down.
There, I sent it to you. That's got to be the one.
Do you know who invented the capacity of the job?
The capacity of the job?
Yeah, the idea of what, like the position, job, what a job is. Whole thing behind a job, the basis for the thing called a job, was invented by slave owner.
Oh yeah, Flavor Flav.
So don't forget, get a job.
Yeah, get a job.
Wow.
People in citizen and patriotic indoctrinated mindset renowned jobs, right? It's like that is the whole thing. Without job, you're nothing.
Well, back in the day when I was a young man, black people referred to looking for a job as looking for a slave. That's how they. What you up to today? Oh, I'm looking for a slave.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
There it is. That's where
Wow.
it comes from. So go ahead and apply, which means beg for your job.
That's a good word for that. You're right. Beg. Beg for a job you ain't gonna like in the first place, you know.
Submit an application.
On your knees, preferably.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Oh, massa, I'm qualified to do your work.
I eat crickets.
Will you take me as your pimp, please? My name is Tamasho.
I can shine shoes.
I shine your shoe.
One
I
step
show
up
you.
was the indentured slave. They had it slightly better, I hear, in some instances.
Indentured slave.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Never heard of that before.
You never heard of an indentured slave? Many
No,
people,
not that. No.
white people, that's what they did to white people. That's probably why you don't hear about it, because many of the people coming into the New World, so as they called it, were indentured slaves. In order to pay their passage on the ship, which was considerable, they had to indenture themselves for a period of time. It was usually, I believe, 10 years.
Wow.
To work basically as a slave for the person who paid their passage.
10 freaking years?
Yeah.
Whoa.
In some cases, yeah.
Damn. That must have been a hell of a vacation. First class, eh?
Are you mocking my collateral? You dirty person.
But, and and this is how, and this is white people. It's not the black, and they were treated just like the black slaves in a lot of instances, depending on the cruelty of the person that actually paid their way. But they had no right to resist anything that was done to them, basically.
Huh. Do we get reparations?
No, I didn't get any reparations. I don't know why. I need to break into a store because I hear that's the way you get them.
Well, dang,
break
man.
into a store and rip everything off the shelf, put it in your car, and drive off.
Sounds good to me. What do I sign? What car do I drive?
I can show you
Yeah,
a black and white one, Crown Victoria. You might have to steal that too, though.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad that Queen is done. They're not showing it no more. Wow.
I'm familiar with Crown Royal, but I'm not familiar with the other Crown.
Canadian Club? I don't understand why this thing ain't working. It's kicking me out again.
Well, I'm glad as the CEO, I don't have to go through that kind of frustration.
That's just an everyday corporation bullshit. That's all. You just gotta take it as it is.
The only position I like to maintain is court jester. I take that everywhere I go.
I think that would be a precarious position to be in back in the day, because if you went too far on something and they didn't think it was funny, you'd probably get your head lopped off.
Off with his head. Off with
Yeah.
his head.
He jested once too often.
I would just stand there. Off with your head. Off with your head.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be a hell of a life. Screw one time off with his head just because they didn't like you. They
Much
could do
better.
it too.
Yeah, you're much better never to be in their presence, from the sound of things.
Yeah.
For that, I have a
Good things.
submarine, but even there, still on the radar.
Jeez. Look what they did. They thought that who were witches. They just killed them, you know. Burned them.
Yeah, it is a good idea to cloak yourself, you know, and fly under the radar. That reason. Yeah. And then, if you're not prepared to go all in as well, you know, and that's what I did for a number of years, especially after I found out pretty quickly, which is what I thought. You know, I might have told you, but in the beginning, in Genesis, when I was discovering when I was learning how to Exodus, I wrote these on these a little flyer thing, and I called it Awaken Canada at the time, and I had a Hotmail address called that and everything, and it was just a whole bunch of links I put on there about information that I found that showed the truth about things and what I could do about it. Went out to corner stores, Max and 7-Eleven, and I would just stand out there and hand out flyers, talk to people a little bit, see what kind of reception I would get. And I was very surprised, actually. I thought at first I was going to get more of your tinfoil hat crackpot sort of response, fluoride stare shit, but I didn't. A good 8 out of 10 people were actually pretty receptive, and not just receiving the flyer, but 3 or 4 out of 8 would actually want to have a conversation with. So it was pretty interesting to see that. But it was not after a very long period of time, a pretty short period of time, that I started seeing while I was doing that, these SUV Bronco trucks with, you know, them agent guys with those little tubey things in their ears driving by left, right, and center, giving me stares and looks and stuff like that. And evidently it was at the same time where I had my first health crisis and got really sick. So I don't know if that possibly had something to do with it or not. I'll never know for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I just learned real quick that if you want to pursue the stuff that I'm pursuing, you're probably best, you'll get a lot further if you do it in the private. So that's what I did. And what I found out is they didn't seem to really care or bother you in the private. But if you want to stand on the public and profess truth, then you become a threat to status quo. So they'll do stuff, you know.
And I gotta pay for us. You just come up here and talk to me. I'm doing it wrong.
There's people that still do it regardless, you know, and they take the brunt of whatever punishment gets thrown at them. And I commend them for that. That's pretty brave. For me, it was life or death. So, I turned to a different path. But now I can go further with that with the internet. I can use the internet and be much more in the public forefront with the protection of veilism, corporate veilism, right? New Guru, that's just a corporate veil. Look at it that way. I'm just using the same tactic. And because I operate in the land of the free, I can have 20,370,000 different names at my disposal.
Wow.
Right? I mean, you can, how many YouTube names can you come up with? That's a really good example of what you can do in the real world.
What's your real name? Guru?
No, Cricket Daddy.
Cricket Daddy. Yeah. You know, if I was really asked that question, my response would be define real.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Define world. World.
Usually you'd get a response like, oh, what's the name that your parents gave you? Whatever. And then my response would be, I don't know. I don't want to tell you a lie, and I can't tell you factual truth because I wasn't conscious and of sound mind to remember such a thing at that time.
They might have called me Jupiter.
Right. And then they'll say, well, what did they call you as you're growing up? And I say, well, which one do you want? That's about 40,000 different things from time to time, you know.
Shithead was on the list.
It was. It absolutely was on the list. You fucking idiot. I've got that a few times, you know.
Shoot, I didn't know my real name till I was 13. And used to be, hey, dummy, get over here. Yeah, Dad, I'm coming. Yeah.
I heard your name was right here a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What did I miss?
It's the officers cop-splaining rhetoric. And they say, I'm right here and point to their name tag.
I'm right here. Oh, wait. What was you? That was you that did that, wasn't it? Right here.
What was his name? Get in the corner.
They got a few different cop-splaining rhetorics that they say all the time. One of them is at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you know, and they go, and in this day and age, right?
You have to understand our position.
Right? Yeah, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
At the end of the day always gets me, though. Why is it at the end of the day that's so important? What about the beginning of the day? My response would probably be, because most of the time these conversations are taking place is not at the end of the day. That would be pretty much when you're ready to go to sleep in your bed. So
Yeah,
if they say at the end of the day this, well, we're not at the end of the day. So what about right now?
So, why don't they say, well, when the day is over?
When the day's over, yeah.
That's even better. I like that. Yeah.
Funny thing is, whenever the day is supposedly over, I'm always asleep, so I never get to see such a thing. In my book, it never happens.
When the day is over, it's dark of night. That's when we operate.
At the end of the day, so you're talking to me at just one fraction of a microsecond at 12 midnight. That's the only time that everything you're telling me has any validity.
Know what I mean, Vern? Know what I mean?
Verbal judo can be fun, you know. It can be. Just don't play it with a psychopath, right? Make sure you qualify for somebody who's doesn't think you're going to blow their head off and can have that dialogue.
I don't know why this thing's screwing up for me. I gotta figure this out. I'm gonna have to call my son-in-law. See if he can help me out here. This isn't right. Well, you got me going now, Frosty.
Which way are you going? What are you looking for now?
I'm trying to get into that movie setting, and it keeps kicking me out. It starts and it kicks me right out of the TV set. The link. I don't know why.
but it doesn't want to show you anything but the truth. You'll never see that movie.
Starring the Guru.
In blackface. In blackface with a spear.
Where do you live? Everywhere and anywhere and nowhere.
Yeah, I like that idea, that answer.
Or if you already asked the name and they said I'm right here, where do you live? Same as your name.
Same as your name.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
I live right here. I live in me, right here.
I'm living inside my belt, okay?
Living inside my belt.
I'm living under my hat. Is that all right?
I'm a sack man.
I'm actually living in my own shoes. Can you believe it?
Oh, you know what yesterday was? And I forgot about doing it. Darn it. Yesterday was spring or fall. At 9 o'clock last. Huh?
I'm sorry. I just can't. I live in your wife's underwear. Anyways, go on.
It's a pretty good place.
So if you ever get to smell them and it smells like it's dead, I'm gone. Okay.
We're on live. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be good.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. What were you saying, Mr. Brown?
I forgot after the underwear.
Yes, I wasn't trying to be a distraction as well, but you know.
I'll have to use that. I don't think they're gonna like that, but I'm gonna use it.
Where do you live? Your bedroom when you're not home.
I like in your wife's underwear, but it's only temporary.
Yeah.
I'm looking for more suitable housing.
More suitable. That's too much. Well, gentlemen, I think I want to get some sleep now. Been a long day, but I thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm starting to fall asleep now. So,
All right.
Frosty, thank
Yeah.
you. Guru,
All right,
thank
gentlemen.
you. Bo Billy, eat shit. Oh, that's right. He's down here. Shit. Damn, missed it again. So anything you guys want to say before we hang up?
Yeah. Cricket gum delicious and keep sucking it.
Your turn, Frosty.
Never fear. Underdog is here.
Underdog?
Okay, I'm done fighting crime. See you guys. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Mr. Ranger, sir. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Okay. Okay, Roach.
I'll see you tomorrow, Guru. Thanks a lot. I
You
appreciate
bet.
it.
Thanks for having me up. Always a pleasure. We'll see you guys.
Freaking here. Say hi to Fruity for us. Bye bye.
I will. Take care.
Good night.